Hi friends, based on my discussion with a lot of students, I get to know that standard costing is an area where they face a lot of difficulty. Reasons are multifold. Main reason being remembering so many formulae and all. So what I'm doing is I am now giving you my regular class videos. They are for longer time, around 12 hours it will be there. But a student, if he goes through this properly, he will 100% get comfort and confidence to face any standard costing question. Any question on standard costing you'll be able to handle if you go through this videos properly. I'll be sharing with detailed timestamp. In case you do not want to go through question, you just want to go through concept, just click on the concept part and keep going forward. But concepts are also there, questions are also there. You can watch it at even 1.5x speed or a 2x speed. If you know the subject and you want to cover it faster, you can even do a 2x speed also. And initially I'll be linking this with your CA preparation also, so maybe it can act as some amount of guidance for you on the how standard costing is linked with your CA preparation. That linking planning will be there. Then I get to the subject discussion. My only request to you is go through in detail. If you like the video, do comment on it, share it with your friends, subscribe to our channel, all that you do it. But you please go through this in detail, go through entirely, spend time. I'll share the link of the concept book and the concept charts, which are concept book and the question bank, which is getting used in these videos. Detailed timestamp is there. In case you do not want to go through any specific section, you skip that section and then move to the next section. Only concepts you want to revise, go through only concept. Concept and questions you want to do, go through concept and question. Some question you are confident you don't want to see that specific question, ignore that question and see the other question. Okay, now you will be seeing the regular class video. Wishing you the best for you. Have a great learning experience, and once this is covered, you'll be able to handle any question from standard costing. Thank you, friends. Okay, we are now moving to the next segment of your syllabus. We have till now done till chapter 12, which is on methods of costing, which was 7 to 8 to 12. We initially started with the cost sheet. Then we learned various categories of cost, which was chapter 2, 3, 4, 5. Accounting was done. 13 to 15 is on techniques of costing. What is technique of costing? Is it will assist in decision making. So whatever we are going to do now will not help us in calculating the cost of a product or service. It can help in cost control or cost reduction or technically decision making. The objective here is how can I take decision with the help of cost data, because the subject name is cost and management accounting. The term management accounting is related to decision making. So in this chapter 13 to 15, we are going to decide on or discuss on how do an organization make decision. So in that, the first thing we have is standard costing. I'll first set the initial context, which may take me around 10-15 minutes, and then we discuss the various elements here. Now, when you started classes for this batch, when we started classes for this batch, you would have come to Bharadwaj Institute. You would have asked, what is the fees? We would have told you the fees. Did you ask when the batch will start? I'm asking a question. I want participation. Did you ask when the batch will start? Most of us will ask. Did you ask when the batch will get completed? Yes. Did you ask what time the class will be taken? Yes. Everything was asked. Can I tell you that? No, we will start on July 15. Ending date and all I cannot give you. Ending date I cannot give you, but I'll start on July 15. I'll start on July 15. Ending date I will not give you. Was that an answer an admin can give, or will you be okay with such an answer? As a student, you will not be okay. So everybody wants some plan. Without a plan, I cannot start a batch. So standard costing focuses first on this, that there should be a plan for everything, which is learnt in chapter 15. We'll learn in chapter 15 about planning part. But every organization has to prepare a plan. Has to prepare a plan. So when you would have come to Bharadwaj Institute asking for the classes, you would have asked a lot of questions, and your question fees and other things are there, but you would have also asked what is the plan of completion. How are you going to take? When are you going to take? How many hours of classes? How many days a week are we going to take classes? Some discussion you would have had. So we, before introducing the batch, would have done planning. I also do planning. I also do planning saying that this is how we will complete the batch. Every week you get a schedule from us. I cannot tell you that you come to class on Monday. You may either see me or an auditing faculty or an SM faculty. Anybody can be there. You just come to classes. We did not tell you that. We told you that there will be a Monday, this will be the session. Tuesday, this will be the session. Wednesday, this will be the session. So everybody needs a plan in the practical world, and which is where in your preparation, in your exam preparation also, ideally you should prepare a plan. Like we give a plan for completion, you should have a plan for your own completion also. No? You are going to write your exams maybe in the January or in May. So whenever you are writing your exam, you also need a plan of action. So ideal thing by now we have almost reached a good part of costing, around 70-75% is complete. By now you should now get into planning process. What is planning process is, after the class, prepare first a weekly plan. What is weekly plan? On Sunday you sit and decide that Monday to Sunday next week, when are you going to study, how many hours a day you are going to study. Prepare a plan. What are you going to study, when are you going to study, how many hours are you going to study. Start preparing that plan. Why does a plan needed? Without a plan, you will feel everything is going fine. Okay, things are going fine, we are preparing, we are attending classes, chapters are getting over, we are writing test, we are able to get some marks, so everything seems to be going fine. But the bigger picture is, how will you complete your one time preparation? You decide a date. It can't be your day before the exam. It has to be at least 1 month before or 1.5 months before you complete one stage of preparation. Then you do some revision, then you write your exam. So for writing your exam, first thing you have to do from now onwards, today onwards, start preparing a plan. The plan has to be there, because when you came for our classes, you did not come randomly saying that. I could have also told, saying that no, we will come for the classes and the batch may get over any time. I cannot tell you the date and all. That answer you are not okay. But that answer you are okay for your own personal preparation, because I cannot force you saying that give me your plan. But you are forcing us saying that give us your plan. Without plan, you will not be ready to attend our classes. But without a plan, you are ready to write your exam. So first thing you have to do now onwards is a weekly plan. The weekly plan, Sunday, sit, decide what are you going to do Monday to Sunday. Should you read every day? Not necessary. That's up to you. Some days you will have some commitment, that day don't plan anything. Days where you don't have any commitment, plan a 5 year study, 10 hours, 6 hour study, 7 hour study. You decide, can I take rest for a day? Go ahead and take, no problem, as long as your preparation seems to be on track. Once the plan is in place, you will then know that you planned for 20 hours study in a week and you did only 5 hours study, which means things are going pathetic, things are going not in the right direction. Today if you study 5 hours, you will feel okay, we are doing something, we are doing good. Without a plan, you don't know whether you are going in the right direction or not. So whenever there is a plan, you will know whether things are going in the right direction. Because today I ask you, how was your preparation for the last 1 month? We have now been doing classes for, I think, around 1.5 months is over, and you will feel no, everything seems to be going fine. I've been attending classes, I've completed all whatever you have said, I've done homework. But did you prepare on your own? We don't know. I'm not sure. Some of you would have done, some of you would not have done. And can I give a standardized plan? No, because some could be doing college, some may not be doing college, some could be having some commitment. So you have to decide your plan of action. That is, how many hours are you going to study? And now time has come for you to become serious. Now we have reached a stage where you will have to become little serious about your preparation. I normally don't talk away from the subject. Very rarely I talk. Sometimes moment I come to this chapter, I normally talk away from the subject. That is basically to again link it with the standard costing. But you need to prepare a plan now onwards. You will have to have a ideal is a detailed plan saying how will you complete till your exam. But that plan may take little bit of time for you to prepare. You may not be comfortable. So at least prepare a weekly plan. In the weekly plan, day 1, Monday, I'll be doing costing. No, I'll be doing chapter 5 of costing. Write that specifically what are you going to do. So write that, then we will see what happens. So have a diary where write what will you do. What is the purpose of that? After that plan, next column, actual. Next column is actual. The actual will tell whether you did it or you did not do, or you did less, or you did more, whatever you would have done. You could have said that plan. In the plan, Monday, complete chapter 5 of costing in 4 hours. This is your plan. You thought in 4 hours you'll complete. You may have taken 6 hours to complete, not a problem. Or you did not study anything on Monday, you will get to know. If your actual is deviating a lot from the plan, at least some guilt feeling will come, and then you will start becoming little bit more serious, which is what an organization will do in the context of standard costing. I'll link it to standard costing in a minute or two, but the point is very clear: prepare a plan. We also give you weekly plan. It's not mandatory that I always adhere to the weekly plan. There have been days, there have been weeks where we have changed the schedule. There have been weeks where we have cancelled the class also. It is not our schedule is 100% perfect, but still, without a schedule, if I tell you come to class, you will not be interested in coming to the class. One, it doesn't give you guidance. Second, it doesn't give me also guidance, because I don't know whether Monday my class is there or not. Should I come to the class, or the audit faculty come to the class, or the SM faculty come to the class? We don't even know. Then all the three come to the class on a day. None of us come to the class. It doesn't work that way. So we also want some guidance. So budget is basically, which is chapter 15, is a guidance which is given to people. Now, once that guidance in place, then the standard costing will come into picture. So today onwards, have a separate notebook, write your plan for the next week from Monday onwards. So ignore the Sunday till tomorrow, and Monday onwards, date, what are you going to do, what did you do, 2 columns. You have, if you want, one more column you can add, saying that if at all you have deviated, why did you deviate, reason. If you want to put, you put a reason. If you keep seeing some reason multiple times, then you have to avoid that reason, or you will have to, it could be that you spend a lot of time on social media, maybe you'll have to put a stop to that. You spend time with your friends, okay, if that is one off, it's okay, but continuously that is happening, you'll have to cut time from your friends for some time. You will have to be very serious now, because almost costing is over. I can tell you 70% is over. In another 20 days, costing may get over, and then we may shift to financial management. 20 to 25 days is what I see, because now onwards, I think more of audit classes will start. So, but anyway, costing will get over, and then FM will start. You will lose touch with the subject. The biggest worry is losing touch with the subject. That is where plan is needed. Unless you have a plan, I cannot keep saying that I have all resources. I'll tell you how to be in touch with the subject. All resources are there. A lot of things are there in YouTube which will allow you to be in touch with the subject, but you have to be in touch with the subject. I cannot be in touch with the subject. You have to spend that time. So please write your plan. Actual, some of you would have already attended group 1 classes. In your plan, group 1 subjects can also be there. It's not necessary that group 2 subjects have to be there. If you are doing both the group and you have already completed group 1, write your group 1 in the plan, look at the actual, see how much you have deviated, and if you are deviating a lot, there is a need to take action. If in your plan you spend thought 4 hours and it's taking 6 hours, maybe now it is time for you to spend more time with the subject. You will have to gradually start cutting down other things, and focus now should be on the subject. I can only tell you one thing: if you are serious till your date of exam, till the exam getting over, you will 100% clear it in the first attempt. Seriousness has to be there. It is not like your 12th exam, or like your college exam, or not like your CA foundation also. It is real business now. You will have to be extremely serious now onwards. If I cancel a class 3 days continuously, students will get irritated. If I cancel a class 3 days continuously, students get irritated. But you are not getting irritated with yourself when you don't study for 3 days. That's the problem. The problem is, I keep telling this in every batch, that you are coming for classes not for guidance alone. You are lazy. Why do I say lazy? If today class was not there, none of us, are very rarely, very few of us would have woken up at 6 o'clock and studied from 6:30. If class was not there today, most of us, including myself, I can afford, I have no problem, because I don't have anything to be done. I come here, take classes, and even for doing the classes, I've been teaching for a very long period. A lot of things I've registered, but still I do my preparation and come and take the classes. One day I don't do anything with the subject, I can afford doing it. 2 days I don't do, I can afford to do it. 1 week I don't do, I can afford to do it. But you cannot afford. You will have to be extremely now serious with the subject. The amount, whenever we start a batch, Students ask us, will you complete 100% of the syllabus? We'll say yes. I ask you a question. When you are exam, will you complete 100% of the syllabus? You will say no, no. Can you give us priority question? Standard question to us. When you start a class, you ask us, will you complete 100% of the syllabus? I say no, no, I'll complete only 70%. No, no, let's not go to that faculty. He is doing only 70% of the syllabus. 30% he is not going to complete. Let's not go to his classes. But the opposite, when I ask you opposite, will you do 100% preparation? You are saying no, no, no. In accounts, I don't want to do consolidation. In costing, I don't want to do FOH chapter. In auditing, I don't want to do this. Why this? Why this selective preparation? When you come for classes, you ask us so many things. Will you conduct test? It's a question you usually ask people. The admin keeps answering. We say yes. First test, 80% of the student write. Second test, I've already seen it. Only 50% write it. And I have also seen a trend. The day I keep a test, that day you are not there in the class itself. You sit at home and attend the live online class. Because if you are in the academy, next session you have to write test. So Wednesday I know when I'm going to keep a test, the strength will be half of this because you don't want to write the test that day. No, no, you come to the class, don't want to write, you attend the class and then go home. That's your wish. I don't force people to write test. I don't force people to do your preparation. Everything is for you only. I don't gain anything. I don't lose anything. Let's be very, very clear. You clear it, you're going to enjoy. I'll be happy about it. You don't clear, you will be sadder. I'll be sad about it. But I'll move on. I have no problem. You are going to be stuck with the subject for another 4 months. You will have to read the same content again and again. So you have to now start becoming serious. If you are not serious with your preparation, it is going to impact you a lot. Because when every batch this happens, students ask us, will you conduct test in the administration? When you come for inquiry, this is a standard question. Next, when we keep test, you don't write it. This is usual. This is usual. I'm not saying you are doing it, but majority does this. They don't write test. Will you complete 100% of the syllabus? We say yes. And when I complete and I ask you, will you complete 100% syllabus? Answer is no. No, no, we don't want to complete 100% syllabus. Will can you take only priority question in the class? No, you don't ask that question. You want us to take all question. But when you do your preparation, you want only priority questions to be done, priority areas to be done. So please be little serious about your preparation. The amount of effort you want faculty to put in, you also need to put in the same amount of effort. What I have done in the class, same thing you do one more time at home, you are done with the subject. One more time, if you prepare and then do maybe during revision, 100% you will secure exemption. I am very confident about the kind of coverage I give in my classes. Very detailed coverage. But if I say no, no, I'm not doing this area, students question us saying that why are you not covering this area? We want you to cover. We want you to cover all accounting standard. But during exam, I will not read all accounting standard. I will do only selective preparation. We want you to complete all 15 chapters of costing. But during exam, we will read only 14, 13, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6. The students' mentality is that way. Whatever you expect from us, we also expect from you. But again, I don't force it. I have never forced it. By now, you would have understood that I ask few things, but rarely I force it onto people because I genuinely believe it is something you have decided on your own to take up the course. Maybe some force could be there, but still majority would have taken up a decision to do the course on their own. Majority would have decided to come to the class on their own. Nobody forces you. I in fact tell students, even if you walk out of my class in between, I'm not going to question you. I am least interested in all this. That's your choice. Who is going to be impacted? Only you are going to be impacted. I start my class at 6:30 because I don't want to make people who come on time to wait. Because people will come on time. A good student comes on time. He has to wait for a bad student who comes late. No, I am not going to do that. My class will start on time. Sometimes I end it early because I'm not able to do something for the last 5-10 minutes, but I'll start on time. So everything, my view is very clear. You have to do things on your own. People say we want motivation. We want motivation. No, I cannot motivate you. You will have to motivate yourself. I can tell you what is needed, what is not needed, why you should do this, why you should not do this. But at a point, after a point, it is only your decision. You have to do things on your own. If you don't do things on your own, it is very, very difficult. Today I talked about something like this. Next 5 days you'll be serious about your preparation, and after 5 days you'll again lose the momentum, which is what I see with every batch of student. Unless you are motivated on your own, unless you are motivated on your own, you will not continue, because it's a marathon. It is not some 100-meter race. You have to run till January exam, you have to run till May exam. Some of you could be writing in January, some of you could be writing in May, and you have to run that marathon for a longer period. Already 1 month got over, 1.5 month got over in group 2, 4 months got over in group 1. If you have done group 1 along with group 2, that classes would have got over. So you have already run a part of the marathon, where you would have known by now how much time you have wasted. You will 100% know how much time you have wasted. I cannot tell you how much time you have wasted. Only thing I can tell you is we need serious preparation. We need serious preparation. Whatever you expect from us, please expect from yourself also. If I continuously cancel classes saying that 6:15 in the morning I send a message, no class today, again I send a message, no class today, again I send a message, no class today, after 3-4 cancellation you will come and inquire to the admin saying that no, we are not liking the classes, why are you continuously cancelling classes, this doesn't work. Because there are expectations from us, please expect from yourself also. Clear? So I'll now get back to standard costing, because I wanted to explain you the plan and actual part along with the standard costing. Now I'll explain in standard costing term, but please prepare a weekly plan. Prepare a weekly plan. Execution happens, doesn't happen, no problem, no problem. If it happens, okay. If it doesn't happen, at least you will know where you're going wrong, where you're going wrong. Without a guidance in place, it is very, very difficult, because you will feel you are going in the right direction. For your classes, we have prepared a weekly plan. We have also prepared, I'll show you. Without a plan in place, it is impossible for me to take up classes. So it runs on till 26th October. There is a plan already in place. The classes may even get over a little earlier than that, according to the plan which I have in place. How many hours we are going to teach, what is the number of hours in a week we are going to teach, everything is there in this place. This will ultimately tell us that by when we will be able to complete the syllabus. Without this plan in place, without the plan in place, it is impossible. It is impossible for us to tell exactly when batch will be completed. So please prepare a plan. Not for 1 week is fine. I'm telling you, week. By the time you start preparing 2 weeks, you understand how planning is done. Start preparing your final plan, that by if you're writing your January exam, by November 30 at least everything should be done once. Thereafter revision and other things. If you can do even earlier, then great, but at least by November 30 you should complete. May exam, at least by March 31 you should complete one time preparation. One time preparation does not mean attending classes. Students think attending classes is one time preparation, then everybody will clear. No, if attending classes is the only thing which is need to be done, after attending classes you have to put in efforts. If I put in 10 hours in class, you have to put in 5 hours at home. You have to put in 5 hours at home. Half of the time spent in class you have to do. Moment you complete that, that is more than sufficient. So in costing, we are going to effectively do around 180 hours. At home, if you spend 90 hours, sufficient for costing. If you are a slow learner, maybe 150 hours you have to spend at home. Depends on how fast you are learning. In that, at least some part of it, I do it in the class itself, saying that you do this sum, you do this sum. I do that in the class. But anyway, at home, you will have to spend that time. One time preparation. Please decide by when you want to complete. 1 month at least before exam. Clear? Now I'll get back to standard costing. Okay, so now we are moving to standard costing. Let's understand what is the standard costing all about. Now, every organization prepares a projected financial statement, prepares a plan. The plan will tell what they are going to achieve. Most of the companies, by the month of February, in the month of Feb or Jan, will prepare a plan for the next financial year. If financial year is what you are working, financial year starts with April 1. The plan could be on how many units to sell, plan could be on how many units to produce, Plan could be on how much raw material to buy. Plan could be on how much raw material to consume, how many employees are needed. All of this you will learn in budgetary control chapter, which is chapter 15. So I prepared a plan. So what plan I prepared is, this is my plan. Okay, as a student, there are 6 subjects, and I said I will score 60 in the first subject, 50 in the second subject, 80 in the third subject, 70 in the fourth subject, 55 in the fifth subject, and sixth subject I'll score 65. This is the plan I prepared. I prepared a plan saying that this is what I'll score. Can you tell me the total? 60 plus 50, 80, 70, 55, 65. Put a total and tell me. How much? 380 out of 600 was my CA Inter plan. I prepared this plan saying that, and to achieve this plan, I decided I'll study 10 hours a day. I then said I'll focus more on subject 3 because that is my strength. I'll spend more time on that. I'll also focus on subject 4, that is my strength. And other subjects also I'll spend. So somewhere you prepared a plan. You prepared a plan. Then came the actual. Then came the actual. Actual is you wrote your exam. In reality, you scored 58, you scored 62, you scored 75, you scored 72, you scored 43, you scored 45. Can you tell me the total? $58, 62, 75, 72, 43, 45. 355. Okay, so I planned to secure 380 marks in exam, and I ended up scoring 355 marks in exam. My plan was to secure 380 marks in exam, and I ended up securing 355 marks in exam. So there is a deviation of 25 marks, which is a adverse variation. Adverse variation. My plan was to score 380. I ended up scoring 355. So I have a total variation of 25 adverse. Now organization will say we wanted to earn a profit of 3,80,000. We earned a profit of 3,55,000. Company wanted to earn a profit of 3,80,000, and company earned a profit of how much? 3,55,000. So there is a variation. There is a variation of how much? 25,000. There's a variation of 25,000. Then I wanted to know, why did this 25 adverse happen? First subject, 2 marks lesser. First subject, 2 marks lesser. I said 2 marks is not my worry. I did not do any discussion on this. I said first subject you wanted to score 60, you scored 58, 2 mark variation. We did not worry much about this. Second subject, 12, F means favorable. We scored more. Favorable also I want to know what is the reason. Because I want to know, why did you score more than 50? What happened? Did you prepare more, or maybe the plan was wrong? It should not have been 50 marks, it should have been 60 marks, or the question paper turned out to be easy. Something would have happened and you scored 12 marks more. Why did you score 12 marks more? You have to justify the reason, which is what standard costing is going to do. I'll link it with standard costing. Then third subject, 5 adverse, 5 marks lesser. 5 marks lesser. If I feel 5 marks is insignificant, I'll not question you. If I feel 5 marks is significant, you have to explain me, why did you score 5 marks less? What went wrong in your preparation, exam paper, or you did a wrong planning? 80 was over estimation. You would never score 80 even if you put in your best effort. So the plan should have been lesser. Some error will be there. It's a planning error, execution error, or certain conditions underwent a change. Question paper easy, question paper difficult, something happened. Third subject, 2 favorable. Third subject, 2 favorable. You wanted to score 70, you scored 72. I'm not bothered. I'm not bothered about this. I'm not bothered about this. These 2 please explain me. These 2 please explain me. Why did you score? 5 also I may not be bothered sometimes. Sometimes I may be bothered, but I'll have to understand the reason. This is little bit worrisome. 12 adverse and 20 adverse. The main problems are the last 2 subject. I want to adverse is also problem, favorable is also problem. It's not that favorable is good, adverse is bad and all. You need to know reason. Now this 380 came because of, from a company point of view, sales, this is material cost, this is labor cost, this is variable overhead, this is fixed overhead, and you get profit. Only 5 items are there in a company. There is a sales,
then material cost is there, labor cost is there, variable overhead is there, fixed overhead is there, and you wanted to earn 3,80,000 profit. You could do better on sales side, weaker on sales side, better on material cost, weaker on material cost, better on labor cost, weaker on labor cost. So basically, in standard costing, I prepare first the budgeted profit. I first prepare the budgeted profit, then I calculate the actual profit. There will be variation most of the time. If the variation is there, I will first call the sales manager, ask him what is his problem. He could be good, he could be bad. If he does good, give him some reward. If he does bad, he has to explain it. He has to explain. One of the reason could be COVID came in. That time sales variations will be adverse. Because during COVID, I cannot do much about it. I am doing all my best effort. But during COVID, sales of many companies took a hit. So you have to understand reasons. It is not just doing calculation. In your syllabus, only calculations are done. At final level, you may analyze the reasons, and then based on the reason, I take certain corrective action. Moment I take corrective action, my ability to perform better improves. So why we are doing this analysis? You are writing 10 tests before you write your final exam. Every test there is a plan, there is a actual. Why did you deviate? You analyzed it. You analyzed it. Second exam, first exam you analyze the reason. Second exam, that mistake you avoided, but you made some other error. Third exam, you avoided the two mistakes. Fourth exam, like this, you keep avoiding your mistakes. Your performance will obviously be in line with the budget, which is what organization want to do. They want to take corrective action. So what is standard costing is? Standard costing is 2-3 things. First is prepare budget. This is chapter 15. Prepare budget is chapter 15. Many times I do this chapter after doing chapter 15, but it's okay. Wouldn't make big difference. Prepare budget. I'll prepare a budget. After I prepare a budget, compare actual with budget. This is chapter 13. Comparison is chapter 13. Preparation of budget is chapter 15. After you compare, take corrective action. This is CA final. Taking corrective action is at CA final. That also general corrective action only you will take. Unless you are in that company, you will not know what and all problems the company is facing. This is what standard costing is all about. Ideally, every person indirectly does something around this. At my home, my mother does something called as budgeting. What is the budget she prepares? She prepares a budget called as cash budget, which will tell what inflow of money is going to come, what outflow of money is going to be there. She knows after 2 months, your parents have to pay CA Inter fees. They start preparing now itself for that by doing some inflow planning or outflow planning, something they do. So there is a budget which is prepared by everyone. Most of the people prepare a budget wherever they want some guidance, because without a plan in place, I'll give a classic example. You also prepare a budget. Subject related budget is difficult, but assuming you want to go on a trip, if you want to go on a trip, for the trip, you will do all types of planning. You will say, day one, where are we going? How much time are we spending? How much money is needed? From where do I take this money? Whether my parents will pay. Should I take it from mother? Should I take it from father? All the planning you will do, and then only you will go on a trip. So budget is prepared by all of us. Here we prepare a proper financial budget, which is ultimately then compared with an actual, and after you compare with actual, you will take a corrective action. To give an example, you prepared a budget for your trip. Day one, it did not go as per plan. You missed going to one place. Day two, you cut short some of the places and put in that first place wherever you wanted to go on day one. On day two, you cover it, so that you took a corrective action. You did a planning, execution happened. Evening day one, you decided no, something has gone wrong in our execution. So let us take a corrective action for day two. Or your corrective action could be you put this day one plan in day two, or in day two, you remove something and say that this place we will not go, and this is important, let's go to this place. So some corrective action you will take, which is what every human does. There is a budget, there is an execution, there's a corrective action. It is a standard feature of every person. Every person does it. You have also done it, but you may not do it for areas which are exactly needed, but you also do it. You also do it. Your parents do it. Companies do it. Clear? So standard costing is not something which is away from the subject, which is away, sorry, standard costing not something which is away from your personal life. Everybody does a plan, everybody does an actual execution, and most of the time execution will deviate from the plan. Execution will deviate from the plan, and if it is deviating, you will decide, you will understand what is the reason, what is the reason, and once the reason is identified, you will start taking corrective action. You will start taking corrective action. Clear? Any doubts till this? Any doubts till this? In a cricket match, there is a target which is given. Team has to play second. There's a target given. You prepare a plan saying that in 10 overs you will score this much, 20 overs you will score this much, 30 overs you will score this much, 40 overs you will score, and in 50 overs you will win the match. 10 overs you could not achieve the number, you will take some corrective action between 11 to 20. 20 you could not achieve, take corrective action between 21 to 30. Somewhere you will have to take corrective action in case you could not perform. You performed really well, you start relaxing little bit, saying that okay, now let's not take risk. We have performed really well in the first 10 overs. We can afford to take some relaxed time. So when you do your preparation, you will know whether you can relax or you have to start running at a faster pace. Clear? Any doubts on what is standard costing? Now let's get to the definition. Standard costing analyzes variation in budgeted profit and the actual profit. Variation in budgeted profit and actual profit, and fixes responsibility for taking corrective action. Fixes responsibility for taking corrective action. I have to make somebody responsible for the mistake which has happened. Mistake could be by anyone. The variation can be because of cost, variation can be because of sales. Variation due to sales is not part of your syllabus. It's not part of your syllabus. Variation due to sales can be there, variation due to cost can be there. In the cost, it can be chapter 2 material, chapter 3 labor, chapter 4 overheads, which we classify as variable and fixed. Can I classify like any other, like factory overheads, admin overhead? No, no, we don't do all that. Here we classify only 4 items. Material variances are there, labor variances are there, variable overhead variances are there, fixed overhead variances are there. Clear? Any doubts in this? So here, this is a very important chapter, lot of formula driven chapter. None of the formula you're going to remember. Till now, I think I very rarely told you to remember the formula. And this chapter also, none of the formula we are going to remember. I do it in something called as a chart technique. You understand the chart technique, it will become very, very easy for you to do the chapter. Otherwise, this chapter has around 40 formulae. Many students remember 40 formulae and go to the exam. My students, I normally don't tell them to remember anything. So I have material variances, labor, variable overhead variances, and fixed overhead variances. Any question gives any other variance, like they give administration overhead, either put it as variable overhead or fixed overhead. If they give selling overhead, either variable or fixed. I only know 4 cost: material cost, labor cost, variable overhead, fixed overhead. Clear? Any doubts on this? This is basic introduction. Then comes a term called budgeted cost, standard cost, and actual cost. This is a very important explanation. Let's understand this. I have my production manager. This guy is responsible for producing the product. He could be responsible for everything: material cost, labor cost, variable overhead, fixed overhead, or could be responsible for some part of the cost. I told him, budget, we have to produce 10,000 units at rupees 20 lakh. Not 10,000 units, you have to spend 20 lakh rupees. This is the budget MD gave to the production manager. I gave them this budget. How did I prepare budget and all? You will learn it in budgetary control chapter, but I prepared the budget. Then actual, we produced 7,000 units. We produced 7,000 units, multiple reasons, some reason happened and we produced only 7,000 units. And we spent 16 lakh rupees. We spent 16 lakh rupees, 7,000 units, and spent how much? 16 lakh rupees. I am the production manager. I go to the MD and tell him happily, saying that you told me to spend 20 lakh. I spent only 16 lakh. You told me to spend 20 lakh. I spent only 16 lakh. I saved 4 lakh rupees for the company. I saved 4 lakh rupees. I am the production manager. I come to you. You are the managing director. And I tell you, you told me to spend 20 lakh rupees. I spent only 16 lakh rupees. So I have saved 4 lakh rupees for the company. You are confused. You are the MD and you are confused. Where is the saving? You are thinking, where is the saving? And I keep arguing, saying that you told me to spend how much? 20 lakh. How much did I spend? 16 lakh. So what did I do? I saved 4 lakh rupees. And you are confused. You are saying, no saving happened. And I keep arguing, saying that you told me to spend 20 lakh. I spent 16 lakh. 4 lakh is the saving. Where is the flaw in my argument? I am arguing, saying that I saved 4 lakh. Is there a problem in my argument? Is there any issue in my argument? Did I save 4 lakh rupees for the company? Participate, guys. Did I save 4 lakh rupees? Why do you say no? Okay, so if you are saying I did not save money, tell me how much I should spend for 7,000. Then you are saying I did not save money. How much I should spend for 7,000? 14 lakhs. I should have spent only 14 lakh. 10,000 units, 20 lakh. 7,000 units, I should have spent how much? 14 lakhs. And how much did I spend? So I lost 2 lakh rupees for the company. Any doubts on the argument till now? Any doubts on the argument? This 20 lakh is called budgeted cost. This 20 lakh is called budgeted cost. This has zero relevance in most of the question. 20 lakhs is the budgeted cost. This has zero relevance. Can you tell me 20 lakh divided by 10,000 is how much? It has only one relevance to calculate per unit cost. The budgeted cost will have only one relevance, 200 per unit. Okay, understood. 10,000, 20 lakh to spend, 200 per unit. I produced how many units? 7,000. So you are saying 7,000 units at 14 lakh. You are saying 7,000 at 14 lakh. Can you divide 14 lakh by 7,000? This 14 lakh is called standard cost. 14 lakh is called standard cost. In the labor chapter, we used to calculate standard time. We used to write ST equal to what we used to write? ST equal to actual output. Any standard is always calculated with the help of actual. Any standard is always calculated with the help of actual. So here for 7,000 units, I should have spent 14 lakh. For 7,000 units, I should have spent 14 lakh. For 10,000 units, I should have spent 20 lakh. 7,000, I should have spent only 14 lakh. And for 7,000, I spent how much? 16 lakh. Cost variance or variance is the difference between standard cost and actual cost, not budget and actual. Not budget and actual. It is the difference between standard and actual. It is the difference between standard and actual. Now, when I explain here, you are very clear, because when I asked you argument 10,000, 20 lakh, you told me 7,000, 14 lakh. But when I do it as a part of a bigger problem, students end up making mistake here. They take the 20 lakh in the calculation. So budgeted cost to be incurred. To be means what should have happened for budgeted output. To be incurred for budgeted output. Standard cost to be incurred. To be incurred for actual output. To be incurred means what should have happened. And then comes the actual cost incurred for actual output. So cost variance is the difference between cost to be incurred for actual output minus cost incurred for actual output. To be incurred for actual output minus cost incurred for actual output. No budget and actual comparison. It's only standard and actual comparison. It's always standard and actual comparison. I have taken classes till now. By this time, I should have completed 13 chapters. I have completed 12 chapters. The variation is the whatever time variance you can say. In my case, I'll say that is the time variance or the syllabus non-completion variance, whatever name I want to give. I should have completed by this time. For the amount of time I have taken in the classes, I should have completed 13 chapters. I completed only 12 chapters. In my original plan, by this time I should have completed 15 chapters. Reason is I was thinking I'll take a lot of costing classes, but I did not take costing. I allocated other subjects. So looking at the actual reality, we should have completed 13. Looking at the plan, we should have completed 15. In reality, we completed 12. Now don't say 12 versus 15. Say 12 versus 13 is the problem. 12 versus 13 is the problem. What should have happened looking at the actual reality? Looking at the actual reality, what should have happened is called standard cost. What should have happened is called standard cost. Another example, budgeted output 40,000 units. Budgeted cost 20 per unit. Budgeted cost is 20 per unit. At a per unit level, budgeted cost and standard cost is same. At a per unit level, budgeted cost and standard cost is same. Only difference is budgeted cost is multiplied with budgeted output. Standard cost is multiplied with actual output. Standard cost is multiplied with actual output. So 40,000 into 20 is called budgeted cost. 40,000 into 20 is called budgeted cost. 50,000 into 21 is called actual cost. 50,000 into 21. And what is standard cost? 50,000 into 20. 50,000 into 20. Budgeted cost, cost to be incurred for budgeted output. Cost to be incurred for budgeted output. Standard cost, cost to be incurred for actual output. Cost to be incurred for actual output. Actual cost, cost incurred for actual output. Cost incurred for actual output. What is cost variation? Difference between standard cost and actual cost. If actual is more, adverse variation. Actual is less, I'm happy about it, favorable variation. Actual is less, I'm happy, favorable variation. Actual is more, adverse variation. Any doubts? Tell this. Another example. My plan was 10,000 units, 90 lakh rupees. 10,000 units, 90 lakh rupees. Actual 18,000 units at 1,000 per unit. This is what we have done. In reality, 18,000 units at 1,000 per unit. Can you tell me what is the budgeted cost? What is the budgeted cost? Tell me guys, what is the budgeted cost? I want participation. 90 lakh. Budgeted cost is 90 lakh. What is the actual cost? Budgeted is 90 lakh. What is the actual cost? Calculate and tell me. Calculate. 1 crore 80 lakh. Budgeted cost is 90 lakh. Actual cost is. Now don't compare these two and say that we spent more, we spent less. No, no comparison of this. Standard cost. What is standard cost? Is cost to be incurred. Cost to be incurred for the actual output. Cost to be incurred for the actual output. As per my plan, how much I should incur per unit? As per the plan, how much per unit we should incur? 900. 18,000 into 900 is standard cost. 18,000 into 900 is the standard cost, which is how much? Still there is a variation. I'm not debating on the variation, but variation is this. And don't compare 90 and 180. Don't compare 90 and 180. Compare what? 180 and 162. Compare 180 and 162. Any doubts on this? Any doubts on this? Another example. Budget 50,000 units at rupees 85 lakh. Actual 40,000 units at 22 per unit. Please write in your notebook budgeted cost, actual cost, standard cost and cost variance. Write the example. Budget 50,000 at 85 lakh. 50,000 at 85 lakh. $40,000 at 220 per unit. Make it 220. 40,000 at 220 per unit. 40,000 at 220 per unit. 220 per unit. Write budgeted cost, actual cost, standard cost, and cost variance. I'll give you 2-3 minutes. You do it and then we discuss. 2-3 minutes for you. Budgeted cost is 85 lakh. Standard cost is 40,000 into how much per unit? 170, which is 68 lakh. 40,000 into 170. Actual cost is 40,000 into 220, which is budgeted cost has only one utility to calculate cost per unit. It will help you in calculating standard cost, but nowhere it will come in variance analysis. Nowhere it will come in variance analysis. It will help you in calculating standard cost, but nowhere it will come in variance analysis. The difference is how much? Cost variance 20 lakh A. A means adverse. 20 lakh A. A is adverse. Cost variance 20 lakh adverse. Clear? Okay. Now we will start getting into one by one. We are now proceeding to material variances. So initially we learned that what are the reasons for variation in profit. I gave you an example of your 6 subjects. So it can be subject 1, subject 2, subject 3, subject 4, subject 5. Like it can be sales, it can be material cost, it can be labor cost, it can be variable overhead, it can be fixed overhead. In that we are starting with material variances. We are starting with material variances. Initially whatever I do, I want you to write along with me. Certain things I'll tell you to write along with me, because there's a chart technique which I could not convert into my printed material. I've tried, but that is not working out. So I'll be explaining the chart. You will have to write along with me, and whenever I say, you'll have to write it. Now let's first understand material variances. Now first thing is, there will be two types of question. There can be a single raw material, there can be multiple raw material. A company may use only single raw material. They'll give data for single raw material and tell you to calculate material variances. Or there can be multiple raw material, that is material A, B, C, D. Multiple raw material can be there, and again they ask you to calculate material variances. First thing you have to understand is variance. Now write whatever I say, start writing it. Material variances. Material variances. You may leave whatever I'm telling you to write now. Leave after that some 4-5 pages, because in this chapter you have to make some notes, and when we solve question after 4-5 pages only, you will solve the question, because you will have to write some notes. It can take you 5-6 pages. So leave some space and then only you will solve question whenever we start. Material variances. Variance equal to difference between standard and actual. Difference between standard and actual. This is the definition of any variance. Difference between standard and actual. Below that, material cost variance. Material cost variance. There is a formula for this. Formula and all will come later. First understand the concept. Difference between standard material cost, how and all it is calculated, we'll see later. Standard material cost and actual material cost. Difference between standard material cost and actual material. Because somebody asked you what is the material cost variance. If you are in an interview, I only expect you to tell me this. Difference between standard material cost and actual material cost. There is a formula around this. Material price variance. Material price variance. All this as a formula we'll see later. Difference between standard material price standard material price and actual material price. Difference between standard material price and actual material price. Difference between standard material price and actual material price. Like this, there are a lot of variants. We will not write it. I just wanted you to start like this. There's something called as material usage variance. Formula: difference between standard material usage and actual material usage. There's a labor cost variance. Difference between standard labor cost, actual labor cost. There is a fixed overhead or variable overhead cost variance. Difference between standard variable overhead cost, actual variable overhead cost. There is a labor efficiency variance. Difference between standard labor efficiency and actual labor efficiency. Clear? Any doubts till this? This is the basic concept. Now, type of questions in material variance, right? Type of question in material variance. Type of question in material variance. Type of question in material variance. Split into two. Single raw material, multiple raw material. Single raw material, multiple raw material. There can be a single raw material situation. There can be multiple raw material situation. The printed material has formula and all, but the logic of the formula I could not explain in depth there. In fact, in the material itself, there is a QR code in the site where the formula are discussed. It's a YouTube video, but here in class anyway, we are going to discuss it. Now, right, situation 1, single material. Situation 1, single material. Single material. Okay, now understand. If somebody says my material cost is 100 per unit, 200 per unit, 50 per unit, it comes because of two factors. First factor is price of the material. Second factor is how much quantity are we using in the material. For example, Bharadwaj Institute can say our printing cost is 500 rupees per student. How 500 is decided? 1000 pages into 50 paise per page. 1000 pages into 50 paise per page is the planning we had done, and 500 is our printing cost. 500 is, let's say, material cost for us. I have to manufacture this mobile case. In the mobile case, I use some plastic product. The plastic product I use is 50 grams of plastic product. That is the quantity. Multiply that with the cost of the plastic is 20 rupees per kg. 50 grams into 20 per kg will tell me how much is the raw material cost for the mobile case. So, anywhere you incur material cost, how much is the material cost you want to know? You need to know two things: price and quantity. Price and quantity. How much price are we going to pay, and how much quantity is needed for any product. Any product we keep in picture. Any product, let's take an example of a hotel. In a hotel, you went there and asked for a South Indian meal. They gave you a price for the South Indian meal. How did they decide the price? First thing, they would have decided saying that, okay, in the meal we are going to use 200 grams of rice into some rate. We are going to use so much of vegetables into the rate. So much of dal into the rate. Curd could be added. So whatever products they are going to add, every product there is a quantity they have in mind and there is a rate they have in mind. If quantity fluctuates, cost will go up or go down. Rate fluctuates, cost will go up or go down. So there can be a variation in the cost, and this variation can happen because either quantity, I told you to use 50 grams of plastic, you ended up using 60 grams of plastic. I told you to buy plastic at 20 per kg, you bought it at 18 per kg. So two reasons can be there for variation in material cost. One is either the price, second is quantity. When I have multiple raw material, there's one more reason which we'll discuss in some time. Single material, two reasons are there. Now I'll be doing something I don't want you to write. When I tell you to write, write it. So now in order to do the variance, I need a table. The table will look something like this. This has to be prepared for every question. And after the table is done, you have to apply formulae. These are the three formulae for a single raw material situation. Then multiple raw material will have its formula, single labor will have its formula, multiple labor will have its formula, fixed overhead will have its formula, variable overhead will have its formula. So many formulae are there. So many formulae are there. You have to remember all the formulae, which is difficult, which is where I have a chart technique. The chart technique is not used in your ICA material. In exam, you can use the chart if you want to write the formulae. If you can remember the chart in mind, directly the table will come. So I am now going to tell how this table will come and how this formula will come through the chart. So if somebody says, no, I don't want to do this chart, I know how to, I can remember the table, I can remember the formula, go ahead and do it. I have no problem. But preferred is the chart technique. Preferred is the chart technique because like this, not one table. There's a single material, there will be multiple raw material, single labor. In that labor, there will be 4 categories. Variable overhead is there, fixed overhead is there. Totally 9-10 tables you have to remember. If you can remember, I have no problem. If you cannot remember, then you have to remember the chart. Remembering the chart, only one chart you have to remember. Others are similar. Others are similar. So how do I do this chart? Now, I said 2 reasons for variation in profit. The 2 reasons are price and quantity. The 2 reasons are price and quantity. Why should a variation happen? 2 reasons. Either it is a price reason or the quantity reason. So I write price in the y-axis. Can I write it in the x-axis? You can do it, but I have devised the chart to remember the formula. If I do this way only, I can remember the formula. So price in the y-axis, quantity in the x-axis. Quantity in the x-axis. If you change the order, obviously answer will, the chart table will not come. This chart again I'm telling is only to remember the chart, remember the table and the formula. So there can be 2 types of prices. One is called SP, second is called AP, standard price and actual price. Standard price and actual price. I wanted plastic to be purchased at 20 per kg. That is called standard price. What is standard? What should have happened? Standard is always what should have happened. By now, I should have completed 14 chapters. What should have happened is called standard. Standard price means what should have been paid to buy 1 kg of plastic. Actual price is what you have paid. What you have paid. So I have 2 types of prices, SP, AP. Can SP be more than AP? Yes, can be. Can AP be less? Anything is possible. This is just, again I'm saying the chart is just a tool to remember the formula. So we write SP and then AP in the top. We write SP and then AP in the top. Can I write the reverse? You can write the reverse, but then the chart will not give you the table, will not give you the formula. This is just a tool to remember the, because student says, no, AP can be lesser, SP can be lesser. It can be anything. It can be anything, but this is just a tool to remember the chart. So SP, AP, SP and AP. This side, SQ and AQ, SQ and AQ, SP and AP. What is SP? Price to be paid for purchasing 1 kg of plastic. AP, price actually paid for purchasing 1 kg of plastic. What is SQ? Quantity that should have been used for producing actual output. Quantity, standard is always computed with the help of actual. Quantity that should have been used for producing 1000 chairs. And what is actual quantity? Quantity actually used to produce 1000 chairs. Standard quantity means what should have happened. Actual quantity means what has happened in reality. So 4 things you have to remember. Standard quantity, quantity to be used for actual output. If you remember in your the EOQ chapter, we used this formula at some places. Actual output into input by output. Actual production into input by output. This is what I should have used. 1000 chairs I manufactured, 1000 chairs into 2 kg per chair, 2 by 1, that is the input output ratio. For one chair 2 kg of plastic, for one chair 2 kg of plastic, 1000 into 2 by 1, 1000 into 2 by 1, ignore RSQ for the time being. Actual is how much did we consume. What is standard? How much we should have consumed for producing what? Actual out, no budgeted, actual output. How much we should have consumed for producing actual output. What is actual quantity? How much did we consume? How much did we consume? Any doubts till this? How much we should have consumed? How much did we consume? What is standard price? Price to be paid. What is actual price? Price actually paid. To be paid, actually. What should have happened is called standard. What has happened is called actual. For the kind of effort you put in, you should have scored 70% in exam. That is called standard result. What is the result you got? 65%. Why is the variation? You analyze. For the kind of effort another student put, they should have scored only 50% marks. So I cannot say that student scored 55, you scored 65, you are better than the other student is not the end result, because for the effort you put in you should have scored 70. For the effort the other student put in, they should have scored only 50. They scored 55, they'll be happy because they put in less efforts and got 55. You put in lot of efforts, so you deserve to get 70, you got 65, you may be unhappy about it. With 65 you will be unhappy, with 55 a student will be happy, because they are comparing their actual with their standard. They are comparing their actual with their standard. For the kind of effort you put in, you should score 70% in exam. You scored only 65. Another student, for the effort they put in, they should have scored only 50. They scored 55. 50 versus 55 is a favorable variance. 65 versus 70 is an adverse variance. 65 versus 70 is a adverse variance. Whereas 55 guy is happy because they thought, okay, I put in so much effort only, I wanted 50% marks, I scored 55% mark, I am very happy about it. The other guy, for the kind of effort they put in, they should have scored 70, they scored only 65. It's an adverse variation. So to put it very simply, your actual can only be compared with the what kind of efforts you have put in, or what is standard. What is standard? Clear? Any doubts in this? So standard price, price to be paid. Actual price, price actually paid. Standard quantity, quantity to be consumed. Quantity to be consumed. Actual quantity, quantity actually consumed. Clear? Any doubts on this? Now, how do I remember the table? We start with standard price, link it with the first item. We start with standard price, link it with the first item which you see. So in the table, you will have an item called SP into SQ. You start with SP, link it with the first item which you see in the table. First item which you, then you again start with SP, link it with the second item. Link it with the second item, which is SP into AQ. Then you start with AP, link only with AQ. Link only with AQ. You may ask, why are you not doing with SQ? I don't want that in the formula. I want only AP into AQ in the formula. Can I do AP into SQ? Do it. It has no relevance. It has no relevance. Start with SP. Remember only SP, AP, SQ, AQ. Start with SP, link it with the first item. Start with SP, link it with the second item. Start with AP, link it with the third item. Link it with the third item. Can I link it other ways? You do it. That has no relevance in the calculation. Can I start with SP and first do with AQ, then do with SQ? Your wish. In the table, I want in this order. In the table, I want in this order. So SP into SQ, SP into AQ, and AP into AQ. This is how you will remember the table. Don't try to remember the table. Try to remember the chart. Once you are clear with the first chart, second, third, fourth, fifth, all are just small changes here and there. Start with SP, link it with SQ. Start with SP, link it with AQ. Start with AP, link only with AQ. Why we did this? I wanted this table. SP into SQ, SP into AQ, AP into AQ. I wanted this table. SP into SQ, SP into AQ, AP into AQ. How can I get this table? You can get this table by doing this. SP into SQ, SP into AQ, AP into AQ. Any doubts on this? Any doubts till this? SP into SQ, SP into AQ, AP into AQ. I want this table. I get the table through the chart. Any doubts till this? Write the chart, write the table below. My only request is don't look at the screen. It should have registered to you. But if you are not clear, then refer the screen. Write it till this. Put the chart and the table below that. This chart is just a tool to remember the form table and then the formula. Both will come out of the chart. SP into SQ, SP into AQ, AP into AQ, and price in the left hand side, quantity in the price in the y axis, quantity in the x axis. Any doubts till this? Can we proceed? Any doubts till this? Now let's understand how formula are going to come from here. Listen, price variance. Price variance is the difference between standard price and actual price. And quantity variance, the name is not quantity variance, I'll give the name to it in some time, is the difference between standard quantity and actual quantity. Price variance is the difference between standard price and actual price. Quantity variance is the difference between standard quantity and actual quantity. I'll give the name is slightly different. Now, nothing for you to note down, listen for some time. This part, the green shaded part is the difference between standard price and actual price. SP and AP you see here. SP and AP difference is the green shaded portion. The green shaded portion is SP and AP difference. The green shaded portion is SP and AP difference. Just understand this one. The first time it will take me at least 15-20 minutes to explain it. Thereafter, every formula is just a formality. Once you understand the first one, SP and AP variation, SP and AP variation, standard price and actual price. Then the yellow color is the SQ and AQ variation. The yellow color is SQ and AQ variation. The green one is SP and AP variation, and SQ and AQ variation is the yellow color one. Any doubts till this? Any doubts in this? Now, where is the formula going to come? The formula is, what we are going to do is, I have to take a rectangle. From that rectangle, I'll have to remove another rectangle, and left over is this area. Now, what I'm trying to explain here is, listen, we started with SP, AP. This side we started with SQ, AQ. We linked a lot of items. I'm not linking as of now. What I'm saying is, I'll start with SP and AP. AP into AQ. AP into AQ is the biggest rectangle. SP into AQ is another rectangle. SP into AQ is another rectangle. The gap between these two, AP into AQ is one rectangle. SP into AQ is another rectangle. AP into AQ is one rectangle. SP into AQ is another rectangle. The gap between this is the price variance. The gap between this is the price variance. I'll repeat again. We have three rectangle. What are the three rectangle? SP into SQ, SP into AQ, AP into AQ. I have written only two rectangles in the side now. Two rectangle to highlight that green shaded portion. What is the green shaded portion? Price variance. What is that green shaded portion? Start from SP, go on till AQ, start from AP, go on till AQ, and the gap between the two is called as the price variance. The gap between the two is called as the price variance. Now, the formula is technically AP into AQ, biggest rectangle, minus SP into AQ. From the bigger rectangle, what is bigger rectangle? This one. From this, if you remove this part, this part, you will be left with this. You will be left with this. From the biggest rectangle, remove the intermediate rectangle, you will be left with the in-between part. You will be left with the in-between part. There are three rectangle. One is SP into SQ, second is SP into AQ, third is AP into AQ. AP into AQ is the biggest rectangle. And then I have another rectangle called as SP into AQ. I have another rectangle called SP into SQ. Price variance is the difference between the biggest one, rectangle 3, and rectangle 2. Rectangle 3 and rectangle 2. Only point is, any variance is the difference between standard and actual. So standard price will come in as first and actual price will come as second for the formula. Standard price, that is smaller rectangle minus the bigger rectangle. This rectangle creation is just our way to remember the formula. SP can be more than AP, SP can be less than AP. It can be more, it can be less. So all our formula will be standard minus actual and not actual minus standard. So to put it very simply, it is, if I draw the diagram, SP, AP, SQ, AQ, rectangle 2 minus the rectangle 3. Rectangle 2 minus the rectangle 3 is the leftover area. Rectangle 2, smaller rectangle minus the bigger. No, bigger minus smaller. No problem. The formula, once you decide, you have to write standard first, actual second. You have to decide the formula, standard first and actual second. Same way. There is a SP into SQ and there is an SP into AQ. This gap is called as usage variance. This gap is called as usage variance. Rectangle 1 and rectangle 2. Rectangle 1 and there are three rectangles, R1, R2, R3. You have to compare the rectangles. You will get either the price variance or the usage variance. Rectangle 1 is SP into SQ. Rectangle 2 is SP into AQ. Rectangle 3 is AP into AQ. Price variance is comparing SP and AP. Comparing SP and AP. SP with the AQ, AP with the AQ. SP with the AQ, AP with the AQ is called as price variance. Similarly, usage or quantity. The quantity is technically called as usage variance. SP into SQ minus SP into AQ. I'll give you time to write. Be in listen mode for some time. I don't want you to write anything as of now. This is what you will see here. Material usage variance, SP into SQ minus SP into AQ. Material price variance, SP into AQ minus AP into AQ. How will I remember the formula? No remembering this way. Remembering the chart technique. I'll again do the chart. So in your notebook, your chart would be like this as of now. No writing. SP, AP, SQ, AQ. SQ and AQ. What did we do? Initially we did SP into SQ, rectangle 1. Then we did SP into AQ, rectangle 2. Then we did AP into AQ, rectangle 3. So there are three rectangles you created. R1 was SP into SQ, R2 or column 2 in your table, SP into AQ, rectangle 3, AP into three rectangles, SP into SQ, SP into AQ, AP into AQ. Three rectangles are there. SP into SQ, SP into AQ, AP into AQ. Three rectangles are there. Now, after understanding these three rectangles, I now need to do the formula. Formula is very simple. Compare these two price variance. Compare these two usage variance. Compare SQ and AQ. Where does SQ come? Rectangle 1. and rectangle 2 AQ comes. Rectangle 1 SQ comes. Rectangle 2, rectangle 3 also comes, but there the price changes. So rectangle 1 and rectangle 2 gap is called as usage variance. How will you remember this part in between? Where does this part come? Rectangle 1 minus rectangle 2. If you mathematically draw rectangle 1 and remove rectangle 2, leftover part is usage variance. This part is called price variance, and the other part is, this is called price, this is called usage. Put together is the cost variance. Put together is the cost. What is cost variance? Smallest rectangle SP into SQ, biggest rectangle AP into AQ. Smallest minus the biggest. From here till here, minus from here till here, minus from here till here. Smallest minus the biggest. Smallest minus the biggest. Able to understand this? I'll explain one more time and then only you're going to write it. We had drawn the diagram. Diagram had SP, diagram had AP, diagram had SQ, diagram had AQ. Why SQ before and why SP before? That is how I will remember the formula. The computation table had SP into SQ, computation table had SP into AQ, computation table had AP into AQ, SP into SQ, SP into AQ, AP into AQ. The top part is called price, bottom part is called usage. Why price? Compares SP and AP. Why usage? Compares SQ and AQ. Compares SQ and AQ. Once we decided this part, once we have decided this part, this is the price variance and this is the usage variance, we have decided. Now I want this part in the answer. How will I get this part? Start from SP, go on till AQ, go on till AQ, smaller rectangle. From this again start with AP and do the bigger rectangle. The gap is called as the price variance. Usage variance, SP into SQ, smaller rectangle, minus SP into AQ, bigger rectangle. SP into SQ, smaller rectangle, minus SP into AQ. Together is called as cost variance. Together is called as cost variance. How will you decide together? Smallest rectangle minus the biggest rectangle. Smallest rectangle minus the biggest rectangle. This is how you will remember the formula. Chart, if you can visualize, great. You cannot visualize, in the exam, draw the chart on the side. From the chart, write the table, and the table and the chart will give you the formula. Table and chart will give you the formula. I'll give you time to write. Now look at the chart and tell me what is the formula for price variance. I want everyone to tell what is the formula for material price variance. Everyone, SP into AQ minus AP into AQ. What is the formula for usage variance? SP into SQ. Everyone, SP into SQ minus SP into AQ. What is the formula for cost variance? SP into SQ minus AP into AQ. What is the formula for usage variance? SP into SQ minus SP into AQ. What is the formula for price variance? SP into AQ minus AP into AQ. What is the formula for cost variance? SP into SQ minus AP into AQ. No remembering the formula. If you remember the formula, I cannot really help it. Chart, visualize, formula will automatically come. Formula will automatically come. What is the formula for usage variance? Participate. I want participation. SP into SQ minus SP into AQ. Price variance. SP into AQ minus AP into AQ. Cost variance. SP into SQ minus AP into AQ. Any doubts on this? This is what is covered here. If you see, material cost variance, SP into SQ minus AP into AQ. Majority of the student remember the formula. Is it okay to do that way? I leave it to you. But if you remember the chart, no formula to be remembered. No formula to be remembered. Chart, once you will do, second time when I do, things will automatically fall in place, because this is one material. Similar chart for two material, similar chart for others. It will keep going on like that. So we have totally 10 charts, I think we do here. So like this, there are 10 sets of formula in this chapter. Remembering so much can be difficult for student. That is where chart comes into picture. Clear? Any doubts on this? Any doubts on this? Now in the chart, write this price usage. Write the price and usage. price and usage. Clear? Now come down right. Material cost variance. Material cost variance equal to, center of the page, material cost variance equal to difference between difference between difference between standard material cost and actual material cost. Difference between standard material cost, actual material cost, center of the page. Okay, difference between standard material cost and actual material cost. What is material cost? Price into quantity. Standard material cost means 2SP into SQ. Actual material cost is AP into AQ. This is another logic, but I leave it in the chart itself. It is there in the chart. SP into SQ minus AP into AQ. First part alone I'll be explaining in depth. Thereafter only some changes here and there will happen. The first variance will take me at least 1 hour to explain. That's okay. Second variance onwards is just a formality. Break it into two. Material price variance. Material usage variance. Material price variance. Material usage variance. Price variance and usage variance. Price variance and usage variance. Price variance, put arrow mark down. Difference between difference between difference between standard price and actual price. This is the top part of the chart. Standard price and actual price is the top part of the chart. It's always standard minus actual. Always standard minus. Can I change the chart? It will not help me in giving the formula. That is why I leave the chart as it is, and you have to remember the formula from the chart. Difference between standard price and actual price, which is SP into AQ minus AP into AQ. If you see, if I compare these together, it is SP minus AP multiplied with actual quantity. Actual quantity is common. SP minus AP is the formula. SP minus AP multiplied with actual quantity. Multiplied with actual quantity. SP minus AP multiplied with actual quantity. Any doubts on this? This side. Difference between standard quantity and actual quantity. Standard quantity and actual quantity. Standard quantity and actual quantity in the formula. In the chart. SP into, what is the formula? SP into SQ minus, if you do this formula properly, it is SQ minus AQ multiplied with standard price. SQ minus AQ multiplied with standard price. Multiplied with standard price. Any doubts till this? Any doubts till this? I'll repeat one more time. First time alone I repeat multiple times. So we started with the chart. Chart is this side you have SP AP, this side you have SQ AQ, rectangle 1 or column 1 of the table, rectangle 2 or column 2 of the table, rectangle 3 are column 3 of the table. SP into SQ, SP into AQ, AP into AQ, SP into SQ, SP into AQ, AP into AQ. Top part is called as price. Why price? SP and AP is compared here. Bottom part SQ and AQ gap is called usage. Is called usage. What is the formula for material price variance? Look at the chart. Look at the chart. Material price variance formula. SP into AQ minus AP into AQ. Usage variance. SP into SQ minus SP into AQ. Cost variance. SP into SQ minus AP into AQ. Any doubts on this? Any doubts on this? I give you around a minute or two, go through whatever we have done, then I get into some problem solving on single material. First, go through whatever you have written in your notebook. 1-2 minutes for you, register everything, and then we decide. Okay, we are going to do a basic question on this area, which is your single material, just to get started with this concept. Very simple question. ABC Limited furnishes the following information. Standard material for 70 kg, 100 kg is used. Price of material 1 per kg. Actual output, material used, cost of material, compute all relevant variances. A very basic simple question to started with. In this question, do you see multiple raw material? What is multiple raw materials? Material A, B, or material 1, material 2. Is there anything like that? No. What can question give is something like this. Material A, material B. They can give material A and material B. If they give that, it is a multiple material. What happens in that, we will see later. As of now, this is a single material question. Single material question. Every question I solve in class, I'll do the chart first for the initial set of question. Later, if I get a comfort, I may not do the chart. So let's draw the chart now. Let's draw the chart. Single material chart. Draw it along with me. Draw the chart. In y-axis, we will write SP, AP, SP and AP. In x-axis, we will write SQ and AQ. Standard quantity, actual quantity, standard price, actual price. Again, I'm repeating, this is just a tool to remember the formulae. Somebody says, no, I don't want to do all this. I remember the table, I remember the chart, go ahead and do it in exam. I have no problem with that. This side, we start with SP, link it with SQ. So first one is SP into SQ. A table below this, SP into SQ. That's called computation table. Working note 1, computation table. Working note 1, computation table, SP into SQ. Then SP into AQ. And then finally AP into AQ. Three things we have to calculate. SP into SQ, SP into AQ, AP into AQ. SP into standard quantity, SP into actual quantity, actual price into actual quantity. In the chart itself, top part is called price variance, bottom part is called usage variance. Usage or quantity. Price and usage. Top part is called price variance, bottom part is called usage variance. Price and usage. SP, SQ, SP, AQ, AP, AQ. Price variance and usage variance. Clear? These are basic information. Now, let's look at the question. How much is the price to be paid for buying 1 unit of raw material? What is the price to be paid for buying 1 unit of raw material? 1 per kg, 1 per kg. Write SP as 1 at 2 places. 1 rupee at 2 places. 1 rupee at 2 places. I wanted to pay 1 rupee. Now, what is the price actually paid? See here, I have used 2,80,000 kg of raw material. Output is finished product. I've used 2,80,000 kg of raw material, and the material cost for that is 2,52,000. Material cost for that is 2,52,000. Leave some two lines, come down. Note 1. Note 1. Note 1. AP equal to actual price equal to 2,52,000 for 2,80,000 kg of raw material. 2,52,000 we have paid for 2,80,000 kg of raw material. 252 paid for 280 kg of raw material. 280 kg of raw material. How much is this? So AP 0.9. AP 0.9. AP 0.9. Any doubts on this? AP 0.9. We have paid 90 paise. We have paid 90 paise for 1 unit of raw material. For 1 unit of raw material, we have paid how much? 90 paise. Then comes actual quantity. Then comes actual quantity. Listen, there is a difference between output and quantity. Actual output means finished product. People make mistakes in this. Output means finished product. Actual quantity means raw material consumed by the company. Actual quantity means raw material consumed by the company. Output means finished product. Quantity means raw material. How much is the raw material consumed by the company? 2,80,000 kg. 2,80,000 kg. Two places. 2,80,000 at two places. 2,80,000 at two places. Two lakh 80,000 at two places. Note 2. Standard quantity is equal to many times this is a calculation to be done. Don't take data from the question directly, they will give wrong information. Standard quantity is always calculated with the help of actual output. When we did EOQ chapter, we used to do this formula there. In the EOQ chapter, there used to be a formula: annual production into input by output. That formula I have to do. Annual production, actual production, actual. Standard quantity is based on production. Production means finished product. AO will now come into picture. So standard quantity is equal to actual output into input divided by output. There will be some input output ratio given in the question. We'll see it. Actual output into input by output. Into input by output. What is the actual output produced by the company? 2,10,000. 2,10,000. There is an input output ratio given in the question. The input output ratio says the standard norm is for 70 kg finished product. 70 kg finished product, you will use 100 kg of raw material. 70 kg finished product, you will use what? 100 kg of raw material. 70 kg finished product, you will use 100 kg of raw material. 70 kg finished product, 100 kg of raw material. So into input by output is 100 by 70. Input output is 100 by 70. 3 lakhs. Now I'll start doing the variance calculation, but let me quickly summarize what we have done here. 3 lakh. Any doubts on this? Now write here 3 lakh. We'll do the calculation sometime. Listen, I wanted to use 3 lakh kgs of raw material. I've used only 2,80,000. I've saved money for the company. Usage will be favorable. I wanted to use 3 lakh kgs. I've used only 2,80,000 kg. Somewhere I've saved money for the company. I wanted to pay 1 rupee per kg. I paid only 90 paise per kg. Again, I've saved money for the company. I wanted to pay 1 rupee per kg. I paid how much? 90 paise per kg. I wanted to use 3 lakh kgs. I have used only 2 lakh 80,000 kgs. Both the places we have saved money. Usage will also be favorable, and your quantity is also, that is your price is also going to be favorable. Now 1 into 3 lakh, right? The table, let's close it. 1 into 3 lakh, 3 lakh. 1 into 2 lakh 80, 2 lakh 80, and zero point 0.9 into 2 lakh 80, 2 lakh 52. 0.9 into 2 lakh 80, 2 lakh 52. Now let us put it very simply. I wanted company to spend 3 lakh rupees. They have spent only 2 lakh 52,000 rupees. So there is a favorable variation. Why did this happen? 10 paise less in the price, and some quantity saving also we have done because of some efficiency or something, but there is saving on the quantity side, saving on the price side. Both we have saved here. Sometimes quantity you will save, price you will spend more, or price you will save, quantity you will spend more, or both you may spend more, both you may spend less. But we are now analyzing the variation. Any doubts on the table? Next, working note 2, computation of variances. Working note 1 was the table, computation table. Working note 2, computation of variances. Computation of variances. Now, I do it in the class as a table. I do it in the class as a chart. In exam, your wish. You want to do it as a chart, do it as a chart. You don't want to do it as a chart, then write formula one by one. First, at the center of the page, material cost variance. Material cost variance is equal to, material cost variance is equal to smallest rectangle minus the biggest rectangle. Smallest rectangle minus the biggest rectangle. Visualize the chart and tell me the formula. Tell me the formula, visualize. SP into SQ minus AP into AQ. Look at the table and tell me what is the value of SP into SQ. 3 lakh. AP into AQ. 3 lakh minus 2 lakh 52,000. 3 lakh minus 2 lakh 52,000. Are you getting a positive answer, negative answer? If you get a positive answer, it is favorable variance. If you get a negative answer, it is adverse variance. That's all. Formula is simple. Favorable variance, it is, positive answer, it is favorable. Negative answer, it is adverse. I wanted to spend 3 lakh rupees. I spent only 2 lakh 52,000 rupees. So answer is 48,000 in bracket F. Or 48,000 F, you need not write in bracket also. F indicates favorable, or you can even write 48,000 favorable. Basically, we have saved 48,000 rupees for the company. This 48,000 saving will lead to extra profit. So, company did at the end of their profit is more. Why? Reason is material cost variance. Now, this I can bifurcate into two. 48,000 is the major reason. Now, I'll bifurcate this into two. Two reasons can be price or usage. Two reasons can be price or usage. So, now put an arrow mark down. Material price variance. Material price variance. Material price variance. Look at the chart and tell me the formula for material price variance. SP into AQ minus AP into AQ. Formula is SP into AQ minus AP into AQ. Tell me the values of this. SP into AQ, how much? Sorry? 2 lakh 80,000 minus 2 lakh 52,000. Positive answer. 28,000 favorable. Now, this, whatever we got, this will be appreciated or given benefit to the purchase manager, because his job is to buy the material. Material price variance, the responsibility for this is the purchase manager. 48,000 saved. Production manager cannot take full credit. 28,000 is because of the purchase manager. So I'll call the purchase manager, understand why did we save 28,000. If I find a genuine reason saying that this guy has put in a lot of efforts and because of which we saved money, I'll pay him some bonus. I'll pay him some bonus. Any doubts on this? It could be possible that 1 rupee plan was wrong. It should have been 80 paise. It could be multiple reasons. We analyze it. If we feel yes, he has done good job, pay some bonus. If he has done a bad work, penalty will be charged. When I say penalty, we will tell why you did all this issue. and then maybe next time he does corrective action. Material usage variance. Material usage variance. Look at the chart. Look at the chart and tell me the formula. SP into SQ minus SP into AQ. SP into SQ minus SP into AQ. How much is the SP into SQ? 3 lakh. SP into AQ? 2 lakh 80,000. What is the difference? This is responsibility of the production manager because he has ensured that material is used properly. 20,000 favorable. I will call him and say, great job. Understand more from him. And after I understand more from him, I may pay him some reward. Clear? Any doubts on this? So we have understood that there is a 48,000 variation. Why did that happen? 28,000 because of price variance, 20,000 because of usage variance. This can be further bifurcated later and all in other variances. You'll understand. 28,000, 20,000, 28,000 and 20,000. We will give reward or penalty based on what is the performance. Any doubts till this? Any doubts on this? Again, I'm repeating. When I do a question, I'll do the chart. In exam, not mandatory. With the chart, we will write the table, and with the table, we'll write the variance. In class, I do it like the chart one. In exam, it's up to you. You want to do chart? I wouldn't prefer you doing chart because it will be little difficult to present. Better to write material price variance, SP into SQ minus AP into AQ. Write the answer. Next line, material price variance. This minus, but ensure that price and usage adds up to price overall variance. If it's not adding up, then you have done a mistake somewhere. Should you remember the formula? No, you will have to remember the chart. From the chart, formula will automatically come. Once the formula comes in, automatically do the calculation. In fact, in class, as I do problems, I'll only do the computation table. Variance calculation, I leave it to students because here I just wasted time. I did not, there's no learning in the variance calculation. Zero learning in the variance calculation. It is just a replica from the chart. You have to remember the chart, and from the chart, you have to write the formula. But obviously, marks are only for this. Marks are for the variance computation, but there we are not learning anything new. The learning will come only in the table because new challenges will come in doing the table. Any doubts till this? So I'll repeat here. What we did is we did a chart SP into SQ, SP into AQ, AP into AQ. SP into SQ is called standard material cost or rectangle 1, SP into AQ rectangle 2, AP into AQ rectangle 3. Price variance is the difference between rectangle 2 and rectangle 3, the top part. Usage variance is the difference between rectangle 1 and rectangle 2, bottom part. Together is called as the cost variance. Any doubts on this? Only request is please go through the chart again. We will keep adding newer modifications in this, and we will totally prepare around 8 to 10 charts for different area. You will not have difficulty in remembering the charts and all. Once one chart is clear, everything else is going to be very simple. First chart I spend a lot of time. Second, third chart onwards, the time will gradually keep going down. Any doubts on this? Clear? I'll end with this today's session.
Okay, in the earlier session, you learnt about single raw material. Today, we are going to learn the next situation. I'll tell you to write down whenever I tell, write it. Situation 2. Just give me. Situation 2. Multiple raw material. We're going to see something called as multiple raw material. We saw a problem where there was only single raw material, but practical world, an organization can use more than one raw material. So what happens? How do we calculate is what we'll see. Now, chart almost remains similar. This side you have SP, AP, SQ, AQ, SQ and AQ. This is what you saw for single material. SP, AP, SQ, AQ. In between an item comes called as RSQ. What is RSQ? I'll explain later. But in between an item will come called as RSQ if you have more than one raw material. More than one raw material could be 2, 3, 4. I have to bring in an item called RSQ. Computation table will be SP into SQ, SP into RSQ, SP into AQ, AP into AQ. Start from SP and then connect with SQ, then SP with RSQ, SP with AQ, and AP with AQ. The connecting is SP with SQ, the first item, then SP with RSQ, second item, SP with AQ, third item, and then AP only with AQ, only with AQ. Why not connecting others? I don't need it. So I connect SP with SQ, SP with RSQ, SP with AQ, and AP with AQ. This is how we are going to connect the item. SP with SQ, SP with RSQ, SP with AQ, AP with AQ. So I connect them and this gives me my computation table. You can write in sometime SP into SQ, SP into RSQ, SP into AQ, AP into AQ, AP into AQ. So why we are doing this? Because there is more than one material. When you have more than one material, you will have to bring in an item called RSQ. The top part is called price. Bottom part, two parts are there. Together is called usage. This is further broken down into what are those variances? I'll explain in some time, but it is broken down into yield and mix. It is broken down as yield and mix. Now the formula logic remains the same. Can you tell me what can be the formula for material price variance? Look at the chart. Material price variance, the top part. SP into AQ minus AP into AQ. Starting from SP connecting with AQ, then bigger rectangle AP connecting with AQ. SP, AQ smaller, bigger, the gap. Gap is the price variance. What is the formula for usage variance? SP into SQ, SP into AQ, the gap. Gap. What can be the formula for yield variance? SP into SQ, SP into RSQ, SP into AQ, SP into AQ. The in between area, the in between area is the yield variance. What can be the formula for mix variance? SP into RSQ minus SP into AQ, SP into RSQ minus SP into AQ. I'll repeat again. We start with SP with AQ, AP with AQ. The gap is called price variance. The gap is called price. This minus the bigger rectangle. This minus the bigger rectangle. Usage smaller minus the bigger. Smaller minus the yield smaller minus the bigger. Smaller minus the bigger. Mix smaller minus the bigger. Smaller, sorry, this one minus this one. Clear? Any doubts on this? Any doubts on this? Formula I will write in some time. You first write the chart. Write the chart and the table and write variances in bracket in the chart itself. In between an item comes called as RSQ. SP into SQ, then an RSQ item comes in between. As I said, if you understood yesterday's chart, now onwards it's going to be only a formality. Clear. In between an item comes RSQ, and below is the computation table. We are going to write formula with this now. So it started with SP, connected with SQ, again started with SP, connected with RSQ, again started with SP, connected with AQ, then AP only with AQ, AP only with AQ. This is the chart, and with the chart we got the table. Then the formula is material cost variance, smallest rectangle minus the biggest rectangle, smallest rectangle minus the biggest, SP into SQ, AP into AQ. The leftover portion is called material cost variance. Material price, SP into AQ, AP into AQ. The leftover portion is called price variance. Usage, SP into SQ and SP into AQ, the leftover portion, Yield variance, SP into SQ, SP into RSQ, and mix variance, SP into RSQ, SP into AQ. Always smaller rectangle minus the bigger rectangle. That's how our formulae are going to be. Now come down, center of the page. Material cost variance equal to material cost variance equal to smallest rectangle, SP into SQ, minus AP into AQ, SP into SQ minus AP into AQ, smallest rectangle minus the biggest rectangle, SP into SQ minus AP into AQ, broken down into material price variance, material price variance, material price variance. Look at the question and give the answer. So look at the chart. Look at the chart. Metal price variance. What's the formula? SP into AQ minus AP into AQ. SP into AQ minus AP into AQ. Other side, material usage variance. Material usage variance. Usage variance. Look at the chart and tell me the formula. SP into SQ minus SP into AQ. No need to remember any formula, just do it this way. Usage variance broken down into material yield variance. Material yield variance. Look at the chart and tell me the formula. Material yield variance. SP into SQ, SP into RSQ. Material yield variance, SP into SQ minus SP into RSQ. Other side, material yield variance is done. Other side, material mix variance. These two are sub part of the usage variance. Look at the chart and tell me the formula. SP into RSQ, SP into RSQ minus SP into AQ. Material yield variance, material mix variance. Mix is SP into RSQ minus SP into AQ. Any doubts on this? Any doubts on this part? Clear? I give you a minute, go through the chart, and then I'll give some more notes. Go through the chart. Okay, so more than one material there, an item comes in between called as RSQ, and that leads to two more variances, yield variance and your mix variance. There's another name for yield which is called sub usage. So this is the broad breakup. Material variance, difference between standard material cost and actual material cost. Variation can be because of quantity or price. Quantity can be because of yield, otherwise called as sub usage variance. Sub usage is part of the usage variance. And mix variance. Yield or sub usage variance or mix variance. Now this yield variance and mix variance logic I meant to explain, which I'll explain as we proceed. Any doubts to this? Any doubts on this? Now let's understand what is RSQ. Now I have two material A, material B. I calculated standard quantity and actual quantity was there in the question, and I need something called as RSQ. Actual quantity consumed is 300, 700. 300 and 700 is the actual quantity consumed by the organization. Standard quantity as per the formula. What is the formula? Is actual output into input by output. You applied that formula and you got the number. You applied the formula and then got the number. That number is, just give me 250 and 1000. 250 and 1000. Using 300 and 700, I have produced 800 units of output. This is the output I have done. Okay, using 300 and 700. Using 300 and 700, this is the output. Whereas we should have used 250 and 1000. We should have used 250 and 1000 and got the same 800 units. 250 and 1000 we should have used and got the same 800 units, but we ended up using only 300 and 700 and got the 800 units. Now what is RSQ? Is total of the actual quantity. Total of the actual quantity. What is the total of the actual quantity? 1000 in the proportion of standard quantity. You are mixing SQ and AQ. You are mixing SQ and AQ. Total of the actual quantity in the proportion of the standard quantity, or technically standard mix. We have mixed material in the ratio of 3:7. Plan was to mix it in the ratio of 1:4. 250:1000. Plan was to mix it in the ratio of 1:4. We have mixed it in the ratio of 3:7. If there is a variation in the mix, it leads to mix variance. It leads to mix variance. There is a variation in the mix. The plan was to mix it in the ratio of 3:7. Whenever we are cooking something, there is some composition that you have to mix it in this proportion. So plan was to mix it in the proportion of 3:7. We ended up mixing it in the proportion of 1:4. Obviously, this will lead to a variance called mix variance. So total is 1000. Can you split 1000 in the ratio of 1:4? Split 1000 in the ratio of 1:4. 1000 in the ratio of 1:4. Sorry? 200 is to 800. Now, what is RSQ? Is total of actual quantity in standard mix. Total of actual quantity in standard mix. I have produced 800 units. I should have used 1250 units of raw material in 1:4 mix. In 1:4 mix, 1250 units of raw material. What is 1250? 250 plus 1000. I should have done this. I should have done this. What we ended up doing, we produced the 800 units with 1000 units of raw material in the mixes. The difference between this is called mix variance. 3:7 versus 1:4. 3:7 versus 1:4 is called mix variance. And difference in the usage is called as yield. That is quantity use. What is yield? Is if you use 1 unit of input, you should get 0.8 unit of yield. Is how much you should get for the unit which you are using. So ideally, I should have got 800 units with 1250 units of raw material. That's the standard yield. The standard yield is 800 units, 1250 units of raw material. If I mix 1 kg of atta, I should get 20 chapatis. That is the standard yield. The standard yield is 20 chapatis should come with
1 kg of wheat. In case I get more or less, that is called yield variance. That is called yield variance. With atta, I was to mix certain other things, and with wheat, I was to mix millets and something and all, and then was to prepare roti. In that case, the original plan was to mix it in the ratio of something, and you mix it in some other ratio, that leads to mix variance. That leads to mix variance. So mix variance is same 1000 units, same 1000 units. What is 1000 units? What you have used, same 1000 units, but 3 is to 7 and 1 is to 4 change. 3 is to 7, 1 is to 4. 3 is to 7, 1 is to 4 for the same 1000 units. For the same 1000 units, same 1000 units, 3 is to 7 and 1 is to 4 is called mix variance. 3 is to 7 and 1 is to 4. And yield variance is same 1 is to 4 mix remains same. In this and in this, mix is remaining same, only quantity is changing. Mix is remaining same, quantity is changing. For mix variance, quantity remains same, mix is changing. Quantity remains same, mix is changing. I'll repeat again. Yield variance is difference in quantity used, difference in quantity used with the same mix, when you calculate, see the difference in quantity used, but don't see the mix change, mix variance is difference in mix used, but no change in quantity, I'll repeat again one more time. This I'll repeat again. I have done original plan. Please use 250 and 1000, 1 is to 4 mix, and get 800 units. I did something smarter. I used only 300 and 700. So I wanted to use 1250. I have used only 1000. This gap gives me quantity variance or usage variance. Then I wanted to analyze, okay, 1250 versus 1000. Can you please keep 1250 in 1 is to 4 ratio, 1000 also in 1 is to 4 ratio, and calculate the yield variance. 1250 in 1 is to 4 ratio, 1000 also in 1 is to 4 ratio, and calculate what? Yield variance. Then, okay, yield is done. Now you are saying, okay, let's do the mix part of it. What is mix part of it? 1000 in 1 is to 4 and 1000 in 3 is to 7. 1000 in 1 is to 4 and 1000 in 3 is to 7. Clear? Any doubts on this? Yield variance can be favorable, can be adverse, and favorable means good, adverse means bad. Mix variance can also be favorable or adverse, but technically both are problems. Both are problem. Why both are problem? Because I wanted raw material to mix in the ratio of 3 is to 7. You mix it in some other proportion that reduces cost or increases cost. Whenever you change the proportion, quality can get impacted, because you have to mix in some proportion to get a product. I'll repeat this again with another example. I have product A, I have product B. Input output ratio is 100 is to 80. 100 is to 80. This is the input output ratio. Input output ratio is 100 is to 80, and I should mix A and B. I should mix A and B in the ratio of 1 is to 1. I should mix A and B in the ratio of 1 is to 1. We produced 1600 units. We produced 1600 units. We produced 1600 units. My input output ratio is 100 is to 80. I have produced 1600 units. I have produced 1600 units. My SQ is equal to AO into input by output. 1600 into 100 by 80 is 2000. 100 by 80 is 2000. So standard quantity is 2000 in the ratio of 1 is to 1. 2000 in the ratio of 1 is to 1. 2000 in the ratio of 1 is to 1. This is what should have happened. I got a surprise. I have ended up using 1200 and 900. I've ended up using 1200 and 900. I wanted to use only 2000 units. I have ended up using 2100. This gap will give you first the usage variance, and then we analyze the usage into two parts. One is 2000 versus 2100, and second is mix. What is mix? Original plan 1 is to 1. What did you do? 4 is to 3. You have done 4 is to 3. Original plan 1 is to 1. What we have ended up doing? 4 is to 3. What is RSQ? Total of AQ. Total of AQ in standard mix. What is total of AQ? 2100. What is standard mix? 1050, 1050. 1 is to 1. 1 is to 1. So yield variance is the gap between this. Yield variance is the gap between the quantity, but mix remains same. Yield variance is the difference in quantity, but the mix remains same. Mix variance is the difference in mix. Difference in mix, but the quantity remains same. Difference in mix, but the quantity remain same. Difference in mix, but the quantity remain same. Quantity is 2100, 2100. Mix 1 is to 1, 4 is to 3. 1 is to 1 and 4 is to 3. Any doubts in this? Any doubts in this? Now write RSQ. Note, write a note. RSQ is the total of AQ. RSQ is the total of AQ in standard mix. RSQ is the total of AQ in standard mix. Total of AQ in standard mix. Total of AQ in standard mix. Clear? Any doubts in this? Clear? So mix variance is the difference between, if somebody asks what is the mix variance formula? Difference between standard mix and actual mix. What is the formula for yield variance? Difference between standard yield and actual yield. What is the formula for cost variance? Difference between standard cost and actual cost. What is the formula for price variance? Difference between standard price and actual price. Usage variance, difference between standard usage and actual usage. Earlier, usage, we did not have multiple reason. Now usage variance can occur because of two. One is because of quantity variation. Second is because of mix variance. One is because of quantity variation. Second is because of mix variation. Clear? Any doubts on this? One quantity, second is mix. Any doubts on this part? Clear? We'll now proceed with certain questions. Let's come to question 2. Let's start doing this. Standard cost of a chemical mixture is as follows: 40% of material A at 20 per kg, 60% of material B at 30 per kg. Standard loss of 10% in input is expected in production. Cost record show the following usage: 90 kg of material A at 18, 110 kg of material B at 34, quantity produced 182 of good product. Calculate all material variances. I give a minute or two, go through, 1 minute, go through the question. Okay, let's do it. Is there a single raw material or multiple raw material here? There is a material A and there is a material B. Let's do the question. In the question, when we do, we'll first do the chart and then the table and then the variance computation. Put the chart first. Put the chart first. SP, AP, SQ, AQ. In between an item comes called as RSQ. In between an item comes called RSQ. SP into SQ, SP into RSQ, SP into AQ, AP into AQ, SP into SQ, SP into RSQ, SP into AQ, AP into AQ.
SP into SQ, SP into RSQ, SP into AQ, AP into AQ. Top part is called as price variance. Top part is called as price variance. Bottom part is called usage, broken down into yield, mix. In exam, this chart is not mandatory. In fact, I wouldn't prefer you doing it. It's just waste of time. You will have to imagine it in your mind and then do. Being we are doing initial set of questions, so I'm doing this. Clear? Working note 1, computation table. Working note 1, computation table. Totally, we need 4 columns, but there will be an extra column needed. There is first column. What is that? I'll explain later. Totally 5 columns. In that, leave the first column blank. Leave the first column blank. Totally 5 columns. Second column is SP into SQ. Third column is SP into RSQ. SP into AQ. AP into AQ. Leave that first column blank. Totally 4 columns only. First column, write material. Write material and write A and B. We have to do calculation for A and B and total. Material A, B, total. Material A, B and total. Material column in the left hand side, it's like particulars. It's like particulars. When you add single material, I did not have this because there it was not needed. We'll first start with price. We'll go like this and then quantity in the reverse order. That's how we normally do. What is the standard price of A and B? It is given in the question. What is the standard purchase price of A and B? 20 and 30. 20 and 30. Please fill it at 3 places. 20 and 30. Please fill it at 3 places. 20 and 30. 20 rupees and 30 rupees. Clear? What is the actual price? That is also given directly in the question. 18 and 34. First we fill the price part of it. First we fill the price part of it, which is done. 20, 30, 18, 34, SP, 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 AP, done. AQ is also given directly in the question. What is the AQ? 90 and 110. What is AQ? Is quantity used. AQ is raw material. AQ is raw material. At 2 places, 90, reverse order now. 90, 110. We normally fill price and then quantity in the reverse order. Can I do other anything? You have to just complete the table. 90 and 110. Clear? Come down. Note 1. Computation of RSQ. Computation of RSQ. Computation of RSQ. What is RSQ? Total of AQ. Total of AQ in standard mix. Total of AQ in standard mix. Center of the page. Total of AQ equal to. Total of AQ equal to. What is AQ of A? I want participation, guys. You'll have to participate. Total of AQ. AQ of A is how much? 90. B. 90 plus 110, 200. 90 plus 110, 200. Broken down as RSQ of A. Somewhere some mix would have been given in the question. Some proportion they would have mentioned. Some proportion they would have mentioned. What is the proportion? Sorry? 40, 60. I wanted raw material to be used in the proportion of 40, 60. What did we ended up using is 45, 55. 90, 110 is 45, 55. But wanted in the ratio of 40, 60. Total split in this ratio. RSQ of A 200 into 40%. 200 into 40%. 40, 60. 200 into 40%, RSQ of B 200 into 60%, 40% and 60%. Clear? 80 and 120. Any doubts in this? Go to the top, write it. 80, 120. 80 and 120. Total of AQ in standard mix. What is standard mix? 40, 60. 40 and 60. Given in the question. Sometimes they may not give it. What happens? We'll see as we proceed. Any doubts in this? Next, note 2. Computation of SQ. Most of the time, this two data point will not be directly given. RSQ and SQ will not be directly given in many problems. SQ is equal to actual output into input divided by output. Actual output into input divided by output. Input divided by output. What is the actual output? 182. 182. There's an input output ratio given in the question. They have said standard loss is how much? 10%, which means if my I can take any input. If my input is 100, output is 90. If input is 100, output is 90. Standard loss is how much? 10%. Or you can say input is 10, output is 9, whichever way you say. Our input is 1, output is 0.9. I normally take 100, so output is 90. Output is 90 into 100 by 90. Into 100 by 90. 182 into 100 by 90. 202.22. You can round off or do 202.22. That's up to you. Wouldn't make any big difference. If it's in kgs or something, even decimal usage is possible. If it's in units, then I should ideally round it off. But 202.22. 202.22. Split this now in the ratio of 40 is to 60. Split this in the ratio of 40 is to 60. Next, SQ of A. SQ of A 202.22 into 40%. Into 40%. $80.89. If needed, I can round it off to 81 also. I'm not sure what I've done in the printed answer. 80.89 can be rounded off. SQ of B into 60%. Into 60%. 121.33. Okay, let me round it off. I'm not sure what is there in the answer. 81 and 121. 81 and 121. Can I do without rounding off? Yes, can be. Okay, I'll follow whatever is done in the answer. Okay, we have not rounded off. Let it be as it is. Let it be as it is. 80.89 and 1, but can be rounded off. Can be rounded off. I can only tell you it can be rounded off. 80.89, 121.33. Any doubts on this? Go up. 80.89, 121.33. Main part of the question is getting this table correctly. Now in the calculator, 20 into 80.89 equal to, don't press any other key, then 30 into 121.33 equal to
and press a GT button. This will tell me the total of 2. Press a GT button. 5257 or 5258. I'll repeat again. 20 into 80.89 equal to, leave it as it is. If GT is not working, then you have to manually note this in your notebook. Then do the second multiplication, note it, and then put a total. If GT is working, noting down is not needed. I'll repeat, 20 into 80.89 equal to, then leave as it is, 30 into 121.33 equal to, and a GT button. And a GT button. Don't press any other key, okay? Whatever I say, exactly do that. 20 into 80.89, 30 into 20 into 80.89 equal to, 30 into 121.33 equal to, and a GT button. What's the total? 5258. I round off at this stage. 5258. Now you put a AC button and start again. 20 into 80 equal to, 30 into 120 equal to, GT button. 5200. 5200. 20 into 90 equal to, 30 into 110 equal to 5100. 18 into 90 equal to, 34 into 110 equal to 53. Problem according to me is over. Moment you complete this table, question is over. But in exam, the marks are not for this. Marks is for the variance calculation, which we are going to do now. Any doubts till this? Any doubts in this? Clear? Can you proceed? Working note 2, computation of variances. Any doubts in any of these items? Any doubts in any of these items? This is a very simple, straightforward question, and it is an exam question. It's not that exam question are very tough and all. Questions are like this only. People struggle with this chapter because of the mental block of the formulae. It is only because of the mental block of the formulae they end up struggling with this chapter. Now, working note 2, computation of variances. Computation of variances. I'm going to do it as a chart. Your wish, you want to do it as a chart. First problem, let's do it as a chart. Second problem onwards, I'll leave it to you. So at the center of the page, material cost variance. Center of the page, material cost variance. Center of the page, material cost variance. Material cost variance. Look at the chart and tell me the formula. I want participation. SP into SQ minus AP into AQ. Look at the computation table and tell me the total of SP into SQ. 52, 52, 58. And AP into AQ? Subtracted, positive, adverse, negative, sorry, positive, favorable, negative, adverse, no sign, only A or F. Tell me the difference. 102 adverse, 102A, 102A adverse, 102 adverse. Any doubts on this? Next, material price variance. Material price variance split into two. Material price variance. Look at the chart and tell me the formula. SP into AQ, AP into AQ. SP into AQ minus AP into AQ. Look at the computation table. Tell me what is SP into AQ. 5100 minus 5360. 260 adverse. This has to be explained by the purchase manager. He will be questioned on this 260. He has to explain why did this happen. He has to explain why did we have 260 adverse. Why did we have 260 adverse? Clear? Any doubts on this? Other side. Material usage variance. Material usage variance. Other side. Material usage variance. Look at the chart. SP into, I want everyone to participate, guys. Look at the chart and tell me SP into SQ minus SP into AQ. I'm not even looking at the chart now onwards. You keep looking at SP into SQ minus SP into AQ. Look at the computation table. Tell me what is SP into SQ minus SP into AQ. 158 favorable. So this is favorable. 158 favorable. 102 adverse. Overall, there is a problem, but I want to now check individual issue. Price is a bigger problem. Usage is in fact good for the company. 158 favorable. Any doubts on this? Split this into two. Split the usage into two. Material yield variance. Material yield variance. Material yield variance. Look at the chart and tell me the formula. SP into SQ minus SP into RSQ. SP into SQ minus SP into RSQ. SP into SQ minus SP into RSQ. SP into SQ is 5258. SP into RSQ is how much? 5258 favorable. Because we had better yield, 58 rupees we have earned. 58 favorable. Any doubts on this? Then other part. Yield is one part. Do the other part, which is mixed variance. Which is mixed variance. Mixed variance. Yield is one part of it. Then mixed variance. Material mix variance is equal to, tell me the formula. SP into RSQ, SP into AQ. 5200 minus 100 favorable. Technically, nothing is there after the table was done. After the table is done, it is just waste of time, because this calculation you cannot go wrong. Students face difficulty only in this in exam because they don't remember the formulae. They try remembering the formulae and somewhere they get confused with the formulae, and that leads to error. Any doubts on this? Any doubts in this? Very simple, straightforward calculation. Any doubts in this? Done? Can we proceed? I give a minute or two, go through the entire solution. 1 minute or two for you, go through the entire solution. Okay, let's move to question 3. XA Limited produces an article by blending two basic raw material. Two raw material. Following standards have been set for the raw material. Material A, standard mix and standard price, 40% and 60%. Standard loss in processing is 15%. There is a loss of 15%. During September 2011, company could produce only 1700 kg of the finished product. Position of stock and purchases for the month of September 2011 is as under. There is extra information of this opening, closing. How does that impact? The answer is what you're going to see in this question. Opening, closing, purchases in kg, purchases in rupee. Calculate all relevant variance. Assume FIFO for the issue of material. Why FIFO? You'll understand it. And also calculate material purchase price variance. That's another variance. What is that? Also you will understand. Clear? Go through the question and then we start doing it. Go through the question a minute. Okay. Very much similar to the previous question. Only thing is there is this opening stock, closing stock. This will have some impact on the solution. What impact it has, you will understand, but there is going to be an impact in the solution because of this item. Let's first draw the chart. Chart will tell it's a two material problem, and once it's a two material problem, we'll start doing the analysis. First put the chart, the same chart. You draw it again, you draw it again. In my case, I'm okay with the chart. 2-3 questions, we'll keep drawing the chart. Draw it again, it's okay. SP, SQ, RSQ. Please draw it without looking at it. You should be in a position to draw now and write the variance name in the chart itself. That will give us the formula later. SP, SQ, RSQ, AQ, AP. Okay. Working note 1, computation table. Computation table. Computation table. SP into SQ, SP into RSQ, SP into AQ, AP into AQ. Material is AB total. Some new concepts will be learnt here. New thing will be learnt here. SP into SQ, SP into RSQ, SP into AQ, AP into AQ. Look at the question and tell me what is the standard price. 4 and 3 given straight away. Fill it at 3 places. 4 and 3. 4 and 3. Any doubts in this? Okay, let's understand AP now. I have purchased 800 kg. I have purchased 800 kg at the rate of 3000 for 3400. 800 kg for 3400. Divide and tell me how much. Wait, this is not the answer, but 4.25. Then 1200 for 3000 rupees. What is the rate? 2.5. Okay, I have purchased 4.25, 2.5. Now I need to do AP into AQ, or actual price. The concept says AQ. AQ means quantity consumed. AQ means quantity consumed. Last question, we did not have opening stock, closing stock and all. So what is quantity consumed? Opening stock plus purchase minus closing stock. Now whatever we consume, some units will come from the opening stock. Some units will come from the current year purchase. Whatever we are consuming, some units will come from the opening stock and some units will come from the current year purchase, which is where they give clarity saying that assume FIFO for the issue of material. Assume FIFO for the issue of material, which makes it very clear saying that I need to follow the FIFO method where opening stock is consumed first and current year purchase is consumed later. Opening stock is consumed first, current year purchase is consumed later. Come down, note 1, computation of
AQ. I'll come to AP in some time. AQ, there's a reason, computation of AQ. AQ equal to opening stock plus purchase minus closing stock. Opening stock plus purchase minus closing stock. Opening stock plus purchase minus closing stock. What is the opening stock of A? Purchase. Closing stock 830. 35 plus 800 minus 5, 830. B. What is the opening stock? Purchase. Closing stock 830 and 1190. 830 and 1190. Any doubts on this? Any doubts on 830 and 1190? Clear? Write this in the column 3. That is, don't write it in the last column. Write only in this column. 830, 1190. Last column we are not writing. I'll explain. 830 and 1190. Any doubts on this? Any doubts on this? Note 2. Computation of AP into AQ. Computation of AP into AQ. Computation of AP into AQ. Material A. How many units did we consume? Material A, how many units we have consumed? 830. Split this into 2. Material A, 830 units, split it into 2. From opening stock, from current year purchase. From opening stock, FIFO method, I'll consume the opening stock first and then I'll consume the current year purchases. FIFO method, I'll consume the opening stock first and then I'll consume the current year purchase. How much is the opening stock? Into some rate will come, I'll explain that. 35 units will be consumed first. 35 units will be consumed first. Balance is current year purchase. 830 minus 35. 795. I'll explain again. Material A, 830 units consumed. FIFO method we are following. If it's LIFO method, 830 purchase is consumed first, 800, and balance from the opening stock. Balance from the opening stock. Every method has its own rule. FIFO method has its own rule. LIFO method has its own rule. Now, this 795 is at the rate of 4.25. This is not a problem. What is 4.25? 3400 divided by 800. 3400 divided by 800. There is stock information in this question. 830 units have been consumed. Breakup of 830 is 35 from opening stock, 795 from current year purchase. Current year purchase 3400 divided by 800, 4.25. For the opening stock, have they given any price? For the opening stock, any price is given in the question. For the opening stock, any price is given in the question? No? Okay, listen. One assumption here is, if the standard price is fixed at 4 rupees, there is a possibility that in the last year we purchased at 4. There is a possibility. It may or may not happen, but there is a possibility that last year we purchased at 4. So assumption is problem is silent. Opening stock would have been at 4 rupees and 3 rupees. Opening stock would have been at 4 rupees and 3 rupees if problem is silent. If problem is silent, opening stock would have been at what? 4 rupees and 3 rupees. At 4 rupees and 3 rupees is the assumption. Any doubts on this? So why I am not writing AP in the formula is, AP is two numbers, 4 rupees for 35 units and 4 rupees 25 paise for 795 units.
multiply and put a total in the calculator. 35 into 4 equal to 795 into 4.25 equal to GT. 35 into 4 equal to 795 into 4.25 equal to, and then press a GT button. How much? 3518 3518.75. I'll repeat this again. 830 units consumed. FIFO method. FIFO method says from opening stock 35 units, from current year purchases 830 minus 35. 830 minus 35, which is 795. Which is 795. 35 into 4 rupees. 795 into 4.25. Put together 3518.75. Put together 3518.75. Any doubts on this? Any doubts on this? Next, material B. Material B. How many units consumed material B? 1190. Break it into 2. 1190, break it into 2. From opening stock. From current year purchase. From opening stock, from current year purchase. FIFO method. From opening stock, from current year purchase. How many units of opening stock? Into, we'll see in some time. 40. From opening stock 40. Balance is from current year purchase. How much from current year purchase? 40 and 1150. 40 and 1150. Problem silent. Opening stock would have been at the standard price. Opening stock would have been at the standard price. What is the standard price? Current year purchase. Divide and tell me the rate. 2 point calculator. 40 into 3 equal to 2000. I will not be able to write AP separately here, because if I write it, it is 4 and 4.25 combination. 4 and 4.25 combination. Stock information. Only extra add-on adjustment is what happens if stock information is there. If stock information is there. Any doubts on this? Can we proceed? Can we proceed? Any doubts on this? Let's go back to the working. Right here, 3518.75. 78.75. 18 only I have written. 18 only, no? 3518.75. 2995. 3518.75. 2995. Clear? Any doubts on this? Can you proceed? Now comes the RSQ part. Whatever note number, computation of, I think it will be note 3. Computation of RSQ. Computation of RSQ. Total of AQ equal to. Total of AQ equal to. What is the AQ of A? 830. B. We write quantity in the reverse order only because of this, because AQ will be there, then I can do RSQ. 830 plus 1190 is. Split this in some mix. Mix is given in the question. What is the mix? 40 is to 60. 2020 into 40%. Into 40%. RSQ of B. 60%. 808 and 1212. 808 1212. 808 1212. Any doubts on this? Can we proceed? Any doubts on this calculation? Anywhere there are doubts, let me know. According to me, the chapter is over only because moment I explain material, single material, chapters or after this just formality. You will keep learning some or the other adjustment. Note 4, computation of AQ. Computation of AQ. AQ equal to actual output into input by output. Sorry, SQ. Computation of SQ. Actual output into input by output. Into input by output. Somewhere the output will be there in the question. How much? 1700. Loss is 15%. So input is 100 by 85. Input output is 185. Loss is 15%. Standard loss is 15%. 100 is to 85. 100 is to 85 into 100 by 85. 100 by 85. Split this in the ratio 40 is to 60. SQ of A 40%. SQ of B 40/60. You can present in a chart, you can do it directly. That's all that I leave it to you. 800 and 1200. Presentation, your wish. I will do computation table 1 and second will be variance calculation. We do it as 2 separate working note. Can I do it as a single working note? Go ahead and do, no problem. Any doubts on this? 800, 1200. Now in the calculator, 4 into 800 equal to 3 into 1200 equal to GT button. 4 into 808 equal to 3 into 1212 equal to GT button. Six thousand 800, 6868, 6890, 6513.75, 6513.75, 6800, 6868, 6890, 6513.75. Any doubts on this? Any doubts on this? Clear? I give you 3-4 minutes. Calculate all variances. There is one more variance called material purchase price variance, which I'll explain. 3-4 minutes. Calculate variances. You can look at the chart. Do it in a chart form or as direct formula. All that is your wish. 3-4 minutes for you. So first is material cost variance. SP into SQ minus AP into AQ. 6800 minus 6513.75. 286.25. Material cost variance 286.25 favorable. Material price variance 6890 minus 6513.75. 376.25 favorable. Material usage variance 6800 minus 6890, 90 adverse. 90 adverse. Material yield variance 68 adverse. 6800 minus 6868. Material mix variance 22 adverse. Any doubts on this? Any doubts on any of these? All of this will come from the chart. You wanna present in chart form, present it. Else you can present it like this also. You keep calculating one by one and then present it. That's your wish.
Whichever way you present doesn't really matter. Answer is going to remain same. Any doubts on this? Can we proceed? There's another variance asked in the question which is called material purchase price variance that I have to explain you now. Any doubts till this? Now, right, material purchase price variance is equal to material purchase price variance is equal to tell me the formula for material price variance. Tell me the formula for, I don't want you to write, you just tell me. SP into AQ. Now listen, when we calculate price variance or usage variance, AQ means quantity consumed. AQ means quantity consumed. What material purchase price variance is don't do for quantity consumed. What is quantity consumed? Opening stock plus purchase minus closing stock. Ignore opening stock, ignore closing stock. I'm not bothered about all of this. I'm not bothered about opening stock. I'm not bothered about closing stock. I want to calculate the variance for the purchased quantity. So SP into, I don't want you to write, listen for some time. AQP, AP into AQP. AQP means actual quantity purchased. Actual quantity purchased, which is for material A. How many units did we buy? Purchased, not consumption. How many units did we buy? How much? 800. And material B, this should have been purchased at 4, 3. 4 into 800, 3 into 1200, not consumed, the purchased part, minus 4.25 into 800. We purchased at 4.25. We purchased at 4.25. We should have purchased at 4 rupees. We purchased at 4.25, and this is 2.5 for the entire quantity purchase. We are doing it for the entire quantity. No opening stock. So no saying that last year it would have come at 4 rupees. All that is not there. Only for the quantity purchased. Directly only for the quantity purchase. Usage variance cannot be done with AQP. Price variance can be done with AQC also and AQP also. Both will give different answer. You can do with AQC. AQC is quantity consumed. Or you can do with AQP, quantity purchase. For usage variance, AQ can only be quantity consumed. So that is why in that table AQ means quantity consumed. Price variance, ICI sometimes does material purchase price variance. So even for the normal price variance, sometimes they do it, but ideally metal price variance means whatever we do it using the table. But if you want, you can give another variant of metal purchase price metal price variance, which is called material purchase price variance. Will the answer deviate? Yes. Will it deviate a lot? No. It may deviate little bit. It may deviate little bit unless there is a huge opening stock or huge closing stock. Now write SP into AQP, AP into AQP, SP into actual quantity purchased, AP into actual quantity purchased. Actual quantity purchased, 4 into 800 plus 3 into 1200, minus 4.25 into 800 and 2.5 into 1200. 4 into 800 plus 3 into 1200 minus 4.25 into 800 plus 2.5 into 1200. Calculate the difference. It may be very closer to the 376 answer, but deviation will be there. It will be very closer to the earlier answer. Earlier was some 376 something. First one is 6800 minus how much? 6800 minus 400 favorable. Other method gave some 376. It will be closer, but exact will not happen.
because you can do it on quantity consumed, you can also do it on quantity purchased. Even in a question, if they ask material price variance, if you want, you can do one using the table, which is one answer. Another answer, if you want to present, it can be this, which is called material purchase price variance, which is called material purchase price variance. What is material purchase price variance? SP into AQP, AP into AQP, SP into AQP, AP into AQP. 4 into 800, 3 into 1200, 4.25 into 800, and 2.5 into 1200. Any doubts on this? Clear? Can you proceed? A minute or two for you to go through this. I move to the next question. Again, this question you are going to do it. You are going to do it. I am not going to even discuss standard quantity part. You read it, you will understand it. Start doing the question. Start doing the question. Around same 10 minutes. Start doing the question. If you get stuck somewhere, let me know. Okay, we do the same table approach. SP into SQ, SP into RSQ, SP into AQ, AP into AQ. Standard prices given in the question: 15, 20, 25, 15, 20, 25, 15, 20, 25, and 17.5, 18, 27.5. AQ will be this number: 640, 850, 950, and 870. RSQ is the total of this, which is 2460. 2460 in the ratio of 6 is to 8 is to 10. 2460 divided by 240 into 60. RSQ number I am writing 615, 820, and 1025. 1025. This alone is important. SQ, I don't know, some of you struggled with SQ. Again, always focus on identifying input output ratio. What is input output ratios? To produce one unit, you need 60, 80, 100. 60 is to 1, 80 is to 1, 100 is to 1. And we have produced 10 units. Some of you have taken 2460, which is wrong. 2460 is raw material. The production is 10 units. The production is 10 units. So 10 into 60 by 1, 600, 800,000. The total of the first column will be 50,000. The total of first column is 50,000. Second column total is how much? 51250. 51250. Last column total is given in the question. 52, 225 is given in the question. Last column total. And third column total is how much? 50350. Variance calculation, I really don't want to spend time. If you have completed, okay. Not completed, you complete it later. Clear? Any doubts on this? Any doubts on this? Done? It again import. Yeah, sorry. Yeah, tell me.
Please explain RSQ part, sir.
Okay, there's a doubt on RSQ. RSQ is the total of AQ. Total of AQ is 2460. Total of AQ is 2460, and split this 2460 in the ratio of 60 is to 80 is to 100. 60 is to 80 is to 100. The standard mix is 60, 80, 100. 2460 divided by 240 into 60 into 80 into 100. I hope the doubt is clarified. If there is a doubt, let me know again. Clear? Any doubts on this? Done? Okay, let's take a break of 10 minutes. Okay, let's proceed now. We're going to see some missing information question. What does that? You'll understand as we proceed. Question 6. 1 kilogram of product K requires 2 chemicals A and B. Following were the details of product K for the month of June 2023. Standard mix is 50-50. Standard price is 12-15. Actual input is 70. Actual price of chemical A is 15. Standard loss is 10% of total input. 10% of total input basically means input output ratio is 100 is to 90. Total material cost variance, total material cost variance, total material yield variance, actual output. They want us to calculate total material. What is total is doing A and B together. Sometimes you can do it separately also. Total mix variance, total usage variance, total price variance, actual loss of actual input, actual loss of actual input, actual input of chemical A and actual price per kg of chemical B. Lot of information has been asked in the question. They have given this information. We are going to put this in first the computation table format. Once you complete the computation table, most of the requirements would get answered with the computation table. Single material, multiple material. Participate guys, single material, multiple material. Multiple material, put the chart, SP, AP, SQ, AQ, in between RSQ, in between RSQ, SP, AP, SQ, AQ, in between RSQ, SP into SQ, SP into RSQ, SP into AQ, AP into AQ, SP into SQ, SP into RSQ, SP into AQ, AP into AQ. The top part is called price, together is usage, first is yield, second is mix, yield and mix. Clear? Let's put it in the computation table, and somewhere the missing information has to be identified. Working note 1, computation table, computation table, computation table, material A, material B, SP into SQ, SP into RSQ, SP into AQ, and AP into AQ. Material A and B, SP into SQ, RSQ, SP into AQ, AP into AQ. Whatever is available, we'll write it. Some missing information, we will get that. Now let me know whatever data is available. What is the information available? Sorry? Price is available. Mix is 50-50. We'll see how to use it later. Price is 12, 15, 3 places. 12 and 15, 3 places. 12 and 15 at 3 places. Then actual input of B is 70. B is 70. So AQ 70 at 2 places. 70 at 2 places. Actual input is 70. And they have also given actual price of chemical A is 15. 15. Whatever is available, let's fill that and then we'll see what to do with balance. 15. Any doubts on this? Clear? And the question has said standard loss is 10%, material cost variance 650, yield variance 135. This is the information available. Somewhere this will help us in getting the answer. I have actual output. I have actual output. Now write note 1, SQ equal to, note 1, SQ equal to AO into input by output. Actual output into input by output. Actual output into input by output. What is actual output? 90 into 100 by 90. 100 by 90. 90 into 100 by 90, you get 100 in the ratio of 50-50.
in the ratio of 50-50. In the ratio of 50-50. Any doubts on this? In the ratio of 50-50. Can you proceed? Any doubts on this? So 50, 50, 50 and 50. Clear? Tell me the total. First column total is over. SP 1000, 1350. Okay, 1350. Any doubts till this? Okay. Now I have been given material cost variance. What is the formula for material cost variance? SP into SQ minus AP into AQ. If I apply this, I will know this. How to break it, we don't know, but let me use and get this information. Next, note 2. Material cost variance is equal to material cost variance is equal to SP into SQ minus AP into AQ. SP into SQ minus AP into AQ. Tell me how much is the cost variance? Adverse. Adverse means minus 650. Formula wise, it is minus 650. Minus 650. SP into SQ you have calculated. 13 minus AP into AQ. Get the AP into AQ. Get the AP into AQ. How much is AP into AQ? 2000. Any doubts on this? AP into AQ is 2000. I'll see. I have to somehow complete the table. Table means every number has to be there. So 2000 is done. Breakup I cannot write as of now because I don't know the AQ of A and I don't know the AP of B. If one of them was fully available, we would have completed it. Any doubts till this? Clear? What is the other variance available? What is the formula for yield variance? Participate. SP into, right, material yield variance is equal to SP into SQ minus SP into RSQ. Let's get this and then we'll see. How much is the yield variance in the question? 1, negative 135. Get the SP into RSQ. 1485. Any doubts on this? I'm just writing whatever information is available and then we'll see how to get to the balance data. 1485. Any doubts on this? Any other variance given in the question? If this was available, we would have completed the table fully because this would have given us the AQ, that is SP into AQ. Any other variance given in the question? Okay, now listen. What is RSQ formula? What is RSQ formula? Tell me the formula for RSQ. Total of AQ in standard mix. Do I know total of AQ? No, I don't know because I know AQ of B. I don't know the AQ of A. I don't know the AQ of A. Total of AQ in standard mix. In standard mix. Next, right? Computation of RSQ. Computation of RSQ. Total of AQ equal to total of AQ equal to total of AQ equal to, do we know the actual input of material A? No, let us assume that to be A. Actual input is A. Okay, actual input is A. I don't know the number, I'm assuming it to be A. So total is A plus 70. Total is A plus 70. I don't know the number, I'm assuming it to be A. I'm assuming it to be A.
And once I get this answer, problem is over. Break it into RSQ of A and RSQ of B. RSQ of A and RSQ of B. Break it as RSQ of A. I don't know the AQ total, but it is A plus 70. What is the standard mix in the question? 1:1, 50-50. So this is A plus 70 by 2. And this is also A plus 70 by 2. A plus 70 by 2 and A plus 70 by 2. I don't know the number. I don't know the number. We'll get it. A plus 70 by 2. A plus 70 by 2. Any doubts till this? A plus 70 by 2. A plus 70 by 2. Now write SP into RSQ is equal to SP into RSQ is equal to, any doubts on A plus 70 by 2? I've assumed it to be A. I've assumed it to be A. You can say X, Y, Z, whatever when you want to call. SP into RSQ is equal to, what is the standard price of the first product? Now listen for a minute. 12 into A plus 70 by 2 plus 15 into A plus 70 by 2 is equal to 1485. 12 into A plus 70 by 2, 15 into A plus 70 by 2. Completed. RSQ over. AQ over. AQ copy paste. AP balance. Everything will get over. Everything will get over. Again, I am repeating SP into RSQ. SP into RSQ. How are we going to do? 12 into A plus 70 by 2. 15 into A plus 70 by 2. Any doubts on this? Any doubts on this? Now write 12 into A plus 70 by 2. 15 into A plus 70 by 2. This is equal to 1485. Please solve and let me know what is A. 12 into A plus 70 by 2. You do the solving part. Twelve into A plus 70 by 2. 15 into A plus 70 by 2 is equal to 1485. A is equal to 40. A is equal to 40. Any doubts till this? A is equal to 40. Can we proceed? Any doubts on this? 6A plus 420, 7.5A plus 525 is equal to 1485. 13.5A is equal to 540. A is equal to 40. Any doubts on this? Can we proceed? Clear? Done? Anybody still doing it? Done? Now let's complete the question. It's almost over. Now write 40 in this place. 40 in this place. 40 in the last column. 40 in the last column. 40 and 40. 40 plus 70 divided by 2 is how much? 40 plus 70 divided by 2. 40. Any doubts on 40? Some of you look little confused. You need explanation again, let me know. Any doubts on 40? 40 plus 70 by 2 is how much? 55 and 55. 55 and 55. Tell me the column 3 total. Column 3 total. Objective is to complete the table fully. 1000. Any doubts till this? Okay. Last column, listen. 15 into 40, you need not write as 600. Something into 70 is 1400. 15 into 40 is 600. That you do in the calculator. No need to write it. 15 into 40 is 600. Something multiplied with 70 is 1400. 600 plus 1400 is 2000. Tell me what is that actual price? Balancing figure. How much? 15 into 40 is 600. It's basically 15 into 40 plus AP into 70 is 2000. You want to write an equation, write it. Otherwise, directly do it. That's your wish. 15 into 40 is 600. Question mark into 70 is 1400. Any doubts on this? Can we proceed? Any doubts on this? 15 into 40 is 600. Question mark into 70, 1400. 2000 is the final answer. Any doubts on this? Can we proceed? Clear? Okay. Working note to solution. Now I'll start answering whatever they have asked in the question. They have asked for some variances, and apart from variances, some information is asked. Particulars, calculation, amount. Solution, particulars, calculation, amount. Any doubts in the earlier table? Particulars, calculation, amount was the first requirement of the question. Now listen, they've asked total material mix variance. Sometimes they may ask mix variance of A, mix variance of B. Same formula, do only A's value, do only B's value. Now write material mix variance. Material mix variance. Look at the chart and tell me the formula. Material mix variance, what is the formula? SP into RSQ minus SP into AQ. 1485 minus 1530. Let me know the answer. 1485 minus 1530. 45 adverse. If they ask only for material A, 12 into 55 minus 12 into 40. If they ask only for material B, 15 into 55 minus 15 into 70. You can do it for A, you can do it for B. Next, material. What is the next requirement? Material usage variance. Tell me the formula. I want everyone to participate, guys. I want participation. Please understand this chapter. Unless you participate, you will end up struggling. Check with your friends later on. They normally struggle with this chapter. Material usage variance is equal to SP into SQ minus SP into AQ. What is SP into SQ value? 1350 minus 1530. 1350 minus 1530. 180 adverse. 180 adverse. 1350 minus 1530. Clear? What's the next one? Material price variance. Material price variance. What is the formula? SP into AQ minus AP into AQ. Again and again repeating. Don't remember the formula. Understand logic. Visualize the chart. Chart is not mandatory for you to. I visualize the chart and automatically give the formula. 1530 minus 2470 adverse. What's the next requirement? actual loss of actual input. Actual loss of actual input. They've asked something like this. It's not done normally, but in this question they've asked, what is actual loss of actual input? Let's understand. My original norm is 10% should be the loss. Original norm is 10% should be the loss. 100 units, 90 units you produce. How much is the input we have used here? 110. A and B put together 110. How much output we got? 90. I used 110, got 90. Used 110, got 90. I should have used 100 and got 90. So my loss is 20 on 110. Actual loss of actual input. What is actual loss of actual input? Loss is 20 units. What is 20 units? 110 used, 90 only produced. Why did it happen? I don't know. There is a loss of 20 units. So now write actual loss of actual input. 110 minus 90 divided by 110. Divided by 110. 20 units lost. What is 20 units lost? 110 minus 90. 20 as a percentage of what? 110. 20 as a percentage of 110. What is 110? 110 is the input used by the organization. 110 minus 90 by 110 into 100. How much is the loss percentage? 18.18%. Actual loss of actual input, 18.18 percentage. 18.18 percentage. Actual loss of actual input, 18.18. My norm was only 10% and I have ended up having a higher loss. This will lead to an adverse yield variance because you are losing more than what is your standard yield was 90%. What is actual yield is around 82%. 18% loss, balance is yield. You should have got 90% production. You are getting only 82% production because of multiple reason. What's the next requirement? This is already calculated. Actual input of A. Actual input of A already computed by us. Participate, guys. 40. It's calculated, no? AP into AQ. Actual input of A is 40. Actual input of A is 40. It's a reverse working question. What's the next requirement? This is also already calculated. Chemical B price is there in the table. 20. Any doubts on this? Normally we do the table, calculate variances. Here variances are given. Using the variances we completed the table and then calculated the balance variances. Then calculated the balance variances. Any doubts on this? Any doubts on this part? Clear? Any doubts on this? Important part is how do we proceed with that yield variance part? How did we use that assumption of A plus 70? Those are the important parts of the question. Any doubts on this? Clear? I give you around a minute or two. Go through the solution. Let me know if there are doubts. Okay, let's continue with the discussion. We have been doing material variances, and today I think we'll try to complete the questions on material variances. Let's come to question 9. ABC Limited has prepared the following estimation for the month of April. Material A and B 800, 600, question mark and 30, 18,000. Normal losses 10% of the input material. At the end of the month, following information has been collected from the cost accounting department. Company has produced 1480 kg finished product. They have produced 1480 kg finished product by using the following input. Material A is given, rate is not given, amount is not given. Material B, quantity is not given, rate is given, amount is not given, and total amount is given 59,825. And some variances have been given. Material cost variance, material price variance. You are required to calculate. Same thing. It's a reverse working question. Almost a similar requirement. Now onwards, I may not tell you to do a chart, but still if you want, you draw the chart. Okay. I may not tell you to do the chart, but still if you want, you draw the chart and then put the table. If you are not comfortable, then maybe in the class you don't have the time to draw the chart, you refer the chart whenever I ask you a formula or anything. If you want to refer, you refer it. Otherwise, we will now start doing computation table. It's again a reverse working question. Some data they have given, some data is missing here. Let's start. Open the computation table. Open the computation table. Working note 1, computation table. SP into SQ, SP into RSQ, SP into AQ, AP into AQ. Objective again is to complete the table somehow. Moment we complete the table, the solution is done. Somehow we'll have to complete the table. Moment it is done, solution is completed. Can we? The two materials are A and B. Is the standard price available for B? Okay, write it at 3 places. 30, 3 places. 30 rupees, 3 places. Material B, price is available. Actual price available. Again for B, 32.5. Again for B, 32.5. 32.5. What is this 800 and 600? Sorry? Standard? Okay, mix ratio. ठीक है, standard mix. Is there any other use of 800, 600? Is this that the standard quantity? Is 800, 600 standard quantity? One participation, right? Yes, no, you will have to tell. Is it standard quantity? No, that is budgeted quantity. Only uses, as he said, the standard mix is 4:6. I have been given the actual output in the question. So let's calculate the standard quantity. Computation of SQ. Computation of SQ. SQ equal to AO actual output into input by output. AO into input divided by output. AO into input by output. How much is the production? 1480. Input output is given in the question. How much is the loss we are going to have? 100 by 90. You can round off and tell me the number, or anything is fine. 1644. Divide this into 2. 1644. Rounding off, non-rounding off can lead to some variation in answer, but ठीक है, 1644 split into 2. A, B in the ratio of 4:3. 800:600. That's the only purpose of that 800, 600. 4:3. 4 by 7. 939. 3 by 7 is 705. 939. 705. 939. 705. 800:600. Utility of that is to compute the standard quantity and then use that mix. 939. 705.
Okay, we also have actual quantity of material A. Actual quantity of material A. How much? 900. 900. What other information is there in the question? There are some more information which can help us. Material cost variance is there. Okay, I'll use it a little later. One thing I can do is I have the total for the last column. Total of the last column is there. AP into AQ, 900 into rate, I don't know. Quantity into 32.5, I don't know. But overall 59,825. Overall 59,825. The overall figure is given here. The overall figure is given here 59,825. What is the breakup? We don't know. Will we get it? Yeah, in some time we'll get some number and try to get it. 59,825. 59,825. Any doubts on this? Can you proceed? Come down. Material cost variance is equal to SP into SQ minus AP into AQ. SP into SQ minus AP into AQ. How much is the cost variance given? Positive. Get this SP into SQ number. Get the SP into SQ number. 63,450. 63,450. Reverse working question. Somewhere some variance will be there and that will guide us to the answer. 63,450. Any doubts on this? Let's go back to the table. Objective is to complete the table. Can you please use the data and tell me what is SP of A? The table will get over here. 30 into 705 we know. 21,150 and question mark into 939. Answer can change based on the rounding of part. We have gone ahead and did rounding of 45.04 something you're getting. I don't know what is there in the answer. Okay, they've rounded off to 9. Is it 940? Okay, ठीक है. Let's go with what IC has done. They've rounded off this to 940, guys. Sorry. They've rounded this off to 940. See, this rounding off part, I cannot really help it. They have rounded off this to 940. This part, I cannot really help it. You can do without rounding off. You can do with rounding off. Subtle variation can be there in the answer. 940, 42,300 divided by 940. Yeah, exact 45 we get now. Any doubts on this? Maybe we would have got 940 if we had done that 1644.44. That number was there. No, that you do 4 by 7, 3 by 7. Maybe we would have got this. Any doubts on this? Any doubts on this? Copy 45 at other two places. 45 at other two places. Any doubts on this? There's one more variance given in the question. What is that? Material price variance is equal to tell me the formula. SP into AQ minus AP into AQ. SP into AQ minus AP into AQ. How much is the price variance? 175? Favorable. Take a plus 175 then. 175 SP into AQ minus 59,825. I really don't have much to explain here. Get this number 60,000. Use it in the table, you'll get some missing data. Use it in the table, you will get some missing information. Any doubts on 60,000? I write here 60,000. 45 into 900. 45 into 900 is 40,500. And balancing figure is 30 into something. 30 into 650. Anywhere there are doubts, you let me know. You will have to keep working with the numbers. Automatically answer will come. Automatically you will get the answer as you work with the numbers. If you want, you can show a calculation of this or directly write it. That's your wish. Any doubts on this? Copy paste 650 in the next column. So 32.5 into 650 is 21,125. AP is balancing figure. 21,125. AP is balancing figure. 40, 43. 59,825 minus 21,125. Listen for a minute. Any doubts on this? Any doubts on this? Any number, if there is a confusion, let me know. 1 minute. You will do RSQ calculation, which is total of AQ in standard mix. Total of AQ in standard mix. What is standard mix? 4 is to 3. After it is done, working note to solution. Some of this, I think, major chunk of it is already calculated. Maybe mix variance you will have to calculate and RSQ you have to calculate. So I give you around 4 to 5 minutes, complete the table and then answer whatever are the requirements of the question. 4 to 5 minutes for you. Any doubts on the table till now? Almost the table is over. I'm not discussing beyond this. I give you time now. Any doubts on this? Start doing it. Okay. RSQ is total of AQ. What is total of AQ is 1550 into 4 by 7, 3 by 7. 4 by 7 and 3 by 7. 1550 into 4 by 7, which is 886. 886 and 3 by 7. 3 by 7, how much? 664. 664. Multiplication 45 into 886. 30 into 664 and total 59,790. Questions requirements are very limited here. First, standard price of material A already done. Standard price of material A already done. How much? 45. You will have to write this as a separate final summary. Okay. So whenever reverse working is asked. Actual quantity is also already done. How much? 650. Actual price is also done. RSQ we just did 886, 664. Material mix variances SP into RSQ minus SP into AQ 210 adverse. 210 adverse. Any doubts on this? Any doubts on the computation? Can we proceed? Clear? Okay, there's another reverse working question, which is again a homework question for you. ICI material questions. I have not removed them. Totally 4 were there. 2 we have done. 2 you will do it at home. That one is the exactly replica only. Here, when you do at home, you may learn one concept additionally. When you try at home, you'll understand this. Let's do 11. It's a homework, but I want to discuss it. Let's do 11. Let's do 11. I again will focus on the table part and then you will be in a position to do the balance. Bunko Manufacturing Limited is engaged in producing an item called ABC. It produces ABC in a batch of 100 kgs. Standard material input
Required for 100 kgs of ABC are as below. Required for 100 kgs of ABC are as below. Quantity rate per kg 50 30 30. During the month of April 2024, actual production is 50,000, for which actual quantity of material used for a batch and the prices paid thereof are as under 60 25 20 115 330 405. You are required to calculate the following variances based on the following information. They've asked for a lot of variances. I'll give you a minute to go through it and then I'll see what we are going to do. 1 minute for you to go through the question. Okay. Question on multiple material. They've asked for all variances. We are just going to complete the table. Once table is done, problem is over. I'm not going to get into variance calculation and I'm also not going to give you time also. No variance computation, only table we are going to do. By now you would have understood that variance calculation is just technically wasting time in class, because by now you would have understood when I tell you to do variance calculation, you are not learning anything new. Only thing you end up doing is I wanted you to get used to the formula and all. So I gave you time and we have done at least 8 9 questions we have already done. So by now things would have got registered saying that how are we going to calculate the variances. Here we'll focus on the table. In the table, SQ as well as AQ will have some challenges here. When we do, you'll understand. Let's start. Computation table. Computation table. Material SP into SQ, SP into RSQ, SP into AQ, AP into AQ. Computation table. In exam, you can draw the chart if you want in the side. Students have done it. ICI is least bothered about all of that. They don't even want the table also. They want variances only. They don't even want the table. Many solution of ICI material will not have a table. They'll directly give the solution. In class, I do it in table approach. I find it easy to explain that way and it is easier for students to learn also. So table, your choice. You don't want to do, don't do it. Do it directly. Doing directly will be more time consuming. So it's better to do a table and then we apply the formula. Let's write the material names A, B, and C. Standard prices given directly. Tell me the values. 110, 320, 460. Three places. 110, 320, and 460. 110, 320, 460. AP is also given directly. What is the AP? 115, 330, 405. Till now everything is fine. Given directly, we have noted them. Actual quantity, they have said, used for a batch. The actual quantity can't be this less. The actual quantity is 60, 25 and 20. This number looks very small to me. This can't be actual quantity. Normally AQ we copy paste from the question. The problem here is they have said initially we produce a product in a batch of 100, and to produce 100 kg, 50 by 100, 30 by 100, 30 by 100 input output ratio, 50 is to 100, 30 is to 100, 30 is to 100. We have ended up producing 50,000 kg or 500 batches, because one batch is 100 kg. One batch is 100 kg. One batch is 100 kg. So we have produced how many batches? 500 batches, and my actual quantity is 500 into 60, 500 into 25, 500 into 20. They have not given the quantity used for 50,000 kg. They have said quantity we have used it for one batch only. I'll give you. You do the balance calculation. I'll give you only for one batch. I'll give you only for one batch. What they've ended up giving is 500 batches are there. Question can also sometimes say quantity used for 1 unit of production. 0.5, 0.6, 0.7. Multiply that with 50,000. They can give any way they want. Till now, all problem we were directly given. We were directly given the actual quantity. This question, 50,000 kg have been manufactured, which is equal to 500 batches, which is equal to 500 batches. 50,000 divided by 100. 50,000 divided by 100, which is 500 batches. And the quantity used for a batch, single batch, this is the quantity. Come down. Computation of AQ. Computation of AQ. Computation of AQ. Actual batches. Actual batches 50,000 divided by 100. Actual batches 50,000 divided by 100. 50,000 divided by 100, how much? 500 batches have been manufactured by the company. 500 batches have been manufactured by the company. 50,000 divided by 100. Divided by 100. 500 batches have been manufactured by the company. AQ of A. 500 batches into 500 batches into a single batch we have used 60 kg. 500 into 60. For a single batch we have used 60 kg. How much? Normally AQ is given directly. AQ is given directly. This question they wanted to make it a little complicated. Then AQ of B. 500 batches into how much? 25. 12,500. AQ of C. 500 batches into 30,000, 12,500 and 10,000. 30, 12, 5 and 10,000. 500 batches into 60 into 25 into 20. 60, 25, 20. Any doubts on this? Any doubts on this? Write the numbers now. 30,000, 12,500, 10,000. 30,000, 12,500, 10,000. Any doubts on this? Any doubts on the numbers here? Normally, this is an information which is readily available in the question. Some complication we wanted to add in the question. ICI has this came in one of the RTP recently, and they made some complication, not very difficult and all, but some adjustment they wanted to make. Next, computation of RSQ. Computation of RSQ. Next note, you will have to note number your working notes. Okay. Computation of RSQ. Computation of RSQ. Total of AQ. Total of AQ. Total of AQ. Tell me the total. Sorry. Split this into 3. A, B and C. Split it into 3. A, B and C. What is the standard ratio? Tell me the standard mix. 5 is to 3. 50 is to 30 is to 30. 50 is to 30 is to 30. 5:3:3. 5, 3, 3. Round off in case it comes in decimal. 23,864. 14,318. 14,318. 23,864. 14,318 and 14,318. Any doubts on this? 23,864, 14,318, 14,318. Any doubts on this? Can you proceed? SQ is equal to next. SQ is equal to AO into input by output. AO is given in the question. Input output I've already discussed. Input output is 50 on 100, 30 on 100, 30 on 100. 50 on 100, 30 on 100, 30 on 100. Calculate the standard quantity. Standard quantity is equal to actual output into input divided by output. SQ is equal to AO into input divided by output. Input divided by output. 50,000, 50 by 100. 50 by 100, 30 by 100 and 30 by 100. 50 by 100, 30 by 100 and 30 by 100. 50,000 into 50 by 100, 30 by 100 and 30 by 100. Let me know the values. Any doubts on 50 by 100? Some of you look, it's okay, no? Is there a confusion? Tell me the values then. 25,000, 15,000. That's all. Question is over. I'm not even putting a total. You can complete it later if you want to. You don't want to do it, don't do it also. I'm not bothered because this is what is critical. Beyond this, it is just calculator's work. Whether you complete it, not complete it, does not really matter. Any doubts in these numbers? I'm more interested till this, okay? Any doubts in any of the numbers here? Any doubts in any of the numbers here? Don't end up spending. You can complete it later if you want, but till this, any doubts? Till this, any doubts? Clear? Can we proceed? Okay. 12 is again a homework question, but I want you to, this is also a little bit challenges there. Very similar to what we did. Please complete the table, only the table. I'm not going to discuss it. You do it and then I'll discuss it. Some mistakes you may do. I feel you will do some mistakes. You start doing it. Don't look at the answer. Don't look at the answer. Request is very clear. Don't look at the answer. You start doing. I give you around 10 minutes. You may make mistakes. That's okay. Complete the table and then we discuss it. Okay, let's discuss the solution. Some of you would have completed, some would have got stuck. There are few challenges in the question. So we are going to do only the computation table. Anyway, it's part of homework only, so I don't want to discuss the full solution. We have same three material A, B and C. SP is given directly in the question. SP is 20, 10, 5. 20, 10 and 5. AP is given in the question, which is 21, 8, 6. AQ again they have not given directly. What they have said is for every 100 kg you have to use 125 kg of raw material. For every 100 kg, you have to use 125 kg of raw material. We have used 60 batches. For every batch of 100 kg, 125 kg of raw material is used. We have used 60 batches were used to produce an output of 5600 kg. 60 batches means we should have produced more, but whatever, 5600. This data is of no use. This is for MPPV, material purchase price variance. If they ask that, this is quantity bought. In case no other data was there, this is quantity consumed. But there's another information. What is the information? Actual quantity consumed is equal to 60 into 125. 60 into 125. 125 kg of raw material into 60 into 60. How much? And that in the ratio of 60 20 20, that in the ratio of 60 20 and 20. So 7500, 4500, 1500, 1500, 60 20 20, 60 20 20, 4500, 1500, 1500. Any doubts on this? RSQ is the total is 7500 only. In 50 30 20 mix, in 50 30 and 20 mix, total 50 30 and 20 mix. So 7500 in that mix is T7 50 22 50 1500, T7 50 22 50 and 1500. Any doubts on this? RSQ is the total of AQ is 7500. 7500, how we got 16. What is the use of giving quantity bought? No use in this question. One thing they could have done is material purchase price variance if they wanted. MPPV could have been asked in the question. Then at standard quantities 5600, which is what we have produced, into 125 by 100. 125 by 100. The input output ratio is 125 kg of raw material for 100. Then split in the ratio of 50 30 20. Then split in the ratio of 50 30 and 20. Any doubts on this? 7000 you will get. Split in the ratio of 3500, 2100, 1400. Balance getting the variances and all. In case you want to do it, else it doesn't serve any big purpose. Calculation of variances is not my main discussion point. In exam, obviously marks are only for the variance calculation. Any doubts on this? Done? Clear? Can we proceed? Okay. Now I move to the second category of variances. We have done material variances. We'll be discussing again material variances as part of comprehensive question. So now we move to labor variances. Now labor variances. Write along with me, labor variances. In that space which I told you to leave. Situation 1, totally 4 situations are there. What are those? I'll explain. Situation 1, single labor without idle time. Single labor without idle time. Write it. Single labor without idle time. Without idle time. Single labor without idle time. Okay, let's understand labor variances now a little bit. We're done with material variances. All discussion is over in that. Labor variances, like material variances, difference between standard labor cost and actual labor cost. There are multiple reasons. All this we'll discuss later. The two components of labor cost is like material cost. The two components is price and quantity. Here rate and number of hours. Rate and number of hours. In labor chapter we learned that we pay hours worked into rate per hour. So the two components is rate and hours, which is given certain different names and all. We'll understand all that as we proceed. So the table is very simple. The chart is very simple. Draw the chart along with me. SR AR, you draw it along with me. SR AR, standard rate, actual rate. Standard rate, actual rate. There it is called standard price, actual price. As I've said, once one is done, everything is formality. This side, SHAH, standard hours, actual hours. Standard hours and actual hours. Start with SR, connect with the first item, computation table, SR into SH. Start with SR, connect with the second item, SR into AH. Start with SR, connect with AH. Start with AR, connect with AH. AR, connect with AH. SR, connect with SH. SR, connect with AH. AR, connect with AH. Any doubts on this? Exactly same table only, exactly same table. There it was called SP into SQ. Here it's called SR. R is rate, Q was quantity, here H is hours. Top part is called rate variance. Bottom part is called efficiency variance. Rate and efficiency. Rate and efficiency. Top part is called rate variance. Bottom part is called efficiency variance. Rate variance and efficiency variance. Same logic. Can you tell me the formula for rate variance? SR into AH minus AR into AH. SR into AH minus AR into AH. Efficiency variance formula. SR into SH minus SR into AH. SR into SH minus SR into AH. Nothing. I'm not even teaching you the formula now, because once you are clear with one chart, everything else is just a formality. This is why first chart I had to explain a lot, because it is difficult to understand initially. But once you have understood, by now you have done so many questions, so you are totally clear on how the charts work. Any doubts in this? Below this, labor cost variance. Labor cost variance. Smallest rectangle minus the biggest rectangle. Labor cost variance. SR into SH minus AR into AH. Smallest rectangle minus the biggest rectangle. Are those two, the two parts which are the variance are there, both put together. Any doubts on labor cost variance? And what is SR into SH? Standard labor cost. AR into H, actual labor cost. What is labor cost variance? Standard labor cost minus actual labor cost. Labor rate variance. Standard labor rate minus actual labor rate. Labor efficiency. Standard efficiency minus actual efficiency. Formula remains same. Split this into two. Labor rate variance. Labor rate variance. Labor efficiency variance. Labor rate variance. Labor efficiency variance. Rate variance and efficiency variance. Rate variance and efficiency variance. Labor rate variance and efficiency variance. You give me the formula. I don't have anything to explain. What is the formula? SR into AH minus AR into AH. Every formula you will only give. I will not do any formula, because I know by now it would have got registered. SR into AH minus AR into H. Is this a new chart to remember? No, it's not a new chart. It's the same chart only. There it was called material, here it's called labor. That's all. Even not a new chart. So it's not that I'm telling you to remember so many charts also. Any doubts on this? This side. SR into SH minus SR into AH. Any doubts on this? Now, SR refers to rate to be paid for every hour. Rate to be paid. AR, rate actually paid. SH, time that should have been taken. Time that should have been taken for producing actual output. And SH is something we already did in labor chapter. In labor chapter, we used to do standard time. Standard time equal to actual output. And actual time is time actually taken by the worker. The gap used to be called time saved and all we used to do there. Here no time saved concept and all. We are going to calculate variances. Any doubts on this? SR, rate that should have been paid. AR, rate that is actually paid. SH time that should have been taken, AH time actually taken. So standard hours to be used for actual output. Here there is this formula. If you can do this formula, do it. Otherwise, standard equation method. What is standard equation method? So many units is equal to so many hours. ST equal to AO. Or AO into input by output. What is input? Input is number of hours of input divided by number of units of output. You can either do input by output. Input means not raw material input. Input is labor input now. Labor input divided by output. No, I don't want to do the formula and all. Go back to labor chapter. Standard equation. 1 unit is equal to 10 hours. AO equal to ST. So many units is equal to question mark. We were doing there. Same logic you follow here. All this we will see later. Refers to standard rate to be paid for 1 labor hour and rate actually paid for 1 labor hour. Any doubts till this? Any doubts in this? So first situation is called single labor without idle time. Single labor without idle time. Any doubts on this? Any doubts on this? Clear? Can we proceed? Okay, I'm going to do a question on this single labor without idle time situation, and then I'll explain the other charts which are needed. Let's come to 13. Standard output of product EXE is 25 units per hour in manufacturing department of a company employing 100 workers. Standard wage rate per labor hour is rupees 6. In a 42-hour week, department produced 1040 units of EXE despite 5% of the time paid being lost due to an abnormal reason. Hourly wage rate paid were 6.2, 6 and 5.7 to 10, 30 and 60 of the worker. Compute relevant variances. Nothing much for you to see in the question. Now listen. This question is with idle time scenario because it has said 5% of the time lost due to an abnormal reason. As of now, I remove this information. I'm going to solve it without this information. Later, this information we will see because I don't have a separate problem for single labor without idle time. Why it is called single labor? What is multiple labor is grade A, grade B, men, women, skilled, unskilled, some information like that, then it is multiple labor. So here I do not have multiple category of labor. 100 people are there, but category of labor is not there. So this is a single labor technically with idle time, which I am yet to explain you. So we are doing without idle time first, removing that data despite 5% of the time being lost due to abnormal reason is removed from the question. Okay, and we are going to solve the question. This first we will draw the chart, then the computation table, and then start calculating the variances. Then I'll explain situation 2, which is single labor with idle time. Same question I'll repeat again, where I'll do with idle time. First we are going to do without idle time, then we will repeat it with idle time. Clear? Any doubts on this? Any doubts on the approach? Let's start. Now place where you solve the question. Leave that 3-4 pages I had told you. Leave that. Now place where you solve the question. Draw the chart again. Draw the chart again. Labor will initially start drawing the charts again, and as you get comfortable, you can stop drawing the charts. So draw the chart. SR AR SH AH SR AR SH AH SR into SH SR into AH AR into AH. Top part is called rate, bottom part is called efficiency. Rate and efficiency. Top part is called rate variance, bottom part is called efficiency variance. Rate variance and efficiency variance. Clear? Computation table. SR into SH SR into AH AR into AH. As you do, this is question has some idle time which we'll see later. As of now, let's ignore it. SR into SH, SR into AH, AR into AH. Standard rate is somewhere given in the question. The standard wage rate per labor hour is 6. 6 rupees at 2 places. Any doubts in this? Clear? Coming to actual rate, I have a challenge here. The hourly wage rate actually paid were 6.2, 6 and 5.7 to 10 people, 30 people and 60 people. They did not pay a single rate. I have to first find out a single rate because 10 people are paid 6.2, 30 people are paid 6 rupees and 60 people are paid 5.7 rupees. Somewhere you will have to find out the average. Average means weighted average. There are different set of people. Ideally, I should pay the same rate, but question is talking about we paid maybe when labor were available in plenty, we paid 5.7 something. We have done, we have paid 6.2, 6 and 5.7. Come down. AR equal to AR equal to AR equal to note 1 computation of AR. AR equal to how many people did we pay 6.2? 6.2 into 10 in the denominator, right? 10. This is weighted average, okay? 6.2 into 10 plus. This is technically weighted average. You would have learned maybe in maths 6.2 into 10 in the denominator 10. What is the next rate we have paid? 6 into how many people? In the denominator plus 30. In the denominator plus 30. 6 into 30 in the denominator plus 30. In the denominator plus 30. Then what is the rate we have paid? 60 in the denominator 60. Do all this calculation. 6.2 into 10, 6 into 30, 5.7 into 60. Whole divided by 10 plus 30 plus 60. 10 plus 30 plus 60. What's the rate you get? 5.84. This is a single weighted average rate. Single weighted average rate is 5.84. We have ended up paying 5.84. 6.2 is paid to 10 people, 6 rupees is paid to 30 people, and 5.7 is paid to 60 people. All put together 5.84. Any doubts on this? All put together is 5.84. Any doubts on the number? Now write 5.84. Clear? Any doubts on this? Now coming to actual hours, they have said standard output 25 units, employing 100 workers, standard wage rate 6 in a 42-hour week. In a 42, so people have worked for 42 hours. In a 42-hour week, the department has produced 1040 units of EXE. The department has produced 1040 units of EXE in a 42-hour week. In a 42-hour week, this is what the production has been done by the department. Now, come down. Note 2, AH. Computation of AH. I can write it directly also, but a small calculation. AH. Always understand that if 42 hours is a weekly time, it's not one worker who is working. How many workers are there in this question? 100. So AH is equal to number of hours into number of worker, because I have to pay 42 hours into 100 people I have to pay. So I have told this concept when we did this area of your service costing, where I said that I'm not teaching for 3 hours, I'm teaching for 3 into 40 students, 120 student hours. So here 42 people are working for 100 hours in the factory. So indirectly they're working for 4200 man hours. This I had touched upon when I did labor chapter also, but there that much focus was not there. Here a lot of focus will be on this item. 4200 man hours, 42 into 100, 42 into 100, 4200 man hours, 4200 man hours. Any doubts on this? Any doubts on this? Can you proceed? So my labor cost, listen, my labor cost is 5.84 into 42 hours into 100 people. 5.84, that is why 4200. 42 people into 100 hours. You have to pay all the 100 people 5.84 on an average for 42 hours. Two places, 4200. 4200 at two places. 4200 at two places. Any doubts in this? Can you proceed? Any doubts in this? Next, note 3. Computation of SH. Computation of SH. SH is nothing but standard time. Standard equation. Some norm is given in the question. How many units is equal to how many hours? 25 units is equal to 1 hour. 25 units per hour. The standard norm is very crystal clear given. 25 units is equal to 1 hour. 25 units is equal to 1 hour. So 1 hour equal to 25 units. 1 hour is equal to 25 units. ST equal to AO. ST equal to AO. 1 hour is equal to 25 units. ST equal to AO. Question mark. What is the output given in the question? Can you get the question mark? 41 point. Any doubts till this first? 41.6. Now listen. AH is 4200. SH can't be 41.6. That is 4200. And this can't be 41.6. Such a huge variation is not possible. Reason is very simple. Listen. If they say 25 units per hour, it can be 25 units is equal to 1 hour. R. It can be 25 units per calendar hour. What is calendar hour is 1 hour. But how many people are working there? 100 people. So technically it is not 25 units is equal to 1 hour. It is 25 units is equal to 100 man hours. 25 units is equal to 100 man hours. Whatever answer you got, you can either multiply that with 100 or in the initial equation itself multiply with 100. In the initial equation, I normally do it in the equation, but sometimes 25 units per hour will mean 25 units per hour only. Sometimes. So when you get the answer, if you get an answer way off from the, normally into 100 has to be done. Into 100 has to be done. Reason is very simple. They said 25 units per hour in a manufacturing department of a company employing 100 workers. Now my only doubt is 25 units, one worker will give, then 25 units is equal to 1 hour. Or 100 worker will give. If 100 workers are giving, it is not 1 hour. It is 100 worker into 1 hour, 100 man hours. 100 worker into 1 hour, 100 man hours. Assuming you did 25 into 1, all that is fine. You got 41.6. Now you can multiply with 100. At some place you have to multiply with 100. I prefer doing it in the equation itself. Assuming you solved with 25 equal to 1 and you got answer as some 4000. Don't do any adjustment. 4000, 4200 looks clearer, looks okay. Most of the time, this number will be 100, 50, 60, 70, whatever the question says. Rarely they may end up giving the 25 units per hour means it is only 25 units by one worker, which is a rare scenario. It is a drafting issue. In case there is a drafting issue, so 41.6 can't be my final answer. So now cancel this and write again. 100 man hours. 100 man hours. I wanted you to write this and then cancel it and write now. 100 man hours. What is 100 man hours? 1 hour into 100 worker is equal to 25 units. 100 man hours is equal to 25 units. 1 hour into 100 workers. Any doubts on this? 100 man hours is equal to 25 units. ST equal to AO, question mark equal to 1040 units. Question mark equal to 1040 units. 4000 hours is equal to 4160 hours is equal to 1040 units. 4160 hours is equal to 1040 units. Clear? Any doubts on this? Any doubts on the concept here? Again, I'm saying other approach may also work in a very rare problem, in a very rare situation, but otherwise you will have to interpret only this way. Number of hours into number of workers, even in the standard equation. And even in the actual hours, we did number of hours into number of workers. So 4160, right? 4160. Tell me the values of every column now. 6 into 4160, 24,960, 6 into 4200, and 5.84 into 4200. Printed answer obviously will have one more extra column, which is with idle time scenario. Any doubts till this? Any doubts till this? Clear? Note 2, computation of variances, which is more of a formality, but being the first question, I'm doing it. Otherwise, I will stop doing it as we did in material. Computation of variances. Labor cost variance is equal to cost variance is equal to, please look at the chart and tell me the formula. SR into SH minus AR into AH. S smallest rectangle minus the biggest one. SR into SH minus AR into AH. SR into SH minus AR into AH. What is SR into SH figure? 24,960. AR into AH. Get the difference. 432 favorable. That's the labor cost variance. Labor cost variance 432 favorable. 432 favorable. You will see this by now. You would have got used to the chart method. You will feel that we are just unnecessarily doing it, but this is where the final answer is. So that's why I'm doing initial question. What's the next variance? Labor rate variance is equal to, look at the chart and tell me the formula. SR into AH minus AR into AH. This is nothing but, I explained in depth when I did the first part, SR minus AR difference. SR minus AR difference is this. AH is common in both the places. How much is SR into AH? Minus 24,528. 672 favorable. 672 favorable. Labor rate variance 672 favorable. Any doubts on this? Labor efficiency variance. Efficiency variance. Labor efficiency variance. SR into SH minus SR into AH. 24,960, 25,200, 240 adverse. Any doubts on this? Clear? This is single labor without idle time. Again, computation table is the most important part, and again challenge will only be standard quantity, here standard hours. Any doubts on this? Clear? Okay, go back to the place which you have left. We will write the situation 2. We may solve it in next session. Write situation 2. Single labor, write along with me. Single labor with idle time. Single labor with idle time. Single labor with idle time. I have only one category of labor is again the approach. This side SR, AR, SR and AR, SR and AR. This side SH. Okay, now listen for 2 minutes. Idle time. We are bringing a concept called idle time. What is idle time is I come to the class, but I don't take class. I don't take class. So academy pays me for 10 hours. I came to the class for 10 hours. They paid me for 10 hours. In this 10 hours, 3 hours I did not teach. I did not teach. Something like coffee break, lunch break, all that is fine. That is not an idle time. That is an part and parcel of the process. Normal idle time is not my worry. I came to the class and I said I have headache, I'm not taking the class, or power issues there, some reason I'm not taking the class, but academy still continues to pay me, so idle time is basically the difference between hours worked and hours paid. Now actual hours, we have two types of actual hours. One is called hours worked and another one is called hours paid. Academy pays me for 10 hours. I took class only for 8 hours. Gap is 2 hours. In that gap is not coffee break, lunch break. That is part and parcel. That is not worry. The worry is on the abnormal idle time. The worry is on the abnormal idle time. So here we have AHW. W means actual hours worked and AHP, actual hours paid. The AH which we used to write, we write now two things, AHW and AHP, actual hours worked, actual hours paid. The problem which we did some time back, there these two has to come, actual hours worked and actual hours paid, because there was some idle time in that question. I removed the data, actual hours worked and actual hours paid. Any doubts till this? So only small change, you have to now write AHW and AHP. Table remains same, right? SR into SH, SR into AHW, SR into AHP, and AR only with the last item, AR into AHP, SR into SH, SR into AHW, SR into AHP, AR into AHP. Any doubts on this? Again, formality only. Top part is called rate variance. Can you tell me the formula for rate variance now? SR into AHP minus AR into AHP. SR into AHP minus AR into AHP. I'm not even explaining. You want explanation? Anybody needs explanation? You'll have to tell me, because I'm kind of done in the first session itself. As I said, first session basic explanation was done, and with that everything is over. This part is called idle time. Reason is very simple. AHW and AHP gap is wastage of time. Hours work done, hours paid difference. Can you tell me the formula for labor idle time variance? SR into AHW minus SR into AHP. SR into AHW minus SR into AHP. This variance will always be adverse only. Hours worked minus hours paid will always be adverse, because hours paid will be more, hours worked will be less. Always this will give adverse variance only. And this part continues to be efficiency variance. So three parts now. The main variance is broken down into three here. Tell me the formula for efficiency variance. SR into SH minus SR into AHW. The formula changes little bit in the earlier situation to this situation. Don't worry about all this. Imagine chart, visualize chart, automatically formula will come. Now labor cost variance. Labor cost variance is equal to smallest rectangle minus the biggest rectangle. Labor cost variance is equal to SR into SH minus AR into AHP. SR into SH minus AR into AHP broken down into 3. Labor rate variance. Labor rate variance. Formula, everything is there in the concept book, but chart will not be there. So that is why I told you to write labor rate variance. Tell me the formula for labor rate variance. SR into AHP minus AR into AHP. SR into AHP minus AR into AHP. Clear? Labor idle time variance. Labor idle time variance. Again, look at the chart. SR into AHW labor efficiency variance. Tell me the formula. I don't expect any doubts in the parts. Only thing is I have introduced a new term only. Like this, I can keep adding few more charts we have to add. This is slightly a variant. The first chart, the labor variance, first chart was same as the material variance. Here idle time is an extra add-on which has come in. Any doubts in this? Any doubts on the chart? Any doubts on the chart? What is idle time? The gap between hours worked and hours paid. Gap between hours worked and hours paid. Any doubts on this? Any doubts on this? Clear? Okay. The solving part of this question we'll do it in the next session. Any doubts on this? I'll end with this then. Okay, let's now get back to question 13. In question 13, we had done earlier without idle time because I had changed the question. Now we are going to do with idle time. We are going to do with idle time. Let's get back. Let's draw the chart first. Let's draw the chart first. SP, sorry, SR, AR, SR, AR, SH, AHW, and AHP. Actual hours worked and actual hours paid. SR, AR, SH, AHW, AHP. Table is SR into SH, SR into AHW, SR into AHP, AR into AHP. Top part rate, bottom part efficiency and idle time. Rate, efficiency and idle time. We had done this in the previous session. I had concluded the class with this explanation. Last part we had done this. Rate, efficiency and idle time. And as far as the question which we are solving, originally it was a question with idle time only. I had altered it to do it in the previous session. Computation table. Working note 1, computation table. Computation table. SR into SH, SR into AHW, SR into AHP, AR into AHP. We have already done a part of this question in the previous session where we solved without idle time. SR into SH, SR into AHW,
SR into AHP, AR into AHP. How much is the standard rate as per the question? 6 rupees at 3 places. AR, we had done it in the previous session. AR is 5.84. This was part of the previous question, previous segment. AR is 5.84. We had done this as part of the previous question, 5.84. 6 rupees, 6 rupees, 6 rupees, 5.84 rupees. Standard hours also we had calculated 4160, 4160, 4160, and AHP is 4200. We have paid for 4200. AH of the earlier calculation. This is AH of the earlier calculation. We have paid for 4200. We made payment for 4200. AHP 4200. Any doubts on this? Can you proceed? Any doubts on this? Come down. Note 1. Computation of AHW. Now this table which you see here is already done by us when we did this SR into SH, SR into AH, AR into AH. That AH is AHP, actual hours paid. AH is AHP, actual hours paid. SH we had done the calculation, AR we had done the calculation. I'm just copy pasting those numbers. Now actual hours worked. Actual hours worked is equal to actual hours paid minus idle time. Actual hours paid minus idle time. We have to deduct the idle time from the hours paid. Actual hours paid minus idle time. Actual hours paid minus idle time. 4200 minus. Question has said 5% of the time paid. 5% of the time paid lost due to abnormal reason. 5% of the time paid lost due to abnormal reason. So 5% is the idle time. 5% is the idle time. Why we lost we don't know, but it's abnormal idle time. Normal idle time is not idle time. Only abnormal is problem. Minus 5%. 3990 hours. 3990 hours. 5% of the time paid being lost due to abnormal reason. Being lost due to abnormal reason. Any doubts on this? We write it here. Tell me the total of every column. 24,960, 23,940, 25,200. Now listen, this is what we had done in the previous session. Labor cost variance will remain same. Rate variance will remain same. Only thing is efficiency and idle time are two separate categories now. So whatever you earlier calculated will remain same because it was the same question only. It was the same question. Now we have altered the problem to bring in the idle time here. So my rate variance can't change, cost variance can't change. Efficiency variance will undergo a change because efficiency will now be measured little differently and idle time variance will come into picture. Any doubts on this? Any next computation of variances. Working note 2, computation of variances. Computation of variances of variances labor cost variance is equal to look at the chart and tell me the formula. I want participation, guys. Look at the chart, tell me the formula. Labor cost variance, SR into SH minus AR into AH. 24,960 minus 24,528. How much? 432 favorable. 24,960 minus 24,528. 432 favorable. Labor cost variance. We bifurcate this into three. In class, I'm doing it this way. In note, you can write it like this, or you write one formula, one formula, one formula. Presenting chart way could be little difficult in exam, even in class. In Excel, I can do, in Word, I can do, but your wish, how you want to present. Next, labor rate variance. Look at the chart and tell me the formula. SR into AHP minus AR into HP. Answer will remain same, whatever we calculated earlier. 25 200 minus 24 528 672 favorable. This is what was the earlier answer also, 672 favorable. Next, labor efficiency variance. Labor efficiency variance is equal to SR into SH minus SR into AHW. This answer will undergo change. SR into SH minus SR into AHW. AHW. SR into SH is 24,960 minus how much? 20. How much you get? 1000 favorable. 1020 favorable. Idle time variance will always be adverse. Idle time variance is going to be adverse because we are losing out on time. If you lose out on time, that is going to be an adverse variance only. Any doubts on 1020 favorable? Clear? Labor idle time variance. Idle time variance SR into AHW minus SR into AHP. 23,940 minus 25,200, you get 1,1260 adverse. 23,940 minus 25,200, 1,260 adverse. Any doubts on this? Any doubts on this? With this only that 13th question will get over. This is what will be there in the solution. I had altered it because I wanted to do single labor without idle time. Any doubts on this? 23,940 minus 25,200, 1,260 adverse. Can we proceed? Clear? Done? Okay. Now I go to the next situation. Totally four situations are there in labor. Situation 1 and 2 is done. Single labor with idle time, without idle time scenario is analyzed. Now write situation 3 in the place where you make notes. Situation 3. Situation 3. Multiple labor without idle time. Multiple labor without idle time. there are four situations. There can be a single labor, there can be a multiple labor, like single raw material, multiple raw material. There can be with idle time, without idle time. So that is the only variant here. Chart almost remains same. SR, you can write along with me, AR, SR, AR. This side we have SH, AH, and in between an item will come called as RSH. In between an item will come RSH. Like we had RSQ, here we have RSH, revised standard hours. Like revised standard quantity, we have revised standard hours. Any doubts in this? SR, AR, SH, AH, in between an item comes called as RSH. Table SR into SH, SR into RSH, SR into AH, AR into AH. Table below this SR into SH, SR into RSH, SR into AH, AR into AH. I'm just doing a formality after doing that first session. The first session, everything was explained. After that is just we are doing formality to complete the chapter. SR into SH, SR into RSH, SR into AH, AR into H. What will be the top part called? Rate. Bottom part? Efficiency. Together is efficiency. Broken down as yield, mix. There are other names for this. I'll explain them later. Yield and mix. Broken down as yield and mix. Broken down as yield and mix. Any doubts in this? Any doubts in this? Now, what is the formula for labor rate variance? Smaller rectangle SR into AH minus the bigger rectangle AR into AH. What is the formula for labor efficiency variance? SR into SH minus SR into AH. Efficiency together. Efficiencies together. I'm not asked for yield. What is the formula for mix variance? SR into RSH minus SR into AH. What is the formula for yield variance? SR into SH minus SR into RSH. The gap between the two. Any doubts in this? Any doubts in this? Now write note RSH. RSH is the total of, like we did there. RSH is the total of actual hours in standard mix. Total of actual hours in standard mix. We used to call total of actual quantity in standard mix. What is standard mixes? I want workers to work. If some work is happening, I want 5 skilled employee, 3 unskilled employee, 2 skilled employee to work together. If they work in this proportion, manufacturing should be done. But sometimes proportion may change. That's called mix variance. Any doubts on this? Now write the formula. Labor cost variance. I'm not going to tell you the formula. You'll have to tell me. I'll write. Labor cost variance is equal to smallest rectangle SR into SH minus AR into AH. SR into SH minus AR into AH. Broken down into labor rate variance. Labor rate variance. Labor rate variance. Logic for yield mix, nothing I'm going to give now because everything was given when I did material variances. So now we'll just keep writing it. That's all. Every logic was given when we did material variance. Labor rate variance. What's the formula? SR into AH minus AR into AH. SR into AH minus AR into AH. Other side, labor efficiency variance. Tell me the formula. SR into SH minus SR into AH. Efficiency is broken down into two. Labor yield, or there is another name because most of the time they may give the other name. Yield or sub efficiency variance. Sub efficiency variance. There it was called sub usage. Here it is called sub efficiency variance. Labor yield or sub efficiency variance. There it is called sub usage. Here it is called sub efficiency. Yield or sub efficiency variance. Tell me the formula. SR into SH minus SR into RSH. Every variance new formula comes till you are able to tell if you understood the chart properly. That's all. I'm not even giving you any formula. SR into SH minus SR into RSH. This side, labor mix R, there's another name, mix R. The composition of worker is called gang. Labor mix R, gang variance. Labor mix or gang variance. Gang is basically the composition of worker, 3 people plus 2 people put together, or team. You can call it as team variance or a gang variance. Mix or gang variance. Look at the formula chart. SR into RSH. That's all. The situation is over. Situation 3 is over. I don't have anything to explain here. We have written all the formula. We have also gone through what is RSH, what is SRAR, we already know. What is SH, all that we already know. New thing was RSH, which is also done. Any doubts till this? Any doubts on this? Situation 4. Written this. Anybody has any doubts? Situation 4. Situation 4. Multiple labor with idle time. Multiple labor with idle time. Multiple labor with idle time. With idle time. This side SR AR, SR and AR. This side SH, SH. Listen just for a minute. We normally write SH and AH. In between an item will come called as RSH, and AH will be called as AHW, AHP, because there's an idle time. AH will be called as AHW and AHP. No need to remember chart, also no need to remember. Only first chart you understood, everything is just a variant of that. SR, SH, AH, only SH and AH only will come. In between RSH, because you have multiple labor, and AH is broken down as AHW and AHP. AHW and AHP. That's all. Write it. SR into SH, SR into RSH, SR into AHW, SR into AHP, AR into AHP, SR into SH, SR into RSH, SR into AHW, SR into AHP, AR into AHP. Clear? Top part is called rate. Top part is called rate. In the bottom part, last one is idle time. Last one is idle time. The last one is idle time variance. First one is yield. Second one is mix. And only this together, only these two is efficiency. Only these two together is efficiency. Yield and mix together. Yield and mix together is efficiency. To put it very simple, efficiency is comparing SH and AHW. Comparing SH and AHW. Comparing SH and AHW. That is the efficiency. Only two things put together. Only two things put together is efficiency. Any doubts on this? Now, right, labor cost variance. Labor cost variance. Smallest rectangle minus the biggest one. Labor cost variance. SR into SH, AR into AHP. Okay, sorry, before this write the computation table also. Write the computation table. SR into SH, SR into RSH, SR into AHW, SR into AHP, and AR only with the last item. SR into SH, RSH, AHW, AHP, AR only with the last item. Only with the last item. Only with the last item. SR into SH, SR into RSH, SR into AHW, SR into AHP, and AR into AHP. Labor cost variance SR into SH minus AR into AHP. Any doubts in this? Really not much which I can explain here. I done my explanation already. Split into three parts. Labor rate variance, labor efficiency variance, labor idle time variance. Efficiency will be further split later. Labor rate, efficiency, and idle time. Labor rate, efficiency, and idle time. Labor rate variance, labor efficiency variance, labor idle time variance. Please look at the chart and tell me the formula for labor rate variance. SR into AHP, guys participate please, minus AR into AHP, SR into AHP. If anybody needs explanation, you will have to tell me. I hope it is clear, but somebody needs an explanation, then you will have to tell me. Labor efficiency variance is combining yield and mix together, the first two parts. That is, you have to compare starting from SR till SH and then SR with RSH, sorry, SR with AHW, SR with SH and SR with AHW. The gap is the efficiency variance. The gap is the efficiency variance. Clear? So next one. This is SR into SH minus SR into AHW, and this is SR into AHW minus SR into AHP, and efficiency is now broken down. Efficiency is now split into two. Efficiency part is split into two. Only the efficiency part. Only the efficiency part is split into two, which is labor yield variance, labor mix variance, labor yield variance, and labor mix variance. Yield variance and mix variance. Yield variance formula is SR into SH minus SR into RSH. Mix variance is SR into RSH minus SR into AHW. Clear? So this gives you yield variance and the mix variance part. Yield is SH and RSH, and RSH and AHW. Sometime back you wrote an explanation on RSH. It says RSH is the total of actual hours in standard mix. When I come to situation 4, I have two AH. There is an AHW, there is a AHP. When I did situation 3, I said RSH is the total of actual hours in standard mix. Total of actual hours in standard mix. When I come to situation 4, I see two AH. There is an AHW, there is a AHP. There is a AHW, there is a AHP. We are seeing two items. There is an AHW, there is a AHP. Now, in this situation, mix variance is comparing RSH with AHW. Mix variance is comparing RSH with AHW. So RSH is the total of AHW. In case you come to this situation, total of AHW in standard mix. Total of AHW in standard mix. Actual hours worked. Actual hours worked in standard mix. Actual hours worked in standard mix. Why this? Because mix variance is comparing RSH with AHW. It's not comparing RSH with AHP. If that was the comparison, then RSH is the total of actual hours paid in standard mix. Now write a note here. RSH is the total of actual hours. This worked alone word in a different color pen. Actual hours worked in standard mix. Total of actual hours worked in standard mix. Total of actual hours worked in standard mix. Any doubts in this? Clear? I give a minute or two. You go through what we did in situation 3 and 4, and then I'll start solving question. A minute or two for you. Okay, now let's start doing questions around this. Question 14. NPX Limited uses standard costing system for manufacturing of its product X. Following is the budget data in relation to labor hours for manufacturing 1 unit of product X. To manufacture 1 unit of product X, I need 2 hours of skilled labor, I need 3 hours of semi-skilled labor and 5 hours of unskilled labor, with the rate being 6, 4 and 3, and the standard composition being 2, 3, 5. 2 hours of skilled, 3 hours of semi-skilled and 5 hours of unskilled. This is the composition we want to follow. In the month of January, we have produced 10,000 units, skilled so much, semi-skilled so much, unskilled so much. Actual idle hours in bracket abnormal during the month. Actual idle hours are there, abnormal during the month. Skilled so much, semi-skilled so much, unskilled so much. They've asked us to calculate labor variances. Labor variance means all the variances, and specifically an impact on labor rate variance if 5,000 hours of skilled are paid at 5.5 and balance were paid at 7. This is like a rework situation only for rate variance. We would have done earlier a rate variance calculation. A small change they want to make, and they've asked us for a revised calculation, which we'll see later. Originally, labor variances have been asked. Single labor, multiple labor. Multiple, because there is a skilled, semi-skilled and unskilled. 100 people does not mean multiple labor. It's only because skilled, semi-skilled and unskilled. Number of employees data is not there, and even if there, wouldn't make any difference. Last question had 100 employees, but with that single labor. Is there an idle time information?
Participate, guys, please. Is there an idle time? So this is multiple labor with idle time. This is multiple labor with idle time. There is skilled, semi-skilled and unskilled, and there is an information on idle time. There is an information on idle time. Let's first put the chart. Put the chart. Multiple labor with idle time chart. SR this side, AR, SH, RSH, AHW and AHP. Again, I'm repeating, no need to remember any of the any of the charts. Logic is very clearly explained. SR, AR, SH, RSH, AHW, AHP. How do I remember the order? Nothing to remember. SH and AH you write. In between bring RSH and break the AHS, AHW and AHP. So this is our chart. SR into SH, SR into RSH, SR into AHW, SR into AHP, AR into AHP. Top part is called weight. Bottom first two parts, efficiency, yield, mix, and one separate part is idle time. Separate part is idle time. Rate, efficiency for the first two parts. Efficiency for the first two parts broken down as yield, mix, and an outer part called idle time. The outer part is called idle time. Any doubts in this? Let's open the computation table. 5 columns are needed with one extra column in the side. Totally 6 columns. Working note 1, computation table. Computation table. Totally 6 columns. First column is labor. Then SR into SH from the table. SR into SH. SR into SH. What's the second item? SR into RSH. Third item. AHW. SR into AHP. AR into AHP. SH, RSH, AHW, AHP and AR into AHP. They have given some category of workers. Tell me the category. What are the category here? Skilled, semi-skilled and unskilled, and finally a total. Skilled, semi-skilled, unskilled and a total. And a total. Skilled, semi-skilled, unskilled and a total. SR is given directly in the question. Tell me the SR for the three workers. 6 rupees, 4 rupees and 3 rupees. This is what I wanted to pay. Labor asked the budget data. Budget data is 6 rupees, 4 rupees, 3 rupees at 4 places. 6, 4 and 3. 6, 4 and 3. AR is also given directly in the question. 7, 3.5, 4. 7, 3.5 and 4. Any doubts on this? AHP is given in the question. AHP. In the month of January, 10,000 units were produced with the following detail. Normally, whatever they give is actual hours paid, unless they specifically mention that is actual hours worked. In this actual hours paid, there is an idle time. Question sometimes can mention actual idle hours abnormal apart from the above paid number. Apart from the above paid number means that is not paid, that is worked. Apart from the above paid number, there is an extra idle time. There is an extra idle time. So here the above table is
actual hours paid. From this actual hours paid, if I remove idle time, I'll get actual hours worked. From the actual hours paid, if I remove idle time, it is called actual hours worked. The above table is actual hours paid. Problem silent. Or if they specifically mention saying that this is paid, only scenario if they say this is the actual hours worked and an idle time additional So this is 18,000, 33,000, 58,000 at two places. 18, 33,000 and 58,000 two places. 18, 33 and 58 and 58. From this 18,000 and 33,000 and 58,000, I have to remove idle time. I have to remove idle time from 18, 33 and 58. From 18, 33 and 58, which is given in the question. How much is idle time? Tell me the idle time, guys. 500, 700 and 800. So remove that number. From 18,000, remove 500. 17,500. Second one is 32, 300. Third one, 57, 200. From the actual hours paid, remove the idle time portion. Remove the idle time portion. You will get actual hours worked. From the actual hours paid, remove the idle time. Remove the idle time. You will get actual hours worked. Any doubts in this? Any doubts in this? Can you proceed? Note 1, computation of RSH. Computation of RSH, and listen, which is where this explanation was useful. RSH is the total of actual hours worked in standard mix. You have actual hours worked, you have actual hours paid, total will not be same. Worked total and paid total will not be same. So RSH is the total of actual hours worked in standard mix. Now write total of AHW. Please put a total of AHW and tell me. Total of AHW, how much? 107. 1,07,000. Total of AHW, actual hours worked. From 1,09,000, 2,000 is removed. From 1,09,000, 2,000 is removed, or you put the individual total of three items. 1,07,000. Break it into three. Split this into three. Skilled, semi-skilled, unskilled. Skilled, semi-skilled and unskilled. Split it into three. Skilled, semi-skilled and unskilled. Skilled, semi-skilled and unskilled. There is an original plan given for these three. Original plan was what proportion? 2 is to 3 is to 5. 2, 3, 5. 2, 3, 5. 2 is to 3 is to 5. So into 1 lakh, 2, 3, 5. Please break it in the ratio of 2, 3, 5. 107 divided by 10 into 2 equal to, into 3 equal to, into 5 equal to. Into 2 is, into 3, into 5, 2, 3, 5. 21, 400, 32, 100, 53, 500. 21, 400, 32, 100, 53, 500. Any doubts on this? Clear? Can you proceed? So RSH 21, 400, 32, 100, 53, 500. Any doubts on this? Now SH is always computed with the help of what? with the units. So here listen, standard equation 1 unit equal to 10 hours. Standard equation 1 unit is equal to 10 hours total. 1 unit is equal to 10 hours. AO equal to ST. AO equal to ST. Note 2, computation of standard time. Computation of standard time. 1 unit equal to 10 hours. One, you can separately also do skill, semi skill, or do it together. That's your wish. 1 unit is equal to 10 hours. AO equal to ST. Actual output equal to standard time. How much is the actual output? 10,000 units is equal to question mark. Tell me the answer to the question mark. Split that in the ratio of 2 is to 3 is to 5. Split in the ratio of 2 is to 3 is to 5. 1 lakh hours. Split in the ratio of 2 is to 3 is to 5. Split in the ratio of 2 is to 3 is to 5. Any doubts on 1 lakh? The split ratio is 20,000, 30,000, 50,000. Tell me the values of each of the column. 3,90,000, 417, 300, 405, 800, 4 lakh, and 4 lakh. This multiplication you will have to take care using the memory function. I had told you in the last class, 6 into 20,000 equal to, then without pressing any other key, 4 into 30,000 equal to, without pressing any other key, 3 into 50,000 equal to, and then a GT button. 3 lakh 90, 417, 300. Like this, it will keep happening. Any doubts on this? Any doubts on this? Can we proceed? Now, right, labor cost variance is equal to, labor cost variance is equal to labor cost variance is equal to variance is equal to, look at the chart and tell me the formula. SR into AHP minus AR into AHP. SR into actual hours paid, AR into, sorry, not SR into SH, sorry. Smallest rectangle. SR into SH, SR into SH minus AR into AHP. What is the SR into SH number? 3 lakh 90. And last one is 4 lakh. What's the answer? 83,500 adverse. 83,500 adverse. Broken down into 3 parts. Labor cost variances split into 3 parts. Cost variances split into 3 parts. Any doubts on the cost variance number? Any doubts on the cost variance number? First part is labor rate variance. Tell me the formula. SR into AHP, AR into AHP, which is 4 lakh 14 minus 4 lakh 14 minus 473 500. How much you get? 59,500 adverse. 59,500 adverse. That is on the rate variance part. 59,500 adverse rate variance. Clear? Rate variances 59,500 adverse. Can you proceed? Apart from rate variance, we had two more variances. The next variance is labor efficiency variance. Efficiency variance SR into SH minus SR into AHW. 4 lakh, 3 lakh 90 minus 390 minus how much? 405 800. We get 15,800 adverse. 15,800 adverse. Any doubts on this? Other side, labor idle time variance. Presentation, your wish, how you want to do it. I prefer doing it in the chart, easy for me to explain. Exam, this can be challenging, so you can keep noting one by one. In class also, your wish. Labor idle time variance, what's the formula? SR into AHW minus SR into AHP. 405 800 minus 4,14,000, 8,200 adverse. Labor idle time variance is 8,200 adverse. Any doubts on this? Now break the efficiency variance. Break the efficiency variance into two parts. Efficiency variance into two parts. Only the efficiency variance is further broken down into two parts. At any point, I can check my answer. 59,500 adverse, 15,800 adverse, 8,200 adverse will add up to 83,500. Will add up to 83,500. And now, what two variances we calculate will add up to 15,800. Labor yield variance. Tell me the formula. SR into SH minus SR into RSH. 3 lakh 90 minus 4 lakh 17 300. Answer 27,300 adverse. The yield variance is 27,300 adverse. Any doubts on this? The yield variance part is 27,300 adverse. 27,300 adverse. Any doubts on this? And the last part, labor. We are done with yield variance. The other part is labor mix variance, which is SR into RSH minus SR into AHW. SR into RSH is 417 300. AHW is 405. This will be favorable. How much? 11,000. 11,500 favorable. 27,300 adverse. If you put a total 11,500 minus 27,300, you will get minus 15,800. Minus 15,800 minus 59,500 minus 8,200, you will get minus 83,500. Any doubts in this? Why we keep breaking it? To understand multiple reasons. So cost variance is adverse. What is the problem? Then we understood, okay, we ended up paying more than what we wanted to pay. 59,500 rate variance is a problem. I also understood workers efficiency is also a problem. 15,800 adverse, and idle time has also happened. Then inefficiency, I get to know yield. Yield is the real efficiency measure. Yield or sub efficiency, and because of the mix change, we are saving money. We are saving money, but that may be good, bad. We don't know, because when mix is changing, maybe your original plan was to use them in the proportion of 2:3:5. Here, in the actual proportion, skilled seems to be lower than 20%. 235 was the plan. 235 is 20% of skilled, and in the actual we did not use 20%. Can you tell me 18,000 on 109 is what percent? 18,000 divided by 1,09,000. So I wanted to use 20% of skilled. I used only 16% of skilled. What this does? This saves me money. but efficiency took a hit. Efficiency took a hit. That is why we try to find what are the base reasons. In case I had used more of skilled, and that is I had original planned skilled, then maybe my work could have got over in 1 lakh hours itself rather than 1 lakh 9,000. We ended up wasting money here. So the purpose was to calculate the variance and ends here. At final level, you'll have to understand what could be the reason, take some corrective action, some advice, all that will come. Any doubts in this? There's a rework part where effect on labor. What is effect is today the labor rate variances, we calculate how much of the labor rate variance, 59. Now effect means what will happen to the idle time variance. I want you to do, I'm not going to do it, you have to do only these two table, only these two column, only these two column. In that, SR into AHP will not change. AR into AHP alone skilled will undergo a change, because some you have paid at 5.5, some you have paid at 7 rupees. So next is computation of labor rate variance, where labor SR into AHP, AR into AHP, SR into AHP no change, AR into AHP no change for semi skilled, no change for unskilled. Skilled alone some change they have mentioned, give effect to the change, put a total, calculate the variance. Okay, there will be some increase or decrease in variance. I give you around 2 to 3 minutes, start doing it. 2 to 3 minutes for you. So I had to recreate only one part of the calculation. In this, all these columns are not needed again. In fact, even SR into AHP is not needed, but here this 5.5, they have said that we have paid it at the rate of 5.5 for 5,000 hours, and balance we have paid it at the rate of 7, which is 13,000. Obviously the total will undergo a change now. The total will undergo a change now. The total is changed to now how much? 4,66,000. Now the labor rate variance is 52,000 adverse. Earlier, I think it was some 59,500 adverse. Now it is 52,000 adverse. So the impact is 7,500 reduction has happened on the adverse variance. Reason is we have paid lesser. We earlier paid 7 rupees for all hours. Now we have paid it for only 5,000 hours. So there is a variation there, and because of which the amount goes down to 52,000. Any doubts in this? Any doubts in this part? Clear? Can you proceed? Okay, go through the solution. Go through the solution of this entire question. A minute or two for you. Okay, 15 is homework question. You will be able to manage this. It's exactly similar to 13 which we did. So you can do that later at home. Let's come to 16. Let's come to 16. Standard labor employment and the actual labor engaged in a week for a job are as under: particulars, skilled, semi-skilled and unskilled, standard number of workers in a gang, actual number of workers employed, standard wage rate per hour, actual wage rate per hour. During the 40-hour week, gang produced 1800 standard labor hours of work. Calculate cost, rate, efficiency, mix and yield variance. Broadly a very simple question. We will start doing it, and I will do the computation table. After that you will complete the variances. Single labor, multiple labor, skilled, semi-skilled, unskilled. Any reference of idle time anywhere in the question? Have they asked for idle time variance? No. So this is multiple labor without idle time. Multiple labor without idle time. There is no reference of idle time anywhere. Inefficiency can still be there. What is inefficiencies? People were working for 2,000 hours, but they got production only to the extent of 1,800. That is possible, but that does not mean idle time. Idle time means people were not at all working, not at all working. What is inefficiency? You were working but not getting full results, not getting full results. Now let's first put the chart. Multiple labor, SR AR, SH, AH, in between RSH, SR into SH, SR into RSH, SR into AH, AR into AH, SR into SH, SR into RSH, SR into AH, AR into AH. What is the top part called? Rate, rate variance. Bottom part SR into SH and SR into RSH comparison. What is it called? Yield, mix, put together is efficiency. Yield, mix, put together is efficiency. I will focus on computation table. Looking at the chart, you can complete later on. You can complete later on with the variances. Yield, mix, together is called efficiency. Together is called efficiency. Any doubts in this? Let's do the computation table. Working note 1, computation table. Working note 1, computation table. SR into SH, RSH, AH, AR into AH. SR into SH, SR into RSH, SR into AH, AR into AH. No concept of idle time, so no AHW, no AHP. SH, RSH, AH and AH. Tell me the SR number given directly in the question. 321. Standard rate per labor hour is 321. 3 places. AR is also given directly in the question. 4, 3 and 2. 321 and 432. SR is 3 rupees, 2 rupees and 1 rupee. AR is 4 rupees, 3 rupees and 2 rupees. 4, 3 and 2. Clear? AH. AH. AH number is, they have said actual number of workers employed is 28, 18 and 4, and during a 40-hour working week. During a 40-hour working week, 28, 18 and 4 during a 40-hour working week. 40-hour working week means 28 into 40 hours, 8 number of hours into number of workers, number of hours into number of workers. I can do a separate note, but I'll write it directly. I don't feel a major calculation. 28 people into actual, we are talking about actual. 28 people into 40, 18 people into 40 and 4 people into 40. So actual hours 28 into 40, 18 into 40, 4 into 40. That is, in this side I'm writing the proper number: 1120, 720 and 160. 1120, 720 and 160. 1120, 720 and 160. 1120, 720, 160. Any doubts in this? Clear? Can you proceed? Any doubts in this? Come down. Note 1. Computation of RSH. Computation of RSH. Total of AH equal to. Total of AH equal to. Just a formality. The step is more of a formality. Once you do computation table, everything is over. Total of AH. What is the total of AH? 1120 720 160. How much? 2000. Split 2000 in the ratio of 30 to 12 and 6. Standard composition. Split in the ratio of 30 to 12 and 6. Split in the ratio of 30 to 12 and 6. RSH 2000 broken down in the ratio of 30 to 12 and 6. Split and let me know the value. So in this RSH of killed 2000 into 32 150. How much? RSH of semi skilled 2000 into 12 by 50 480 and RSH of unskilled into 6 by 50 240. One two eight zero 480 240 1280 480 and 240. 1280 480 240. Any doubts on this? Can you proceed? Any doubts on this? Okay. Coming to the standard hours, this is a very unique question where they directly given the standard hours itself. The gang produced 1800 standard labor hours of work. Instead of saying gang produced 5 units, 10 units, 15 units, they're saying no, no, I'll not give you units and you convert, I'll give you directly. Directly standard hours, directly standard hours, 1800. That I have to split in the ratio of 30 to 12 and 6, original composition. 30 to 12 and 6. They have themselves given the standard time. Ideally, I should have to calculate this to make it easier. Question has given us the standard time. No standard equation, nothing needs to be done. Crystal clear mention in the question 1800 standard labor hours of work. Next, computation of SH. Computation of SH. Computation of SH. SH of unskilled. SH of unskilled. No, no, okay, in the order. Skill, sorry, sir, correct. SH of skilled, skilled. Originally skilled, sorry. Skilled 1800. 1800 into 32 by 50. 1800 into 32 by 50. Double one. SH of semi skilled. 1800 into 12 by 50. SH of unskilled. 6 by 50. 1152 480 240. Sorry, 1280 480 240 was the RSH and 1152 432 and 216. This question very simple. They have given the standard time directly. They have given the standard time directly. Any doubts on this? Write those numbers. 1152 432,216.
Around 5 minutes for you. Complete table, calculate all variances. I'm not discussing as of now. 5 to 6 minutes for you because we have already done one question on labor variances computation. You have to do this 5 to 6 minutes for you. Complete table and then do the variance calculation.
Tell me the total of column 1. 45, 36. Next column. Sorry, 5040, 49, 60, 6960. My labor cost variance is 4536 minus 6960. Minus 6960, how much? 242424 adverse. Labor rate variance is 4960 minus 6960, 2000 adverse. Labor efficiency variance is 4536 minus 4960, 424 adverse. Labor yield variance is equal to 4536 minus 5040, 504 adverse, and labor mix variance is 5040 minus 4960, 80 favorable. Any doubts on this? Straightforward, simple computation. Moment you understand the workings, there's nothing there in the question. Any doubts on this? Clear? Can we proceed? Any doubts on this? Anybody has any doubts on any of the variances here? Let's come to 17. Uh, a slightly unique and a challenging question. Let's come to this. A company is working in a manufacturing sector and uses labor force which consists of skilled, semi-skilled and unskilled workers. Rate of labor per week for skilled labor is 120, for semi-skilled labor is 80, unskilled labor is 60. It has been planned that labor for a job that would take 60 weeks to be completed ideally. The labor for a job that would take 60 weeks to be completed ideally. Ratio of workers employed in skilled, semi-skilled and unskilled would be 5 is to 3 is to 4. Management consultant who was employed to handle this job died in an accident. Board hired a new consultant to take over this job. New consultant had a different approach. He thought workers are required in the ratio of 7 is to 3 is to 8. Original is 5 is to 3 is to 4, and this new guy is saying 7 is to 3 is to 8. He changed the composition of the labor force and employed the workers in the new ratio. Project was carried out successfully, and it turned out that this change in mix of labor force, this change in mix of labor force saved the company 76,800 in the job, but at the same time also lost 129,600 due to poor productivity of the labor. As a result, management consultant was promoted and labor force was fired and was replaced with a more experienced labor force. As the new management consultant was promoted, company found a new one to replace him. This third management consultant was asked to understand and analyze the job of the previous. Total time period taken for the job was 64 weeks. Net extra cost spent in comparison to planned cost 104. Total number of weeks worked by all the type of laborers was 23,040. Skilled and semi-skilled in reality charged 20 extra. Unskilled negotiated 20 lesser, and they have been asked to calculate a lot of variances. All this information is asked. Go through the question. It's a good, well drafted question. Go through this. Okay, let's discuss this question now. There is some basic information. They've asked us to calculate what is the labor efficiency if the total labor efficiency variance of skilled and semi-skilled is 129, what is the labor efficiency of unskilled labor? Something they've asked. What are the amounts companies saved and paid extra to laborers? Total 1440 weeks were worked in addition to what was planned. How many extra or less labor were used in actual compared to standard? Calculate revised standard weeks for all three types of labor force. Answer in sequence of skilled, semi-skilled. And if standard rates charged by skilled, unskilled were, then who performed worst, better and best due to the change in labor composition? Some lot of requirements are there. First of all, it's a multiple labor. Any reference of idle time word anywhere in the question? Any reference of the word idle time anywhere in the question? So this is multiple labor without idle time. Multiple labor without idle time. Let's open the chart. SR AR. Please call this as SW. What is SW? Standard weeks. Rather than hours, they're talking about weeks here. They have not converted into hours. So SW, RSW and AW. Standard weeks, revised standard weeks, actual weeks. SR into SW, standard weeks. SR into RSW, revised standard weeks. SR into AW, actual weeks. Formula, everything remains same only, nothing changes there. It is just that SR into SW, RSW and AW and AR into AW. SR into standard weeks, SR into revised standard weeks, SR into actual weeks, AR into actual weeks. Top part is called rate, bottom part is efficiency, broken down as yield and mix. Yield and mix. SR into SW, SR into RSW, SR into AW and AR into AW. Clear? Open the computation table now. Open the computation table. Working note 1, computation table. SR into SW, RSW, AW and AW. SR into standard weeks, SR into revised standard weeks, SR into actual weeks, AR into actual weeks. The three category of worker is skilled, semi-skilled and unskilled. The three categories are skilled. First para, companies working in a manufacturing sector which consist of skilled, semi-skilled and unskilled. Skilled, semi-skilled and unskilled. So the category is skilled, semi-skilled, unskilled. Skilled, semi-skilled and unskilled. Clear? Then they've said the rate of labor per week, rate of labor not per hour, rate of labor per week is 120 for skilled worker. 120 rupees I pay per week and 80 rupees and 60 rupees. 120, 80 and 60 for skilled, semi-skilled and unskilled. Skilled, semi-skilled and unskilled. So 120, 80, 60 at three places. 120, 80 and 60. Clear? It had planned the labor for a job that will take 60 weeks to be completed ideally. I told them to do some work which will take 60 weeks, which will take 60 weeks. 60 weeks, how many people we don't know, but it will take 60 weeks. It will take 60 weeks. Ratio of workers employed where this was the original plan. So this is called standard. 5:3:4.
4. 5 is to 3 is to 4. So below the table, we'll keep noting down some information because a lot of information is there. Note standard mix 5 is to 3 is to 4. Standard mix is 5 is to 3 is to 4. Any doubts on this? Then management consultant was employed to do this work. He died. New consultant came. He changed the mix to 7 is to 3 is to 8. So this is the actual mix they did. The original plan was 5 is to 3 is to 4. This guy came, altered the mix and told them work in the proportion of 7 is to 3 is to 8. Originally 5 is to 3 is to 4. I came, I said no, let's do 7 is to 3 is to 8. So actual mix 7 is to 3 is to 8. I came, altered the mix. I came and altered the mix. Then they are saying he changed the composition, employed the workers in the new ratio. Project was carried out successfully. Project was carried out successfully, and it turned out change in mix saved 76,800 for the company. Change in mix. What is change in mix is labor mix variance. Labor mix variance is 76,800 favorable. Labor mix variance is 76,800 favorable. I altered the mix and saved money for the company. Saved means favorable. I altered the mix and saved money for the company. How much money I saved? 76,800. 76,800. I altered the mix. Project was carried out successfully, and it turned out that this change is a good change. Mix of labor force. Change in mix. Change in mix is basically your labor mix variance. Labor mix variance. So next to information, labor mix variance. Labor mix variance. We'll see how to use it later. 76,800 favorable. 76,800 favorable. Labor mix variance, change in the mix saved the company 76,800. Instead of directly giving you the number like the previous question, here they are saying no, I give you little bit information, you analyze it. 76,800 favorable. Too much information is there, so I want to keep noting down one by one. But at the same time, we lost how much? 129,600 due to poor productivity. Now listen, efficiency. The efficiency had two parts, yield and mix. Mix is change in mix. Yield is otherwise called as sub efficiency, which is a measure of productivity. Yield is measure of the productivity of the worker. Yield is a measure of productivity of the worker. So what happened here is I changed the mix. This I had explained even in the previous question when I said skilled 20% was the plan and we did some 16%. Mix variance was favorable, but the problem happened is mix is favorable but our productivity went a drop. This was the problem where we had in this question. Mix variance was favorable because we used less of skilled worker. We used less of skilled worker, but at the same time we had a loss. We had a loss in the yield variance side. Same problem this consultant has ended up doing now. The consultant ended up costing the company 129,600. Ended up costing the company labor yield variance 129,600 adverse. Labor yield variance 129,600 adverse. We are yet to even read the full question. It is still we are reading one by one and noting down 129,600 adverse. Any doubts on this? Then, as a result, management consultant was promoted, labor force was fired, replaced with an experienced labor force. New consultant was promoted. They want a new one to replace. Third consultant was asked to analyze the job of the previous. Time period taken for the job is 64 weeks. 64 weeks is the time period taken for the job. I cannot use it directly because I need to see How much was the number of worker? We have no idea on that. Some extra information is there. As we proceed, we'll understand. Net extra cost in comparison to the planned cost. Can you tell me what will this be? Labor cost variance, net extra cost in comparison to the plan is called SR into SW, and net cost extra in comparison to the planned cost is 1,04,000. So next is labor cost variance, 1,04,000 adverse, 1,04,000 adverse. Clear? Any doubts on this? Total number of weeks worked by all the type of laborer. Worked by all the type of laborer is 23,040. This is AH or AW. AW. We will split this in the ratio of actual mix. We'll split this in the ratio of actual mix. 23,040. I don't know that 56 and 64. I don't know why they gave. We'll see. There's a original plan was 60 weeks for a job, and now they are given 64. What is the utility of that? I'm not very sure as of now. I see maybe if there is a drafting error, we are not sure. Can you do 2340 divided by 64? Check how much you're getting. 2340 divided by 64. 360. Okay, there will be some utility. I'll explain that later. There will be some utility of this number. I'll explain this later. Now, write AW equal to 23,040. Split this into 3. Skilled, semi-skilled, unskilled. Skilled, semi-skilled and unskilled in the actual mix. What is the actual mix they've ended up using? 7. Please split 738. 738. 89. You're getting 8960. Next one. Next one. 10. This many weeks people have worked. What is this weeks? Number of workers into number of weeks. Number of workers into number of weeks. Total weeks they have said 23,040. 23,040 for that work. I don't know, they employ 10 employee, 20 employee, 50 employee, 100 employee. We don't know. We'll see the calculation sometime. Any doubts on this? Any doubts on this? I think almost we have reached a stage where we'll get the table fully. AW copy paste 8960. 8960, T840, 10240. This side also 8960, 3840, 10240. 8960, 3840, 10,240. RSW is the total of AW in 5:3:4. RSW is the total of AW in 5:3:4. RSW is the total of AW in 5:3:4. Can you please do it? Computation of RSW. Computation of RSW. Computation of RSW. Total of AW in standard mix. Total of AW. Instead of calling it as AH, we call it as AW because data is given per week. Total of AW in standard mix. 23,040, same number. What is the standard mix? 5, 3, 4. Split 23,040. 9,000. Okay.
560. Objective is to complete the table. Once table is completed, question is almost over. Objective is to complete the table. Once table is completed, we are almost done with the question. Any doubts till this? Can you proceed? 9600, 5760, 7680. Any doubts in this? Unless there are any drafting errors, this should be right. AR is also given in the question. SW will see what to do. AR is given in the question. They have said skilled and semi-skilled worker in reality charge 20 extra. Skilled and semi-skilled in reality charge 20 extra. Unskilled 20 lesser. Unskilled 20 lesser. Skilled and semi-skilled charge 20 extra, and unskilled were 20 lesser. Can you please get the answer for this? 1 140, 100, 20 extra, 40 lesser. 20 extra and 40 lesser. Two people 20 extra and one person 20 lesser. Give me the total of column 2, 3, 4. Column 1 I'll see later what to do. Right? 20 lakh. Okay, 20 lakh 73 600. 19 lakh. Sorry, 19 lakh 98 400. Okay, 1998 400. 20 lakh 48,000. Okay. You do the calculation. I'll wait. Can you please check the numbers again? There is some error. There is some error. 19? No. 1996? 800. Okay, let me check. This is fine. 1996 800 is fine. 1996 800 is fine. Calculation you guys will have to check. And also please confirm 2048 is right or wrong. Okay, check it. Can we proceed? Any doubts till this? Any doubts till this? Clear? Okay, now listen. I told why there is a mistake is when I was checking labor mix variance, I was not getting the answer. Whatever number you gave me earlier. What is labor mix variance? 2073 600 minus 1996 800. Earlier numbers was not matching this value. So till now whatever we have done is correct because labor mix variance given in the question is matching. Labor mix variance formula is SR into RSH minus SR into AH. Clear? So that part is taken care of. And labor cost variance I will use. Please use the formula for labor cost variance. We will get SR into SW. Breakup we'll see later, but at least the overall table will get over. Overall table will get over. Breakup I'll see later. I'll have to break it into multiple parts, but let me at least complete the entire table. Next, labor cost variance is equal to labor cost variance is equal to labor cost variance is equal to SR into SW minus AR into AW. Or you can even use the formula of labor sub efficiency, that yield variance. Any formula you can use. Ideally, both will give the first number correctly. Labor cost variance is equal to SR into SW minus AR into AW. How much is the labor cost variance? Negative 1,04,000. We have written a lot of information in the note because too much information was there in the question. Negative 1,04,000. SR into SW, AR into AW is how much? 20,48,000. Get me the answer to SR into SW. I have to break it into multiple parts. We'll see that. 19,44,000. Any doubts on this? Any doubts on 19,44,000? Can we proceed? Almost done with the table. Only thing is I want that breakup of what is SW of skilled, what is SW of semi-skilled, what is SW of unskilled. That breakup is not there, but we have almost got it. We have almost got the structure. To get the breakup, I think some of the MCQ is only going to help me. Any doubts on this? What is the formula for labor yield variance? Labor yield variance formula. SR into SW minus SR into RSW. If you check, you will get that 129,600. You will get that 129,600. Not sure why they gave mix and yield variance in the question. I'm not sure why they gave, because I did not use it also. But they have given it, and satisfaction that okay, it is matching. It is matching. Any doubts till this? Any doubts till this? Now somehow I have to get that breakup. Once the breakup is there, then I'll see what are the requirements. To get the breakup, the first information will help. If labor efficiency variance of skilled and semi-skilled is 129,600, what is the labor efficiency variance of unskilled labor? I'll use this, and somewhere it is going to help me in getting to the answer. The word used is efficiency, not the sub-efficiency. Sub-efficiency is yield variance. Labor efficiency variance of skilled and unskilled is 129,600 favorable. 129,600 favorable. What is the labor efficiency variance of unskilled labor? Labor efficiency variance of unskilled labor. Now come down. Any doubts on the table first? Any doubts on the table? Okay, I give you a minute or two, because too much information. You go through the entire table, go through whatever we have done till now. 2 minutes for you. 2 minutes for you. Go through whatever we have done till now. Okay, let's proceed now. Somewhere we'll use the information given and get the answer. Labor efficiency variance of skilled and semi-skilled is given. They've asked for unskilled, and somewhere this will help me in getting the balanced data. Now, what is the formula for labor efficiency variance? Look at the chart and tell me. Formula for labor efficiency variance. Right. Labor efficiency variance is equal to labor efficiency variance is equal to SR into SW minus SR into AW. I don't know the breakup, but I know the overall value. We don't know the breakup and all. Overall value is known. SR into SW minus SR into AW. The breakup is not known to us. Overall value is known. What is SR into SW from the computation table? 19,44,000. 19,44,000. SR into AW. This is for all the three people put together. Somewhere this will help us in the answer. 1944 minus 1996, 800. How much? 52,800 adverse. 52,800 adverse. Any doubts on this? Any doubts on 52,800? In this 52,800, in the 52,800 adverse, I am saying in the question that skilled and semi-skilled is 129,600 favorable. Skilled and semi-skilled is 129,600 favorable. Balances of unskilled. Balances of the unskilled. So break it into two. Skilled and semi-skilled. Skilled and semi-skilled put together. 129,600 favorable. 129,600 favorable is for skilled and semi-skilled put together. Skilled and semi-skilled put together is 129,600 favorable. Unskilled is balancing figure. Tell me the balancing figure amount. 1. This is favorable, that is adverse. So this is negative value, this is positive value. You will need a very high positive value this side. So this is positive value,
Overall is negative. Overall is negative. So 129,600 and minus of minus another 52,800. You get 182,400 adverse. 182,400 adverse. Any doubts on this? 182,400 adverse. This will be answer to part 1, but this will also help me in completing the table. 182,400 adverse, and this will help me in completing the table. Any doubts on this? Any doubts on this? Clear? Can we proceed? 182,400 adverse is the option A there, and this will help me in completing the table now. Any doubts till this? Any doubts till this? Now listen. This formula we used it for everyone. Now I will use only for the unskilled guy and get the SW of unskilled. Get the SW of unskilled. Only for the unskilled person. Only for the very well drafted question. Lot of concepts are interlinked here. Any doubts on 182,400? Any doubts on 182,400? Now write this. Negative 182,400 is equal to SR into SW minus SR into AW only for the unskilled people. Only for the unskilled people. Negative 182,400 is equal to SR into SW minus SR into AW. SR into SW minus SR into AW. Negative 182,400 is equal to, how much is the SR for unskilled? Look at the table. Guys, you'll have to be louder, please. 60 into SW. 60 into SW minus 60 into 10. Please get the answer to SW. Solve it, get the answer to SW. 7,000. And that's all. With this, my answer will be almost done. 7,200. 7,200. With this, answer will be almost done now. 7,200. You can solve and let me know. I have not done the solving part. Yeah, 7,200. Any doubts on this? Any doubts on this? Clear? Now listen. My original mix is 5:3:4. In that 4 is equal to 7,200. In that 4 is equal to 7,200. The original mix is 5:3:4. In that 4 is equal to 7,200. In that 4 is equal to 7,200. What is 5? What is 3? We have to see. Any doubts on this? Any doubts on this? Now then, right. Break it into 3. Skilled, semi-skilled, unskilled, 5, 3, 4. 5, 3 and 4. 5, 3 and 4. Skilled, semi-skilled and unskilled. Ratio is 5, 3, 4. Ratio is 5, 3 and 4. In that we have done the calculation for unskilled. We have done the calculation for unskilled, where you can put an arrow mark down. 4 equal to 7,200, 3 equal to question mark, 5 equal to question mark. With this, the table will get over, and then I'll answer everything. 3 equal to question mark, 5 equal to question mark. 9,000, 5,400 and 7,200. Every item is done. 9, 5, 4 and 7, 2. 9,000, 5,400 and 7,200. It's a reverse working with a lot of interlinked drafting which they have done. 9,000, 5,400, 7,200. Any doubts on this? I write the values now. 9,000, 5,400. Please check whether you are getting that 1944. If you are getting, everything is done. Now I'll see what is the balance requirement of the question. Almost everything is done. 9,000, 5,400, 7,200. Any doubts on this? Can we proceed? Any doubts on this? All breakup, everything is done. After this, we'll have to answer now whatever is asked in the question. Again, they have asked a lot of good questions there. You will understand as we proceed. Any doubts till now? Done? Can we? Okay. What is the amount that company saved and paid extra to laborers respectively? Saved and paid extra to laborers respectively. I'll park it for the time being. It can be interpreted in multiple ways. I'll park this for the timing. I'll come back to this requirement in some time. If in total 1440 weeks were worked in addition to what was planned, how many extra or less workers were used in actual as compared to standard? Let's answer this requirement first. If they are saying 1440 weeks were worked in actual as compared to the plan. In fact, if I had seen this requirement, I would have completed very easily the earlier part. Can you tell me the total of SW? Total of SW. 21. Total of AW. 2, 3. What is the difference here? 1440. So instead of doing the earlier calculation with this requirement, with 2340 you could have got 21,600, because you are saying 1440 is more than the plan. 1440 is more than the plan. I could have got 21,600, split that in the ratio 5:3:4. I could have done that. I did not even see the requirement, so I could have even done that. 23,040 is the actual week and 21,600 is the standard week. Any doubts till this? Now requirement is little different here. They are saying you compare how many people worked and how many people you were planning to work, and what is the difference between the two? They're saying if in total 1/4, this information is of no use to me, how many extra or less workers were used in actual as compared to standard? Actual I did 10, 20, 30. Plan was 5, 6, 7, some random number. Okay, how much is the difference? They're asking how much is the difference, how much extra or less we worked as compared to actual as compared to standard, whatever is the requirement, and answer in sequence of skilled, semi-skilled and unskilled. For this, now write actual man hours. Actual man hours is equal to actual hours into actual workers. This formula I had given it in the previous session. Actual hours into actual workers. This formula I'm going to alter now. Actual hours into actual workers. Then write actual man weeks. Actual man weeks is equal to actual weeks into actual workers. Actual weeks into actual workers. Any doubts till this? It's the same concept. The question somewhere has mentioned that we have taken 64 weeks to complete the job. We have taken 64 weeks to complete the job, and plan was to complete this in 60 weeks. We have taken 64 weeks to complete the job. Next, can you tell me what is the actual weeks for skilled worker? Actual AW for skilled. AW for skilled. Everything in your notebook in the table. AW for skilled. Sorry, 8,000. 8,960 is equal to 64 into actual worker. Tell me the worker figure. 64 into actual worker. This is the actual skilled worker. 64 into actual worker. 1 actual skilled 140. Very well drafted question. Actual skilled 140. It's a time consuming, almost 1 hour we are taking in this question. Can't help it, but it's a very well drafted question. Actual skilled 140. Any doubts on this? Can you proceed? Actual skilled is 140. Can you tell me the actual man weeks for the second category of workers, semi skilled? 3840 is equal to 64 into actual workers. Actual workers is how much? 60. 140, 60. Any doubts on this? 140 and 60. Give me the third category worker. How many actual man weeks? 10,000 is equal to 64 into actual workers. One. So in reality, 140 people, 60 people, and 160 people have worked in reality. This I have to compare with standard and find the difference. In reality, 140 people, 60 people, and 160 people have worked. 140, 60, and 160. Any doubts on this? Any doubts on this? Now write the same formula again. Standard man weeks. Standard man weeks is equal to standard week into standard workers, standard number of workers. Standard man weeks is equal to standard week into standard number of workers. Standard number of workers. Standard week into standard number of workers. Tell me the SW of the skilled. 9. Standard week for the job is given somewhere in the first para of the question. 60 into standard worker. Skilled is 150. The standard is 150 for skilled workers. $150 for the skilled workers. There are a lot of other ways to get to this answer, but I feel this is better. Skilled is 150. Tell me the second worker, how much is the standard week? Is equal to 60 into standard worker. Semi-skilled 90. Semi-skilled is 90. Skilled is 150. Semi-skilled is 90. Skilled workers 150. Semi-skilled is 90. Third category. 60. Tell me unskilled how many employee. Now I have to do a comparison and then find the difference and select one of the choices there. Do the comparison. That is, my plan was to employ 150, 90, 120. We ended up employing 140, 60, 160. We ended up employing 140, 60, 160. Here 10 worker difference is there. In case here 30 worker, and in case of last one, here we have done more employment, there we have done lesser employment. Let's see what comparison they are asking. Is it actual minus standard or standard minus actual? And then we answer. 10 employee, 30 employee and 40 employee is the difference. 10 employee lesser, 30 employee lesser and 40 employees more. 40 employees more. Any doubts on this? Any doubts on this part? Can we calculate now? Can we see what is the option? They are saying how many extra were used in actual. In actual they want to know extra. In actual they want to know extra. How many extra are lesser? How many extra are lesser in skilled? Extra or lesser? Lesser. 10 lesser. And second one 30 lesser. Third one, which option is right now? Minus 10 minus 30 plus 40. Minus 10 minus 30 plus 40. Any doubts on this? Any doubts on this calculation? Question 9 is already done. Tell me which answer is this. Revised standard weeks. You have in your notebook. RSW. 9,000, 5,760, 7,680. Next, standard rate charged by skilled, semi-skilled and unskilled was 120, 80 and 60. I don't know why they again mentioned it. This was earlier there. Which labor force performed worst, better and best due to change in labor composition? Worst, better and best. Worst, better and best due to change in labor composition. What is change in labor composition? Mix variance. Change in labor composition is mix variance, which has performed worst, better and best. Worst, better and best due to change in labor composition. Please individually calculate two things. I'll give you time, okay? Individually calculate labor mix variance, one worker. That is, individually you will have to do mix variance for skilled, individually for semi-skilled, individually for unskilled, and also labor cost variance, because it can be answered in both the ways. I'm not sure what they have done. So first calculate individual mix variance and cost variance for skilled, semi-skilled and unskilled, and then I'll end the solution. I give you around 3-4 minutes. 3-4 minutes. Individual calculation. Do skilled, semi-skilled, unskilled separately. Mix variance and cost variance. Mix variance and okay. Do mix, cost and rate. I'll need 3. Mix, cost and rate variance. Do the 3. I'll discuss it in some time. These were your individual values, so I'm calculating them. 10 lakh 80, 4 lakh 32, 4 lakh 32, 1152, 460, 800. You may not have done the individual values, that's okay. All values you may not have done. These are your individual values. Mix variance is the difference between SR into RSW and SR into AW. Mix variance. So this minus this, these are the mix variance number. Mix variance number. Positive will indicate favorable and negative will indicate adverse. Individual mix variance number. Individual mix variance number. Mix variance number. Any doubts on this? Individual mix variance number. You had to apply formula. For at your end it can take more time, but this is the calculation. Individual mix variance number. Then cost variance. Individual cost variance number is this minus this. These are individual cost variance number: negative 174, 48 and 22 400, 48 and 22 400. And rate variance, I had told you to do rate variance also: mix cost and rate variance, mix cost and rate variance. So rate variance is this difference. These are the numbers, okay? Mix cost and rate variance individually we have done, now I'll quickly close the question. We are almost done. Mix cost and rate individually done. Any doubts on this? Now question says, if standard rates charged are okay, which labor force performed worst, better and best due to what? Change in labor composition, which is ideally mix variance. Which has the worst labor mix variance? Individually, which has the worst labor mix variance? Unskilled. Unskilled is the worst performing one. Unskilled is the worst performing one. Which has a better mix variance? Skilled. Best is semi-skilled. Best is semi-skilled. Best is semi-skilled. This is worst. This is better. And this is best. Best is for the 1,53,600. Worst is negative 153,600. And best is skilled workforce. Best is skilled workforce. Ideally through this. Ideally through this. Instead of, I can also do it through cost, but I feel this is better. Mix variance. Worst is unskilled. Better is skilled. Best is semi-skilled. Worst is unskilled. Better is skilled. Best is semi-skilled. Any doubts in this? Any doubts in this? So the answer is which one? C or D? Unskilled, skilled and semi-skilled. Worst, better and best. Worst, better and best due to the change in labor composition. Worst we got for the last category of worker, which is unskilled. Better we got it for the first category of worker, skilled, and best we got it for second category of worker. Then this requirement, what are the amount company saved and paid extra to laborers? Saved and paid extra to laborers. Now this payment can be understood as rate variance, can also be understood as cost variance, can be understood as rate. So I am not sure what they have taken. They are saying saved and paid extra. Now listen, if I look at cost variance, saved number is this. Two people we have saved, 22 and 48. This is the saved amount. 22 400 and 48,000 is the saved amount. Is the, if I look at the cost variance, because I'm not sure, it can be interpreted both the ways. They are saying how much we have saved or extra to the workers. One is 22 and 48. This is my saving, and extra is 174 400. If you look at rate variance, saving is 204 800 and extra is 2,56,000. One of them will be there in the option. Which one is there in the option? 204 800 and 2,56,000. Amount saved or paid extra. Extra can be understood as extra rate or can be understood as extra cost. That is why I told you to do cost and the rate variance. I was not very sure. MCQ option, I can choose any of this. So here they were saying how much is the amount saved and paid extra. I go with rate variance. When I go with rate variance, extra payment is these two and saving is 204 800. So in the choices, they are saying how much we saved. Saved is 204 800 and paid extra is 256. Saved first and paid extra later. Any doubts on this? I'll quickly summarize the entire question. We initially started reading the question. We saw the rate was given 120, 80 and 60. One worker should take 60 weeks is the first line of the question. Third line of the question, 60 weeks. I wanted workers to work in the ratio of 5:3:4. Consultant came, changed it as 7:3:8. Because of this, We saved 76,800, which is labor mix variance. We never used it anywhere, but the question gave this. And we spent 129,600 due to poor productivity, which is labor yield variance. Again, not used anywhere. Then actually worker took 64 weeks. I wanted them to do in 60 weeks. They actually took 64 week, and extra cost net paid was 1 lakh 4,000. 23,040 weeks was the actual weeks taken by all the worker. Split that in the ratio of 7, 3 and 8. Split that in the ratio of 7, 3 and 8. And then 20 rate extra, 20 rate lesser. We wrote this rate. Table was almost over. After using the labor efficiency variance, or easier would have been using this data 1440 weeks. That would have been easier. I used the labor efficiency variance. Easier would have been saying that 2340 is actual, 1440 more. So standard is 23,040 minus 1440, and split that in the ratio of 5:3:4. Whatever SW you got, divide by 60. Whatever AW you got, divide by 64 will give you the actual workers and standard workers, and the gap. And the gap is the extra workers or lesser worker. Gap is extra workers or lesser workers. Also, who has performed better, worst and best in terms of labor mix variance, individual mix variances. In terms of extra payment to the worker, labor rate variance, individual calculation. If they just ask overall, no, overall answer is there in the table itself. Individually you have to calculate and do. Any doubts in the question? Any doubts? I give you around 2 to 3 minutes now. Go through the entire solution. Anywhere you get a doubt, let me know. 2 to 3 minutes for you. 2 to 3 minutes. Anywhere if there is a doubt, let me know. Okay, we have done a slightly heavier question, so I go back to the homework question 15. I want you to do it so that once you practice maybe 10 minutes, and then I take up next set of question. So do question 15. I'm not even discussing the question. It is similar to 13. If you get a doubt, you see what you did in 13. Start doing question number 15. We will discuss it in some time. Start doing question number 15 around 7 to 8 minutes for you. 7 to 8 minutes for you. Okay, I'll do the computation table. It is with idle time situation, SR into SH, SR into AHW, SR into AHP, AR into AHP. SR is given directly in the question, 25, and AR is also given directly in the question, 25.7. Actual hours paid is 40, number of hours into number of workers, 48 into 120, 48 into 120, number of hours into number of workers, which is 5760. In a 48-hour week, department produced 1,000. 5% of the time, 5% of the time was lost due to abnormal reason. So the AHW number, just give me a minute. AHW is 5760 minus 5%, 5472. The standard equation is, questioner said we are going to produce 20 units per hour. You can originally do it that way, but if you get a very odd answer, you will have to bring the number of people also into picture. So here it says 1 hour equal to 20 units. ST, this is maybe the wrong way, equal to 1000. If I do, I get 50 hours, which is very insignificant. So this one you multiply with 120 people, 120 hours. 120 hours is equal to 20 units. Man hours concept. 1 hour, 120 people. 1 hour, 120. See, it could be 1 hour, 20 units also. Very rare. But most of the time, man hours concept. So I got, if I do 1 hour equal to 20, I'll get only 50 hours, which is a very insignificant answer. Or you get 50 and then multiply with 120 people. Then multiply with 120 people. The answer is 6,000. 25 into 6,000 is 1,50,000. 25 into 5472, 1,36,800 into 5760, 44,000. And last one, 48,032. Labor cost variance 1,50,000 minus 148,032. Answer is 1968 favorable. Labor rate variance 144 minus 148,032, 4032 adverse. Labor idle time variance 136,800 minus 144, 7,200 adverse. And labor rate variance 150 minus labor efficiency 150 minus 136,800, how much? Clear? Any doubts in this? Most of the variances are adverse. One efficiency is very high favorable. Overall, we have ended up getting a favorable variance. Any doubts in this? Straightforward, simple question. This is a homework question I did because I just wanted a break from a very tough question. So we want to do an easier one, and then we now go back. Any doubts on this? Any doubts on this? Clear? Let's move to the next question now. Question 18. This is also a fairly simple one only, but only one extra concept is there. Let's come to 18. Following information has been provided by a company: number of units produced and sold, standard labor rate per hour, standard labor hours required for 6,000 units. Hyphen is basically blank. They have left it blank. Actual hours required. The word should be actual hours used or actual hours. I don't know why they were used the word required, but okay. Actual hours is 17,094. Labor efficiency, not variance. Labor efficiency, some percentage is given, and labor rate variance is given. They've asked us actual labor rate per hour, standard hours required for 6,000 units, basically standard hours, labor efficiency variance, standard labor cost per unit, actual labor cost per unit, something they have ended up asking. More or less almost information is available, but they've asked us to calculate with the given information some variance, and with the given variance some information. This is the broad data. It's a kind of reverse working question. Single labor, multiple labor. Single labor, I don't see any categories: skilled, semi-skilled, unskilled, nothing is there. If any category is there, that would have been fine. With idle time, without idle time. Again, it's without idle time because there's no reference of idle time. Now, in the labor chapter, you would have learnt a formula for efficiency. If you remember that, then only this question will be easier. Else, you may not understand. I'll give you the formula, then you'll understand it. But this question can be solved only by remembering the formula which we have used in the labor chapter. So if I go back to labor chapter, in the labor chapter, you have to keep revising your concepts. Unless you keep revising concepts, it will become difficult. All formulae you will have to keep revising. Efficiency based on time. Efficiency standard time by actual time into 100. This formula is going to help me now. There's another formula for efficiency: actual output by standard output. That is not needed. Standard time by actual time. This formula we are going to use it now. Same efficiency formula after maybe some 5-6 classes, I'll use again in another chapter. So you will have to keep revising your concept. There's no other way. Keep revising concept. Unless you keep revising concept, it will become difficult for you. So keep revising concept. Efficiency formula which we have used, labor efficiency ST by AT will be done here. Now directly computation table, single labor computation table. No chart, computation table. SR into SH, SR into AH, AR into AH, three items. SR into SH without idle time, SR into AH AR into AH. Whatever is available directly we'll write it. Not available, we'll use that formula which I was talking about, and this will end up giving us the answer. SR into SH, SR into AH, AR into AH. Tell me the information given in the question. What information is there? Rate per hour is 2 places. 8, 2 places. What else is there? 17,094. 2 places again. 17,094. 2 places, 17,094. Clear? Come down. Labor efficiency. Efficiency is equal to standard time by actual time. Efficiency is equal to ST by AT. Efficiency is equal to standard time by actual time. How much is the efficiency given? Is equal to ST by AT is how much? 17,000. AT is actual hours. AT is actual hours. ST is standard hours. Calculate the standard time. 18. 17,094 into 105.3%. Yeah, 17,999.98. 18,000. 18,000 hours. Any doubts on this? Unless you are aware of this formula, you will get stuck in this question. Otherwise, there's nothing there in the problem. It is only this formula which we have to be aware of, and you have learnt it. It's not that not learnt, but obviously there is a gap. So you'll have to keep revising your concepts multiple times. Any doubts on 18,000? Any doubts on 18,000? Come back, right? 18,000. 18,000. There's one variance given in the question. What is the variance they've given? Labor rate variance, right? Labor rate variance, that will give you AR. Labor rate variance is equal to labor rate variance is equal to labor rate variance is equal to what is the formula? SR into AH minus AR into AH. SR into AH minus AR into AH. Labor rate variance SR into AH minus AR into AH. There's a value already given in the question for labor rate variance. How much? Minus 68,376. Negative. Minus 68,376. Negative 68,376. 68,376 is equal to 8 into 17,094 minus AR into 17,094. AR into 17,094. 136,752 minus 17,094 AR. 17,094 AR. Take AR to the other side. Can you solve and let me know what is the AR? 12 per hour. Actual rate is 12 per hour. They have given the variance. With the variance, we have calculated this. AR is 12 rupees per hour. 12 rupees per hour. SR was 8 rupees per hour. AR is 12 rupees per hour. AH is given in the question. SH, we have done the calculation. Any doubts on this? Any doubts on this? Let's take it here. 12 rupees. 12 rupees. Any doubts on 12? Tell me column 1 value. 8 into 8.
1,44,750. Last one, 5,128. Any doubts on this? 144, 136, 205, 128. 205, 128. Any doubts on this? Any doubts on any of these values? Let's now answer the requirements. Let's answer the requirements. Any doubts on the table? Now let's come to the requirement. First requirement already done. Actual rate per labor hour. Actual rate per labor hour. This is technically working note 2. Working note 1, computation table. Always complete the table. After the table is completed, you answer whatever they are asking in the question. Actual rate per labor hour. How much? Well, 12 per hour. Standard hours. This is also done. Standard hours. 18,000 hours. Standard hours is 18,000. Standard hours is 18,000. Standard hours 18,000. Clear? What's the next requirement? Labor efficiency variance. Labor efficiency variance. Labor efficiency variance. Tell me the formula. SR into SH, SR into AH, SR into SH, SR into AH. One 44 minus 136, 752. 144 minus 136, how much? 1,000? 248? Favorable. Any doubts on this? Clear? More or less self-explanatory. The last two are new requirements, but that are also easy only. Any doubts till this? Next is standard labor cost per unit is standard labor cost divided by number of units. What is standard labor cost? Column 1. What is number of units? 6,000 units. Standard labor cost per unit is standard labor cost divided by number of units. Actual labor cost per unit is actual labor cost divided by number of units. What is actual labor cost? Last column. What is standard labor cost? First column. What is cost variance? Standard cost minus actual cost. So standard labor cost per unit is equal to standard labor cost by units. 1,44,000 divided by 6,000. Divided by 6,000. Both standard labor cost and actual labor cost will be divided by actual units only, because standard cost is calculated for actual output. Standard cost is always calculated for actual output. 144 by 6,000, how much? 24. Actual labor cost per unit is equal to actual labor cost by units. 205, 128 divided by 6,000. 205, 128 divided by 6,000. How much? 188. Any doubts on this? Any doubts on this part? 24, 34.19 or 188. Any doubts on this? Clear? Done. Okay, we'll take a break now. I'll resume again at 10:20. We'll resume by 10:20. Okay, let's continue now. We were doing labor variances. 19 is a homework question which we are going to do now in the class. I'm going to discuss only one item in this and then you will start doing it. I'll discuss only one item and then you will start doing it. First, you go through the question, then I'll discuss that small item and then you have to solve the entire question. Go through question 19. Go through 19. Okay, is it single labor, multiple labor?
Multiple labor. Is there an idle time in the question? Yes. Okay. You're going to solve everything. SR is given, AR is given, how many hours they have worked, how many hours they have paid, everything is given. Can you tell me what is the standard equation here? How many hours is equal to how many units? Because you have to calculate SH. How many hours is equal to how many units? 40 hours is equal to 1000 units. No, you are in the right direction, but it's not 40 hours equal to 1000 units. You are in the right direction, but it's not 40 hours equal to 1000 units. That's the same thing. No, 40 is 1000 and 1 hour 25 same. No, 800 hours is equal to 1000 units. Reason is 20 people will work for 40 hours. 20 people will work for 40 hours. 800 hours is equal to 1000 units. ST equal to AO. Get the ST, do split, all that you do. I'm not bothered more about it. The difficult part students struggled was standard time here. When I had discussed this in the previous batches and all, it is 20 people into 40 hours. 20 people into 40 hours. So 800 hours is equal to 1000 units. Question mark is equal to 960. That will give you ST. Break it into all that you do. Start doing it. Multiple labor with idle time around 10 to 12 minutes for you. 10 to 12 minutes for you. Start doing it. 10 to 12 minutes for you to solve this question 19. So this was on multiple labor without with idle time. We'll have to first do a computation table. Just give me a minute. So we'll have to do a computation table. SR into SH, SR into RSH, SR into AHW, SR into AHP, AR into AHP. Three category of workers were men, women, and boy, and they have given the rates. SR is given directly in the question. How much? 62.5, 40, and 35. The three rates are given directly in the question. And AR is 60, 42.5, 32.5. AHP, actual hours paid is number of hours into number of worker. Number of worker is 13. 40 hours we are paying 13 into 40, and then we have 4 into 40, 3 into 40. 13 into 40 is technically 520, 160, 120. Now actual hours worked the same 13 but into 38. 2 hours were lost. 2 hours were lost. 4 into 38, 3 into 38. Total of AHW will be 760. Total of AHW will be 760. Split the 760 in the ratio of 10 is to 5 is to 5, which is 380, 190, and 190. 380, 190, and 190 in the ratio of 10 is to 5 is to 5. 760 in the ratio of 10 is to 5 is to 5. SH calculation, standard equation I told you, 800 hours is equal to 1000 units. ST equal to AO, question mark equal to how many units produced? 960 units. What is standard time? 768 hours is equal to 960 units. We bifurcate the 768, 384, 192, 192 in the ratio of 2 is to 1 is to 1. Any doubts on any of the numbers here? What's the total of SR into SH? 38,400. RSH 38,000. AHW 40,000. 945. Then 4300.
41,900. Clear? Any doubts on this? Variance is simple. Labor cost variance 3,500 adverse. First column minus the last column 3,500 adverse. Labor rate variance 1,200 favorable. 43,100 minus 41,900. Labor idle time variance 49,45 minus 43,100. 2,155 adverse. Labor efficiency variance 38,400 minus 49,945. 38,400 minus 49,945, which is 2,545 adverse. Labor yield variance 400 favorable. Labor mix variance 2,945 adverse. Any doubts on this? Any doubts on this? Clear? I really don't have much to explain. All the answers are there. Purposes you practice it. That is why ideally this should be practiced at home, but some question I normally discussed in the class itself. Any doubts on this? Any doubts? 20 will be homework which you'll have to complete at, and I'll discuss this in the next session. With this, labor variances discussion gets over. Okay, now we move to variable overhead variances. I'll first set the context for variable overhead variances, explain various scenarios, and then we start doing it. When we did overage chapter, we used to calculate OAR, overhead absorption rate, and the formula for OAR there was budgeted overhead divided by budgeted suitable base. Now the suitable base can be machine hours, can be labor hours, can be number of units, can be direct material cost, can be direct labor cost, can be prime cost, can be number of students in case of Bharadwaj Institute. So you can have anything as a basis. Now what we are trying to do in variable overhead variances is, we had planned saying that variable overhead will be so much and started recovering it from the customer. In reality, you incur more or less. There can be an under recovery or over recovery, and that is technically the variation. That is technically the variance. What is variance? Is amount of under recovery or over recovery which happens from the customer. Why it happens, what is happening, and we'll understand as we proceed. So OAR we used to do budgeted overheads by budgeted suitable base. Now, for the time being, understand suitable basis direct labor hours. 90% of the question base will be direct labor hours only. So I did at the beginning of the year, overhead absorption rate is equal to budgeted variable overhead. Fixed overhead we'll see later. Variable overhead divided by budgeted direct labor hours. I did this rate calculation. I did it on base of DLH. I did it on base of DLH. It can be on DLH, it can be on machine hours, it can be on your material cost, labor cost, it can be on number of units. I did this calculation and I decided the rate to be 10 rupee per hour. This is the rate we decided. Okay, it is on labor. It is on labor. We have decided that we are going to do it on the basis of labor hours. We are going to recover the variable overheads. Recover the variable overheads on the basis of direct labor hours. Now, for variance calculation, I have a chart, and the chart is exactly same as labor variances. SR, AR, SH, AH. SR, AR, SH and AH. SR into SH, SR into AH, AR into AH. Now write variable overhead variances. Write variable overhead variances. Variable overhead variances. Let us assume variable overheads are recovered. Let us assume variable overheads are recovered variable overheads are recovered using direct labor hours as the basis. Using direct labor hours as the basis. There can be any basis, but we are assuming that it will be direct labor hours. Direct labor hours. OAR is equal to budgeted overheads by budgeted suitable base. OAR is equal to budgeted overheads by budgeted suitable base. Then again write OAR is equal to budgeted variable overhead, because we are doing variable overhead. We are doing variable overhead divided by budgeted direct labor hours. Budgeted variable overhead divided by budgeted direct labor hours. Budgeted direct labor hours. This is the basis we wanted to use, and right, this is also called as SR. This is also called as standard rate per hour. This is also called as standard rate per hour. Also called as standard rate per hour. I'll explain more about it as we proceed. Now draw the chart. Only one situation, no multiple situation here. SR, AR, SH, AH. SR, AR, SH, AH. SR into SH, SR into AH, AR into AH. SR into SH, OR. There's another name for this. I'll explain as we proceed. But you have to leave some space. SR into SH, R. Something else will come there. SR into AH, R. Another name is there for this also. And last column is AR into AH. Another name is there also for this. AR into AH. Another name is there for this. What are these other names? We'll see later. The top part is called expenditure variance. The bottom part is called efficiency variance. Expenditure and efficiency. Top part is called expenditure, bottom part is called efficiency. Now, what will be the formula for variable overhead expenditure variance? If I ask you what is the formula for variable overhead expenditure, see and tell me. SR into AH minus AR into AH. Variable overhead efficiency variance. SR into SH minus SR into AH. This is the formula. Logic is already known to you, but how this are calculated, some extra analysis needs to be done. Below this table, maybe some 3-4 lines gap was needed. Variable overhead cost variance is equal to variable overhead cost variance, smallest rectangle minus the biggest rectangle. Variable overhead cost variance. Variable overhead cost variance is, what is the formula? SR into SH minus AR into AH. SR into SH minus AR into AH. Break this into two. Variable overhead expenditure variance. We don't call it as rate, we call it as expenditure. Variable overhead expenditure variance. Variable overhead expenditure variance. Expenditure variance, looking at the chart, what is the formula? SR into AH minus AR into AH. Variable overhead expenditure variance, SR into AH minus AR into AH. SR into AH minus AR into AH. This side variable overhead efficiency variance. No further breakup and all here. Expenditure, efficiency, no extra situation, only one situation. Variable overhead efficiency variance. Efficiency variance. Tell me the formula. SR into SH minus AH. SR into SH minus SR into AH.
Any doubts till this? Just give me a minute. Clear? We have got all the formula, everything, but some extra explanation is still pending. Okay. Now write SR and split that into two. SR per R, SR per unit. Write SR and split into two. Standard rate per hour, standard rate per unit. That is the variable overhead which I calculate can be calculated in two ways. One is on the basis of number of hours, or on the basis of number of units. What is SR per hour? Right. Budgeted variable overhead by budgeted hours. Budgeted variable overhead divided by budgeted hours. Budgeted variable overhead divided by budgeted hours. This side. Budgeted variable overhead divided by budgeted units. Budgeted hours and budgeted units. Budgeted hours and budgeted units. Budgeted variable overhead by budgeted hours. Budgeted variable overhead by budgeted units. Variable overhead by budgeted hours and budgeted variable overhead by budgeted units. Okay. Now in this computation, let's understand few points. First thing is we are calculating two standard rates. One is called per hour, another one is called per unit. Why two separate rates? Because my variable overhead ideally will be per hour basis recovery, but some question may give per unit basis recovery also. Now SR into SH, SR into SH, standard time is calculated with the help of what? Participate guys, you know the answers. With the help of actual output. So this can otherwise be called as SR into AO. This can be otherwise called as SR into AO. Listen, standard rate per hour into standard hour. Standard rate per hour into standard hours, or standard rate per unit into actual output. Per unit into actual output, both will give same answer. Standard rate per hour into standard hours, or standard rate per unit into actual output. Standard rate per unit, per hour, per unit, per hour, per unit. Why 2? Because some question you will be able to do SH, AH, AH. Some question that day combination may not be possible. You may have to take the help of SR into AO. You may have to take the help of SR into AO. I'll repeat again. SR into SH. What is SH? Standard labor hours. Standard labor hours. Can it be anything else? Yeah, it can be standard machine hours also. It can be standard machine hours also. Or it can be standard quantity of raw material. It can be raw material also. Or it can be standard labor cost if it's a percentage. It can be anything. Most of the time it will be standard labor hours. SR into standard labor hours. SR per hour. Again I am repeating. SR per hour into standard hours, or SR per unit into actual output, both are same. SR per unit into actual output, either multiply with actual output or multiply with standard time depending on what data you have in the question. Any doubts on this? Again right here, SR into SO. SO is standard output. SO is standard output. SO is standard output. SR into SO. SO is standard output. I'll repeat what we are doing here. SR into SH, standard rate per hour into standard hours, is equal to standard rate per unit into actual output. Standard rate per hour into actual hours is equal to standard rate per unit into standard output. What is standard output? I'll explain as we proceed. And this can also be called as actual variable overhead. This can be called as actual variable overhead. AR into AH is nothing but actual variable overhead. I'll repeat from the beginning. First thing we understood is variable overhead can be recovered using multiple bases. We have said that no, we are taking direct labor hours as the basis. Once we decided that, we calculated a OAR. What is the OAR set? Budgeted overheads by budgeted suitable base, or budgeted variable overhead divided by budgeted direct labor hours, and we call this a standard rate per hour. We call, where did I use the standard rate per hour? I have used it here. Standard rate per hour, budgeted variable overheads divided by budgeted hours. I can also do it on the basis of units. I can also do it on the basis of units, which is budgeted variable overhead divided by budgeted units. Either divide by budgeted hours or divide by budgeted units. Budgeted hours are divided by budgeted units. Budgeted variable overhead by budgeted hours, budgeted variable overhead by budgeted units. Many question both will be done. Many question both will be done. Then our chart says SR into SH, SR into AH, AR into AH. The SR into SH, sometimes I may calculate that as SR into AO. Sometimes I may calculate the same item as SR into AO. SR into AH, sometimes I may calculate that as SR into SO. AR into AH, sometimes I may calculate that as AVOH. Sometimes I may calculate that as AVOH. Clear? Any doubts on this? And SR per hour can be used at these places. SR per unit has to be used at these places. Per hour, both the SR will not be same. Rare question it can be same, but generally not same. So SR into SH and SR into AO does not mean the same standard rate. One is standard rate per hour, another one is standard rate per unit. One is per hour, another one is per unit. Any doubts till this? Any doubts on this? SR per hour, SR per unit, SR per hour, SR per unit, AR per hour into actual hours. Or this can also be called as AR into AO. Very rarely we use AR into AO is actual rate per unit into actual output, or technically actual variable overhead. Any doubts till this? Any doubts on this? Let's get more clarity by doing one question. Let's come to 21. Let's come to 21. Following information is obtained from measures Will and Erwish Co. Limited. Budgeted production, budgeted variable overhead, standard time for 1 unit, actual production, actual variable overhead, actual hours worked. Basically, some information has been given and they've asked us to calculate variable overhead variances. They've asked us to calculate variable overhead variances. Here, when I do variable overhead variances, no two situation. We do not have single material, single labor, multiple labor. All those do not come into picture. None of those. We have to directly do only same table. Clear? Can we start? Very basic question just to get started with. Can we start? Now draw the chart. Draw the chart. SR, AR, SR and AR, SH, AH, SR and AR, SH and AH, SR into SH, SR into AH, AR into AH, SR into SH or OR, SR into AO. First question we will do both of that. SR into SH or SR into AO. SR into AH or SR into SO. AR into AH or AVOH. AR into AH or AVOH. Actual rate into actual hours or actual variable overhead. Top part is called expenditure. Bottom part is called efficiency. Expenditure and efficiency. And put together is called cost variance. Expenditure, efficiency put together is called cost variance. Yep. Okay.
Let's start doing the calculation now. Give me a minute. Our table was SR into SH R, SR into AO, SR into AHR, SR into SO, AR into AH, R, AVOH. This is what the table is there, and we'll have to somehow fill this. Come down, right? Note 1, computation of standard rate. Note 1, every question we start with standard rate calculation. Computation of standard rate. Note 1, computation of standard rate. Standard rate per hour is equal to budgeted variable overhead divided by budgeted hours. Budgeted variable overhead divided by budgeted hours. Budgeted variable overhead divided by budgeted hours. How much is the budgeted variable overhead? I want participation, guys. Tell me. 1,20,000 divided by. We have planned to produce how many units? 6,000, and every unit is to take 2 hours. So that's called budgeted hours. What is standard hours? Computed with the help of actual output. Standard hours with the help of actual output. Budgeted hours with the help of budgeted output. So I wanted to produce 6,000 units and take 2 hours per unit. 6,000 units and take 2 hours per unit. So denominator is 6,000 into 2. 6,000 into 2. How much? 10 per hour. SR per hour, 10 rupees per hour. SR per hour is 10 rupees per hour. Then SR per unit. SR per unit is equal to budgeted variable overhead by budgeted output. Very simple. For per hour divide by budgeted hours. For per unit divided by budgeted units. Divide by budgeted units. Divide by budgeted units. 1,20,000 divided by how many units? 20 per unit. $10 per hour, 20 per unit. Any doubts on this? Any doubts on this part? Clear? Can we proceed? Okay. Being the first question, I'm going to do both here. So write 10 into, what is this number? We'll see later. OR 10 per hour into, we don't know the number, 20 into, both will give same answer only. 10 into, you need not write the question mark, or 20 into the calculation. We'll see later. 10 into question mark or 20 into question mark. Same thing. 10 into question mark or 20 into question mark. Any doubts on this? Okay, let's see now what other information is there. Budgeted production, I have used it. Budgeted variable overhead. Actual production 5,900. Actual production 5,900. Please write here 5,900. 5,900. Actual production 5,900. I have to get the other question mark. We'll see later. 5,900. This question mark is done. Technically, column 1 is done. In class, obviously, I'll do both. But technically, column 1 is over now. 20 into 5,900. Column 1 is over. No need to do SR into SH. We have done SR into AO. Whichever one of them, we have to use it. 20 into 5,900. Next information in the question is actual variable overhead is 1,22,000. Last column. Question mark into question mark, I don't know, we'll see later. R 1,22,000. R 1,22,000. R 1,22,000. Any doubts on this? We are yet to get
the number on AR into AH, but I've written AVOH. I've written AVOH, which is 1,22,000. Any doubts on 1,22,000? What is the next information? Actual hours worked is how much? 10 into 11,600. Actual hours. 10 into 11,600. Any doubts on this? Technically, question is over. Question is over because column 1 is also done. Column 2 is also done. Column 3 is also done. If you are doing an exam, you need not do both. Either of them. Either of them. So you can do 20 into 5,900 and call it as SR into SH. And 10 into 11,600 and call it as SR into SO. And 1,22,000 and call it as AR into H. I just need one of the two. One of the two. I have option here. I have option here. I will complete it fully now. But 20 into 5,900 is column 1. 10 into 11,600 is column 2. And 1,22,000 is column 3. We have done this. We have done this. We have done this. Problem is over for us. Problem is over for us. Now we need to calculate only variances because computation table is done. In class, we will close it in some 2-3 minutes. But technically, problem got over at this stage. Any doubts on this? Any doubts till this? SR into SH, I don't know. I'm not doing it also as of now. But I know SR into AO. SR into AH is known and AVOH is known. So I just wanted the three, one of the two in each of the item. Come down. Tell me what is the standard equation? Standard equation, somewhere it's given in the question. How many units is equal to how many hours? Participate, guys. Standard equation. There's only 6 lines in the question. What is the standard equation? 1, right? 1 unit is equal to 2 hours. 1 unit is equal to 2 hours. Standard equation. 1 unit is equal to 2 hours. 1 unit equal to 2 hours. Output left hand side, hours right hand side are either ways. AO, actual output, equal to standard time. Tell me the actual output. 5,900 equal to question mark. Equal to question mark. How much is the question mark? Any doubts on 11,800? Any doubts on 11,800? 5,900 units is equal to 11,800 hours. 5,900 units is equal to 11,800 hours. Any doubts on this number? Please write 10 into 11,800. 10 into 11,800. 10 into 11,800. Was this needed to solve the question? No, just because first question I wanted to show both the workings, I've done it. 10 into 11,800 or 20 into 5,900. 10 into 11,800 or 20 into 5,900. We already got 20 into 5,900. We were just doing a formality of doing the other one. 10 into 11,800. Any doubts on this? Any doubts on this? Now again, write the same standard equation. Write the same standard equation again. 1 unit equal to 2 hours. Like AO is equal to standard time, SO is equal to actual time. SO is equal to actual time. This I had explained when we did in labor chapter efficiency calculation. Like we have AO equal to ST, we have SO. What is SO? Is how much you should have produced for the amount of time taken. How much you should have produced for the amount of time taken. AO equal to ST, SO equal to AT. SO equal to AT. Question mark. What is the actual time in the question? Please calculate. Question mark equal to 11,600. $5,800 units. Any doubts on this? Any doubts on this? 5,800 units is the standard output. Is the standard output. 5,800 units is the standard output. Any doubts on this? Now we were just doing this formality. Anyway, I knew the second column. I knew the second column. This is 5,800 units. This was 11,600 hours. We knew 11,600 hours. It got over with that. No need to do 5,800 units. In this one, I knew 5,900 units. No need to do the 11,800 hours. First problem, we are done both. 11,800 hours or 5,900 units. One is multiplied with 10, another one is multiplied with 20. Same way, 11,600 hours or 5,800 units. One is multiplied with 10, another one is multiplied with 20. There are problems where SR into SH will not be possible at all. There will be zero data to do it. Then you may have to do SR into AO. Or there can be questions where SR into AO is not possible, SR into SO is not possible, only SR into SH is possible, SR into AH is possible. It all depends on what data is given in the question. Any doubts till this? Any doubts on this? Again repeat, SR into SH, SR into AH, AR into H, only three columns we have. SH is calculated with the help of actual output. SH is calculated with the help of actual output. So we have added an item called SR into AO. We have added an item called SR into AO. AH can help us in calculating SO. AH can help us in calculating SO. SH equal to AO, AH equal to SO. SH equal to AO, AH equal to SO. So we have one more conversion factor. This is technically called conversion factor. There is an extra factor which we can use. One important thing, the two SR is not same. You cannot write so much in detail, but I'm showing it here. This is SR per hour. SR per hour, and this is SR per unit. It's not the same SR. And here it is again SR per hour, and this is SR per unit. In exam, you will not be in a position to write such detail, and not needed also. You will have to just take care. You will have to take care of this. Any doubts on this? Any doubts on this? Can we proceed? Next, AR is equal to, next point, AR is equal to actual variable overhead divided by actual hours. Actual, we did one question, actual labor cost per unit. Actual labor cost divided by actual units. Here AR is actual rate per hour. This is per hour. Per hour. Actual rate per hour is equal to actual variable overhead divided by actual hours. Actual variable overhead divided by actual hours. Tell me what is actual variable overhead? 1,22,000. Actual hours. Give me a 4 decimal answer. 10 point. Here always keep in mind whether it is a per hour. Can I divide by actual units? Yes, you can divide. That will be per unit. That will be per unit. Now this step is not at all needed in most of the questions. This is just a waste of time. Reason is you have understood 10.5172. Here I will go and write 10.5172. Listen, and multiply with 11,600. What did we do? We first divided by 11,600. Now again we are going to multiply with 11,600. Why to do all this step? Directly, because unnecessary rounding of difference will happen. You divided by 11,600 to get the AR. Again you are multiplied with 11,600. When will this be useful? Some question may directly tell AR is 2 per hour. So 2 into number of hours. That time only this is useful. Otherwise this step is of no use. First you will divide, then you will do multiplication. If now you do multiplication 10.5172 into 11,600, there can be small rounding of difference come. So no need to do this step. First problem I have done it fully. First we divide by 11,600. Then again we multiply with 11,600. Why to divide and why to do the multiplication? Any doubts on this? Column 1 multiply and tell me the value. Column 1 multiply and tell me the value. 1,18,000. 1,16,000. That's all. Question is over. We will calculate variances. First problem, I'll do it. 118, 116, 122. 118, 116, 122. Listen, this 118 you can calculate by using SR into AO. You can calculate by SR into SH. In the formula, I will write only SR into SH because that only comes from the chart. From the chart, I get SR into SH. From the chart, I get SR into SH. Your calculation can be SR into AO or SR into SH. Doesn't really matter. Both are same only. Both are same only. Whether you call it as SR into AO or you call it as SR into SH, both are technically same. Both are technically same. I cannot now give another chart saying that I want to give a chart with SR into AO. You will unnecessarily get confused and it is of no use. So SR into SH, SR into AR into H. This three only I will know in the formula. Why? Because my chart tells formula from this place. The chart will tell formula. Let's write VOH cost variance from the chart. VOH cost variance is equal to VOH cost variance is equal to smallest rectangle minus the biggest one, SR into SH minus AR into AH, SR into SH minus AR into AH. What is SR into SH figure? 1 lakh. AR into AH, 1,22,000. Any doubts in this? Variable overhead cost variance, SR into SH minus AR into AH. For calculation purpose, you can do SR into AO also. But now don't try saying that I want to write another formula, unnecessary confusion. Formula standardized. SR into SH minus AR into AH. Don't alter the formula. If you are comfortable, alter the formula also. But I don't want to do anything on the formula side. I am comfortable writing SR into SH. If you want to write SR into AO, please go ahead and write. Nothing wrong. Answer is going to remain same only. Next, variable overhead expenditure variance. Variable overhead expenditure variance. Look at the chart. Variable overhead expenditure variance. What is the formula? SR into AH minus AR into AH. SR into AH minus AR into AH. 1 lakh. What is the SR into AH figure? 1 lakh. 1,16,000 minus 1,22,000. 6,000 adverse. 6,000 adverse. Clear? Next, variable overhead efficiency variance. SR into SH minus SR into AH. SR into SH minus SR into AH. 1 lakh 18 minus 1 lakh 16. Any doubts on this? Being the first question, I've done both the factors. Next question onwards, I may prefer doing only one of them. Whichever is directly available, I write and proceed ahead. Not available, I'll do the calculation. Any doubts on this? Any doubts on this? So, variable overhead variance is very simple. Again, everything is the same chart. SR into SH, SR into AH, AR into H. The only thing is SR into SH, you can write another name for it. SR into AO. SR into AH, you can write another name for it. SR into SO. And AR into AH is anyway AVOH. That another name comes into picture. Any doubts on this? Any doubts on this? I give you around a minute or two. Go through the question as well as the full notes we have written. 1 or 2 minutes for you. Okay, we are done with variable overhead variance. One question we have done. I'll be coming back to variable overhead along with fixed overhead. We'll be doing more questions, but little later. I'll now get to fixed overhead variances. I'll get to fixed overhead variances. I'll first explain the chart. Chart is little complicated here, and then we start doing question. Now, one difference between a fixed overhead and a variable overhead is Bharadwaj Institute assumed that we will have variable overhead of 5,000 per student. That was the variable overhead cost we had planned. This 5,000 can increase or decrease. That is a problem of ours. But it cannot vary just because students are lesser. For example, we had planned for 20 students and 5,000 per student was our plan. We got only 10 students. If we got 10 students, overall cost automatically goes down and our cost may be very close to 5,000. But fixed overheads has an headache. In fixed overheads, we planned for 20 students, 5,000, 1 lakh is the amount. 1 lakh is the amount. Student went down to 10. Student gone down to 10. This 1 lakh will not go down. This 1 lakh will not go down. So this 1 lakh continues to be 1 lakh and suddenly I see now it is 10,000 per student. Suddenly I see it is 10,000 per student. This is a problem with fixed overhead. The problem with fixed overhead is in variable overhead, I'm only bothered about efficiency and how much we are spending. In fixed overheads, I'm bothered about how much we are spending. Also, is my original volume and the actual volume is matching or not. Volume is also very important. Whether 20 students we are getting or not. If we get less students, we will get stuck in a fixed overhead. In variable overhead, we are not stuck if we get less students. If we are having lesser student, we are not having a problem as far as variable overhead is concerned. Unless I spend more, spend less, that's a different story. Variable overhead can have under recovery or over recovery because you're spending more or spending less. Fixed overheads, I can have under recovery or over recovery. I planned for 1 lakh, I got 1 lakh. But still there can be an under recovery if number of students go down. If number of students go down. So here the chart is little different. I start with SR. I link it with SH. I link it with SH. I'll be explaining some of them later what are those terms are. Then we link it with AH. Then we link it with PH and finally BH. Why? What are these terms? You will get clarity as we proceed. But the linking is SR with SH, AH, PH and BH. So my SR into SH, SR into AH, SR into PH, SR into BH, SR into BH. What are these? We'll understand in some time. And outer column is called not AR into AH. Outer column is called AFOH. That's all. It's called AFOH. It's not AR into AH. Because if I write AR, we normally write SR and AR. If I write AR in this side, it will link with this, which I don't want. I don't want to link it with this item which is in between. So outer column is called AFOH. Why we are doing this way? Then only formula will come from the chart. The chart is just a tool for us to remember the formula. So we call it as AFOH. We don't call it as AR into AH. AFOH is nothing but AR into AH. But if I write that way, my formula will not come properly. So outer column is called AFOH. First draw the chart. SR, you can remember this as SAP. SR into SH, SR into AH, SR into PH, and then SR into BH. SR into SH, SR into AH, SR into PH, SR into BH, and the outer column is AFOH. Outer column is AFOH. SR into SH, AH, PH, BH, and AFOH. Lot of explanation is still pending. We'll go one by one. This is little on the heavier side. So today mostly the chart and an explanation. Question mostly in the next session only. SR into SH, SR into AH, SR into PH, SR into BH, and AFOH. This part is called efficiency. This is called capacity. This is called calendar. what are these and all later. Okay, efficiency, capacity, calendar. Efficiency, capacity, calendar. Now if I ask you the formula, you will tell me the formula. Logic I am yet to explain. Efficiency, capacity, calendar, and this together is called volume. All the three together is called volume. All three together is called volume. Efficiency, capacity, calendar, and all the three together is called volume. What is efficiency, capacity, calendar? All that logic in some time. And the outer part is called expenditure. Outer part is called expenditure. The entire outer part is called expenditure. The entire outer part is called expenditure. Efficiency, capacity, calendar, entire part. Now we will discuss the formula, but logic is yet to be explained to you. The main variance is called FOH cost variance. Let's write the first table also. SR into SH, otherwise called as SR into AO. SR into SH, otherwise called as SR into AO. SR into SH, otherwise called as SR into AO. SR into AH, otherwise called as SR into SO. SR into AH, otherwise called as SR into SO. This we have already seen when I did labor variances. The explanation alone is still pending for some item. SR into PH is otherwise called as SR into PO. SR into PO. PH, what is PH? We'll see later. SR into PO, or another name for this, PFOH. Another name for this is PFOH. SR into PH, otherwise called as SR into PO, otherwise called as PFOH. Otherwise called as PFOH. This is SR into BH, otherwise called as SR into BO, otherwise called as BFOH. SR into SH, otherwise called as SR into AO. SR into AH, otherwise called as SR into SO. SR into PH or SR into PO or PFOH. SR into BH or SR into BO or BFOH. Problem solving will be very simple. Explanation I have to give fully. I can also tell you that just remember the chart and go ahead. You can do the question. With the chart, you will be able to solve the question. But I want to explain it fully. That is why I am taking that extra effort and explaining it. But to solve the question, moment I gave you the chart, you can go ahead and solve it. But I have not explained logic. So I want to explain logic and then do the question. That is why another 20 minutes will go into explaining the logic part of it. Any doubts on this? And last column is AFOH. Last column is AFOH. Clear? Now, here the smallest rectangle is SR into SH. And the biggest one is AFOH. No into AFOH. It's AFOH. That's all. The outer part is called AFOH. Why no AR? No, it will not help me in my calculation. So I call it as AFOH. This is just a tool for us to remember the formula. So I will call it as AFOH. So SR into SH is there. SR into AH is there. SR into PH is there. SR into BH is there. AFOH is there. We will write the formula, but before the formula writing, you yourself will tell me the formula. Tell me the formula for efficiency variance. SR into SH minus SR into AH. Capacity variance. SR into AH minus SR into PH. Calendar variance. SR into PH minus SR into BH. Volume variance. SR into SH minus SR into BH. SR into SH minus SR into BH. Expenditure variance. SR into BH minus AFOH minus the outer column. SR into BH minus the AFOH. With this, you are ready to, you have reached a stage where you can start solving the question also. But let's get now clarity on every item. Now, right. FOH cost variance equal to FOH cost variance equal to SR into SH, smallest rectangle, minus AFOH. SR into SH minus AFOH. Split this into two. FOH expenditure, FOH volume. FOH expenditure, FOH volume. FOH expenditure, FOH volume. Look at the chart and tell me the formula for FOH expenditure. SR into BH minus AFOH. I'll now first give the logic for FOH expenditure variance. Every item I'll give the logic now. You will have to be in only listen mode. If you get good grip, okay. You're not getting grip on the clarity part because students confuse themselves. Just visualize the chart. Go ahead and do it in the question. What is the other name for SR into BH in the chart? In the table, tell me. SR into BH, what is the other name? What is the other name? Next name? BFOH. So expenditure variance is the difference between budgeted expenditure and actual expenditure. Expenditure variance is the difference between budgeted expenditure and actual. No standard reason is fixed overheads do not change with volume. So it is budgeted expenditure and actual expenditure. Whereas every other item we never brought this concept called budget. In this place alone, budget concept is coming into picture. Reason is very simple. Reason is very simple because here what is happening is your expenditure does not change just because 20 students became 10 students. So your expenditure variance is the difference between budgeted expenditure and actual expenditure. Budgeted expenditure and actual expenditure. So my plan, this was my plan, 1 lakh divided by 20 students, 5,000. This was the plan. Reality, 1 lakh 10 divided by 11 students. 1 lakh 10 divided by 11 students, we got. Expenditure variance measures the difference in the numerator. Measures the difference in the numerator. Your plan was to spend 1 lakh. You ended up spending 1 lakh 10,000. So that is expenditure variance. Volume variance. Can you tell me the formula for volume variance? SR into SH minus SR into BH. SR into SH minus SR into BH. Any doubts in this? SR into SH minus SR into BH. Now logic. Can you tell me the other name for SR into SH? Other name for SR into BH? No, before BFOH, I had SR into BO. So this is the difference between actual output and budgeted output. Actual volume and budgeted volume. Actual students and budgeted students. This is the difference between actual output and budgeted output. Or actual volume and budgeted volume. Actual students and budgeted students. So if you see here, the difference between 20 and 11 will be volume variance. The difference between 20 and 11 will be volume variance, and the difference between 1 lakh and 1 lakh 10 will be expenditure variance. Put together is the main variance. Put together is the main variance, which is called cost variance. Which is called cost variance. Cost variance arises because of two things. My plan was 1 lakh divided by 20. All other place I never wanted to know what was the budgeted expenditure. Here alone I want to know the budgeted expenditure. 1 lakh by 20 is the plan. Reality, 1 lakh 10 by 11. 1 lakh 10 difference is called expenditure variance. 20 and 11 difference is called volume variance. We'll put a value and all that and all later, okay? But logic I'm explaining now. Logic I'm explaining now. So here I don't want ideally you to. This part was just for your explanation. If you have written, it's okay. But the explanation is the formula is SR into SH minus SR into BH. But the logic for that is SR into AO minus SR into BO. The formula is not SH minus BH. The formula is AO minus BO. The formula is AO minus BO. Actual output minus the budgeted output. The word budget is coming here. Any doubts on this? Any doubts on this? This is broken down into three parts. Efficiency formula we have already seen. Efficiency every place we have been doing. So efficiency formula is, what is the formula for efficiency? SR into SH minus SR into AH. No extra explanation. No extra explanation. Standard time, actual time comparison is efficiency. SR into SH minus SR into AH. No extra explanation for this. SR into SH minus SR into AH. Clear? Can you proceed? Any doubts on efficiency? Capacity. Now, all other places, we were only bothered whether workers are operating efficiently or not. In fixed overheads, I want them to work efficiently, also use the full capacity. Because if you underutilize capacity, volume will go down. If you underutilize capacity, the volume variation happens because of three reasons. One is efficiency. People are more efficient, more production, favorable volume variance. Less efficient, less production, adverse volume variance. In the end, volume variance will be impacted because of efficiency. But that is not the only factor. I want them to use the full capacity. You underutilize the capacity, less production, volume variance will happen. You overutilize the capacity, which is rare, but if you overutilize the capacity, more production, favorable variance. More production, favorable. So this is SR into AH minus, what is pH? I'll explain as we proceed. SR into AH minus SR into pH. Now what this means is, are you utilizing your actual hours fully or not? Actual hours compared with possible hours. pH is possible hours compared with possible hours. You may write P is possible. First time I am explaining what is that P. P is possible hours. Actual hours compared with possible hours. Now just to give an example of Bharadwaj Institute, I took classes for 20 hours, whereas it was possible for me to take classes for 25 hours. 20 out of 25, 80% utilization. If I underutilize capacity, my number of output will get reduced, and if output gets reduced, there is going to be an impact. There is going to be an impact on the volume variance. There is going to be an impact on the, what is volume variance? Difference between the actual output and budgeted output. Why is there a variation in the actual output and budgeted output? Capacity underutilization, capacity overutilization, labor inefficient, labor efficient, and last part is calendar. Calendar. As of now, explanation will not come. The formula is balancing figure. Look at the chart and tell me the formula. SR into PH minus SR into BH. I'm yet to explain little bit, few things are still pending. Calendar variance part also I have to explain in some time. Any doubts till this? Any doubts till this? So SR into SH minus AFOH is smallest rectangle minus the biggest rectangle. What is expenditure variance? Difference between budgeted expenditure and actual expenditure. What is volume variance? Difference between actual volume and budgeted volume. What is efficiency variance? Difference between standard efficiency and actual efficiency. What is capacity variance? Capacity underutilization or overutilization. And calendar part alone I'll have to explain. Everything else logic is given. I give you a minute or two, go through whatever I have given you till now, and then I explain few more points in this. 2 minutes for you. Please go through whatever we have written. Okay, I proceed ahead. So we started with fixed overhead variances. Only one situation here. I said SR into SH, SR into AH, SR into PH, SR into BH, and outer column is called AFOH. SH is otherwise called as AO, AH is otherwise called as SO, PH is otherwise called as PO, RPFOH, BH is otherwise called as BO, BFOH, and AFOH. Clear? Any doubts till this? Now write SR. Now write SR split into two. SR per hour, SR per unit, SR per hour and SR per unit, SR per hour and SR per unit. Per hour is budgeted fixed overheads by budgeted hours. Budgeted fixed overhead by budgeted hours. Budgeted fixed overhead by budgeted hours. And this side budgeted fixed overheads by budgeted output. Budgeted output. This is the same thing. Only thing is there in variable overhead we did budgeted variable overhead. Here you have to do budgeted fixed overhead. And why these two? If it's SR into SH, you use per hour. If it's SR into AO, you will use SR per unit. Per hour per unit. Any doubts in this? Okay. Now last explanation, which is on calendar variance. With this, the segment will be over. Question solving we'll see in later. Now let's see an example first. Budget actual. Budget and actual. Days. We were planning to work for 20 days and we ended up working for 22 days. Our plan was to do 20 days and it happened to be 22 days. Output. We wanted 10,000 units. We have ended up producing 15,000 units. We have ended up producing 15,000 units. The gap is called volume variance. The gap is called volume variance. Hours. I wanted to work for 20,000. I wanted to work for 20,000 and we ended up working it for 28,000. We ended up working for 28,000. I wanted to work for 20,000 hours. I've ended up working for 28,000 hours. And amount. We wanted to spend 2 lakh. We ended up spending 2 lakh 20. These are the numbers. Okay. These are the numbers. This was the plan. Plan was 20 days, 10,000 units, 20,000 hours, 2 lakh rupee. Reality 22 days, 15,000 units, 28,000 hours and 2 lakh 20,000. Now SR per hour. SR per hour. Nothing for you to note down. Okay. SR per hour. What is SR per hour? Is budgeted fixed overheads divided by budgeted hours. Budgeted fixed overhead is this. Budgeted hours is this. Budgeted fixed overhead divided by budgeted hours. So SR per hour is 10. SR per unit 2 lakh divided by 10,000. 2 lakh divided by 10,000. 10 rupees per hour. 20 rupees per unit. 20 rupees per unit. This was the original plan. Everything is done. Reality came. 22 days working, 15,000 units, 28,000 hours, 2,20,000. Now, volume variance measures the difference in this. Measures the difference in this. This difference can happen because of 3 reasons. One is called efficiency, second is called capacity, third is called calendar. Efficiency, capacity, calendar. 3 reasons are there. Efficiency, capacity, calendar. Efficiency will compare SH with AH. SH with AH. How to calculate SH and all we have seen earlier. I'm not discussing now. Capacity will compare AH with PH and calendar will compare PH with BH. So let's understand what is AH, what is PH, what is BH. AH, PH and BH. AH is given in the question or in my example 20,000. So not 20,000, 28,000. 28,000. And BH in my example is 20,000. I wanted to work only for 20,000 hours and my workers, I don't know what they ended up doing. They worked for 28,000 hours. More hours, more units, but fixed overheads do not increase. More hours, more units, fixed overheads do not increase. Huge benefit for the company. When you end up producing more without any increase in expense, fixed overheads do not increase. So I wanted people to work only for 20,000 hours. They worked for 28,000 hours, because of which 10,000 became 15,000. And my expense ideally will not go up. Whatever that increase is happening, that's called expenditure variance. Ideally, fixed overhead will not go up just because we are producing more. So there comes a PH. What is PH is? Your plan was to work for how many days? 20 days. Plan was to work for 20 days. What is PH is? In 20 days, 20,000 hours. In 22 days, how many hours you should have worked? 20 days, 20,000 hours. What is PH? 22 days. How many hours you should have worked? 20 days, 20,000. 22 days. 22 days I should have worked for 22,000. 22 days, 22,000. Capacity is comparing actual with possible. Capacity is comparing actual with possible. Now don't tell me that I did 28,000 when I wanted 20. No, you didn't want 20. You wanted now 22. You wanted now 22. How 22? Extra 2 days you have worked. Will I incur any extra cost? No extra cost. But extra 2 days I took classes. Obviously extra completion will happen without any increase in cost. So 28,000 compared with 22,000 is called capacity, and 22 with BH, this is called calendar. What is calendar? Is calendar, as the name indicates, difference in days. If there is any difference in days, calendar variance will happen. If there is any difference in days, you wanted to work for how many days? 20 days. You work for how many days? 22. You work 23, 24, 25. More number of days you work, it is better for the company. More number of days you work, it is better for the company. Calendar variance measures this. In question, some question you will not have data on days. Then we copy paste the same thing. PH and BH is same. Possible hours and budgeted hours is same. What is capacity variance? Comparing actual hours, not with budgeted. Actual hours with possible. Can these two be same? Yes, in case number of days information is not there. In case number of days information is not there, PH and BH will be same. PH and BH will be same. To cut it very simply, in this example, I have worked for 28,000, which means I have worked 8,000 more. That is capacity overutilization. But in that 8,000 more, let's just check the days part. Days part is 20 becoming 22. So first I have to revise the 20,000 to 22,000. The difference between 22 and 28 is capacity overutilization. Difference between 22 and 20 is the days variation called as calendar. That is technically called as calendar variance. In case of fixed overheads, we'll be very happy if we work for more number of days. Reason is, in this building, if I take classes for 10 days, 15 days, 20 days, 25 days, or 30 days in a month, my rent remains same. My rent remains same. So obviously, if I take more number of classes, academy will be happy because we'll complete the batch faster and our rent cost will be recovered from your batch and we'll do another batch. Recover next month rent from another batch. So it is better if you work for more number of days. If the actual days is more than budgeted days, it is a favorable calendar variance. And if the actual days is lesser, it is an adverse calendar. As the name indicates, calendar is related to days. Calendar is related to days. Any doubts on this? There can be question where they don't give this information. 20 and 22. PH, BH, copy paste, same. PH and BH, copy paste. In fact, there will be problems where I will not write PH and BH separately. Reason is, earlier I used to teach us two different scenarios. Now I teach us one scenario only where we will copy paste PH and BH. Some of my answer may not have a PH column and only a BH column will be there when days is not there because I may not have revised my answers. Because earlier I used to teach us two different scenarios. Now I didn't want to bring two different scenarios because students were getting confused with fixed overhead. So I have made it as one scenario, and in one scenario we start with, now from an exam point of view, if you remember this alone is sufficient. Nothing else you need to remember. If you remember this alone, formula logics, there are students who want to know full logic and procedure. For them the extra explanation has come. If you have got it, great. If you have not understood, don't try to break your head. You watch the video again. If you still don't get it, please just remember the chart. Just remember the chart. Chart will take care. How will chart take care? SR into SH, otherwise called SR into AO. SR into H, otherwise called SR into SO. SR into PH, otherwise called as SR into PO, otherwise called as PFOH. SR into BH, otherwise called as SR into BO or BFOH and AFOH. Now, if I ask you any variance formula, you will give me the answer. What is the formula for expenditure variance? FOH expenditure. SR into BH minus AFOH. Volume variance. SR into SH minus SR into BH. Efficiency variance. SR into SH minus SR into AH. Capacity variance. SR into AH minus SR into PH. Calendar variance. SR into PH minus SR into BH. Volume variance. SR into SH minus SR into BH. Capacity variance. SR into AH minus SR into PH. Expenditure variance. SR into BH minus AFOH. Calendar variance. SR into PH minus SR into BH. Every formula will come only from the chart. From the chart, you will get the computation table. In that, you have to understand what is SR. For that, I've already told when we did variable overhead. Variable overhead, we said SR per unit, SR per hour. Same logic will continue. There are only two variances: expenditure, efficiency. Here there is an expenditure and then there is a volume. Volume is broken down into efficiency, capacity, calendar. In case question does not have data on number of days, calendar will not be there, and automatically, if in fact what you can remember is, if you if possible, you can do two tables or only one table. In case days information is not there, this in between item will get technically removed. The PH will technically get removed, which is what some of the solution will have, because I wouldn't have altered the solution. But you can just go with this chart with the computation table. If data on days is not available, PH and BH is same. Possible hours and budgeted hours is same. Clear? Any doubts on this? With this, we'll end today's session.
Okay, let's do a question now on fixed overhead variances. Let's get to questions there. Let's come to 22. 21 we are done, which was variable overhead. Let's come to 22. From the following cost data, calculate fixed overhead variances. Particulars, budget, actual, number of working days 25, 27, production in units 20,000, 22,000, fixed overheads 30,000, 31,000, budgeted fixed overhead rate is 1 per hour. In July, actual hours worked were 31,500. Calculate all FOH variances. Nothing much for you to read. They've asked us to calculate fixed overhead variances. Calculation is going to be simple. If you imagine the chart, automatically things will happen. Calculate all FOH variances is the request. Now, if the question has this information, that is number of budgeted and actual working days, it will also have calendar variance. Otherwise, calendar variance will become 0. You will understand as we proceed. Let's first draw the diagram and then start doing this. Let's draw the diagram. Draw the diagram. SR, AR, SH, AH, PH, BH, SR into SH, SR into AH, SR into PH, SR into BH, and the outer parts are not AR, AFOH. Outer part is AFOH. Outer part is AFOH. Outer part is AFOH. Expenditure variance. All three put together is called volume. Volume. Efficiency, capacity, calendar. நான் மேல வாங்கலாம். Efficiency, capacity, and calendar. These are the chart. Let's start doing the table. We'll do every conversion factor now. Next question onwards, one of the two only will do. Every area has a conversion factor. Yes, yeah, no. Now, right, working note 1, computation table. computation table அப்படிதான் இருக்கு இந்த ஏசி நிறைய பிரச்சனை. SR into SH or SR into AO, SR into AH or SR into SO, SR into PH or SR into PO or PFOH. We are not going to write all of them as we do question. Initial question, first question, I'll try to write everything. SR into BH or SR into BO or BFOH. And last column is AFOH. Last column is AFOH. Note 1, computation of SR. Every question starting is SR. Computation of SR. Computation of SR. SR per hour is given in the question. SR per hour is given in the question. How much is SR per hour? Guys, participate please. 1 per hour. Budgeted fixed overhead rate is 1 per hour. Directly given. SR per hour is given directly 1. SR per unit is equal to SR per unit is equal to BFOH, budgeted fixed overhead divided by budgeted units. Budgeted fixed overhead divided by budgeted units divided by budgeted units. Tell me what is the budgeted fixed overhead? Guys, participate please. There's ready information available. How much is budgeted fixed overhead? 30,000. How much is budgeted units? Budgeted production is 20,000. Budgeted fixed overhead is 30,000. Actual is 31,000. Actual production is 22,000. So budgeted is 30,000 divided by 20,000. 1.5. Clear? I'll first fill this without the conversion factor not being both there, one of them being there. So SR into SH or SR into AO, 1 into something if we know it, R. Just give me a minute. Just a minute. What's stuck? One into something or 1.5 into AO. Can you look at the question and tell me, do you have SH or AO in the question? SH or AO in the question? Standard hours or actual output? Please participate, guys. There are 6 numbers in front of you. Unless you see the question and tell me, how will I proceed? Do you have standard hours or actual output in the question? Actual output, how much? 22,000. Please see the question. When I'm asking you something, please see the question. 1.5 into 22,000. We'll see that other conversion factor in some time. 1.5 into 22,000. Do you have AH or SO in the question?
AH, how much is AH? 31,500. 1 into 31,500, 1.5 into something we don't know. We'll see later. 1 into something we don't know, or 1.5 into 22,000. I just need only one of that. I anyway need only one of that. 1.5 into 22,000, 1 into 31,500. This side, as of now, you do not have. I am yet to explain in detail pH. We don't know any of this as of now. We will see. Don't write question mark in your notebook. We don't know. Do you have budgeted hours in the question? Budgeted hours in the question. No, I can calculate. I'll see later. Do you have budgeted output in the question? How much? 20,000. Do you directly have budgeted fixed overhead in the question? We have budgeted fixed overhead. Guys, there is only 6 lines. Please read the question. Budget working days, budget production, budgeted fixed overhead. Actual working days, actual production, actual fixed overhead. Only 6 information is there in the question. So directly I have this 30,000. Directly I have this 30,000. Do we have AFOH in the question? How much? 31,000? 31,000. Any doubts on this? Table is almost over, but I'll get all those conversion factors also and complete the column 3. Any doubts on this? First column 1 into question mark I don't know. 1.5 into 22,000 I know. Second column 1 into 31,500 I know. Or 1.5 into question mark I don't know. Third column I don't know. Fourth column 1 into question mark I don't know. 1.5 into 20,000 I know. Or 30,000. And last column 31,000. Any doubts on this? Any doubts on the table? Next, note 2. Computation of budgeted hours. Computation of budgeted hours. Budgeted hours. All this calculation technically not needed fully, but still take a first question. I'm doing all the conversion factor. SR per hour is equal to budgeted fixed overhead by budgeted hours. Budgeted fixed overhead by budgeted hours. Budgeted fixed overhead by budgeted hours. How much is the SR per hour? How much? Sorry. 1 is equal to how much is budgeted fixed overhead? Divided by budgeted hours. Get the budgeted hours. Get the budgeted hours. Budgeted hours is 30,000. Any doubts on this? Clear? Can you proceed? Any doubts on this? Budgeted hours is 30,000. So technically this is 1 into 30,000. Anyway, I didn't need it, okay? I did not have the need to do this. First question, everything we are calculating. 1 into 30,000. 1 into 30,000. Any doubts in this? Now, this whatever you write in column 4 will be pasted in column 3 if days variation is not there. If days variation is not there, or many solution may not have the column 3 itself. They will work only with column 4. Okay, now I don't want to have 2 separate table. So, but here we have days variation. How much is the actual days of working?
20. Budgeted days of working 25. There is some variation. Working note 3 or note 3, computation of PH, PO, PFOH. PH, PO and PFOH. PH, PO and PFOH. Technically only one of this you have to do. I am doing all the three just to have grip on the concept. How many days we were planning to work? I be in lesson mode, okay? 25 days. In 25 days, what was the budgeted hours? 25 days, how many budgeted hours? 30,000 hours. Just now in note 2 we calculated. I don't want you to write, be in lesson mode. 25 days, how many units you wanted to produce? 20. 25 days, what was the budgeted fixed overhead? So concept is very simple. In 25 days, 30,000 hours of working. In 25 days, 20,000 units of production. In 25 days, rupees 30,000. Rupees 30,000. I can then say 27 days equal to question mark. Tell me what is 27 days. 25 days equal to 30,000. What is 27 days? 30. Don't write, be in listen mode for a minute. 27 days equal to question mark. 25 days equal to 20,000. 27 days equal to question. 21. 27 days equal to question mark. 32, 400. One of them you can do. It's not mandatory to do all the three. Listen. So what I can do, in place of budgeted possible hours, in place of hours, I can write 32, 400. In place of units, I can write 21, 600. And in place of PFOH, directly you can write 32, 400. Directly you can write 32, 400. I'll explain again. This is called possible hours. This is called possible output. And the last one is called possible fixed overhead. Whichever way you want to do, not all the three. I will prefer doing only the last one. In case I want to do, I'll directly write with the BFOH, PFOH. One out of the three. One out of the three. We are not going to do all the three. It is just waste of time. So 25 days equal to 30,000. 25 days equal to 20,000 units. 25 days equal to rupees 30,000. 27 days equal to question mark. Any doubts on this? Clear? Write this now. Clear? Any doubts in this? I don't need all the three. Again and again, I keep repeating the same thing. Only one out of the three. Any doubts in this? Can we proceed? Note 4. Computation of standard output. Standard output standard output. This is needed to answer column 2. Column 2, column 1 is fully done, but still we are just trying the other way out. Now write standard equation. Standard equation. What is standard equation is how many hours is equal to how many units. Now that is not given directly in the question. They have given little bit in a hidden manner. How is it in a hidden manner? They have told my budget is 20,000 units production. 20,000 units production. For this 20,000 units, my budgeted hours we calculated. For 20,000 units, which is the budgeted output, we calculated the budgeted hours sometime back. Budgeted hours was 30,000. So 20,000 units equal to 30,000 hours is the standard norm. 20,000 units equal to 30,000 hours is the standard norm. Where is it given? Here they said budget 20,000. Below they said budgeted fixed overhead 1 per hour. We calculated something called as the budgeted hours. We calculated the budgeted hours. So to put it very simply, this is the standard equation. 20,000 and 30,000 comparison. 20,000 and 30,000 comparison. So write the standard norm. 30,000 hours equal to 20,000 units. 30,000 hours equal to 20,000 units. Hours equal to 20,000 units. AH equal to SO. Actual hours and standard output is interlinked. AH equal to SO. AH equal to SO. Tell me the actual time. Equal to question mark units. Let me know the units. 31,500 hours is equal to question mark units. 21,000 units. 21,000 units. Any doubts on this? The standard norm is given in a hidden manner. It is given in a hidden manner. Any doubts on this? Can we proceed? Clear? So write this in the column 2. SO 21,000. SO is 21,000. 1 into 31,500 or 1.5 into 21,000. Any doubts on this? Can you proceed? Clear? Any doubts on this? Then note 5, computation of SH. SH, same standard equation. Only thing is SH equal to AO. SH equal to AO. Standard time equal to actual output. Standard time equal to actual output. SH or ST, whatever name you want to call. SH equal to AO. Standard hours equal to actual output. Equal to actual output. How much is the actual output? 22. Please tell me the question mark. 30 equal to 20, question mark equal to 22. 33,000. I could have completed this question even 10 minutes back if I didn't want the other conversion factor, because whatever this note 4 waste of time, note 5 was waste of time, budgeted hours was waste of time. We could have done it even without doing all this computation. Any doubts on this? Any doubts on this? So 1 into 33,000, column 1 is 33,000, column 1 33,000, Second column 31,500, 32,400, 30,000 and 31,000. 5 columns are there: 33, 31,500, 32,400, 30,000 and 31,000. We could have got this without even doing the detailed computation. Any doubts on this? Any doubts on this? 33,000, 31,500, 32,400, 30,000 and 31,000. Can we proceed? Clear? Okay. Please keep the chart in front of you and then keep telling me the formula. We will do now the formula. Working note to computation of variances. Computation of variances. First variance is called FOH cost variance. FOH cost variance, smallest rectangle minus the biggest rectangle. FOH cost variance, smallest rectangle minus the biggest rectangle. Which is the smallest one? SR into SH. Biggest one? AFOH. Look at the chart, look at the table and tell me the value. SR into SH is how much? 33. AFOH 2000 favorable. SR into SH minus AFOH. SR into SH minus AFOH. 2000 favorable. 33 minus 31, 2000 favorable. Clear? Can we proceed? Next is FOH expenditure variance. Expenditure is the outer part variance. Expenditure is the outer part variance, which is SR into BH. SR into BH minus AFOH. SR into BH minus AFOH. The outer part starting from SR going till BH and then AFOH and then AFOH. SR into BH minus AFOH. Tell me what is SR into BH? AFOH is 1000 adverse. 1000 adverse. Any doubts on expenditure variance? Next is FOH volume variance. FOH volume variance. SR into the first one, SR into SH minus SR into starting from SR till SH and then SR till BH. SR into SH minus SR into BH. What is SR into SH value? 33. BH value 3000 favorable. SR into SH minus SR into BH 3000 favorable. Clear? Next is volume is broken down into FOH efficiency variance. Efficiency variance. Look at the diagram and tell me the formula. SR into SH minus SR into AH. SH minus AH. SR into SH, what is the value? Sorry, 33,000. SR into AH 1500 favorable. 1500 favorable. FOH capacity variance. Capacity variance. Look at the chart. SR into AH minus SR into PH. AH minus PH. How much is SR into AH? 31,500. PH 32,400. 900 adverse. 900 adverse. FOH calendar variance. SR into PH. SR into BH. 32,400 minus 2,400 favorable. Any doubts till this? Any doubts in this? Clear? Any doubts in any of the variances? 2,400 favorable. Any doubts in any of the variances computed? Clear? Done? Okay. I give you a minute or two, go through the solution. Okay. I'll move to question 23. Broadly similar question with little bit here and there, more adjustment. From the following cost data, calculate the fixed overhead variances. Number of working days 25, budget 27, actual, man hours per day 6,000, 6,300 per day, man hours per day, output for man hour in units 1 and 0.9, overhead cost 150 and 156. In this question, I am not going to do all. I will do one of the conversion factors only. We are not going to try doing everything. Nothing much for you to read in the question. We'll directly start solving it. Draw the diagram first. Draw the diagram first. SR, SH, AH, PH, BH, and the outer part is AFOH. Expenditure, volume, efficiency, capacity, calendar. Efficiency, capacity, calendar, volume put together, and expenditure. Efficiency, capacity, calendar. The usual chart which we do, SR into SH, SR into AH, SR into PH, SR into BH, outer column is called AFOH. Any doubts in this? Can you proceed? Put the computation table. Working note 1, computation table. Computation table. Computation table. SR into SH or SR into AO. SR into AH or SR into SO, SR into PH or SR into PO or PFOH, SR into BH or SR into BO or BFOH, and AFOH. These are the conversion factors. It's a very simple area as long as you are clear on the table. Any doubts till this? Can you proceed? Come down. Note 1, computation of SR. Computation of SR. Every question starting is SR calculation. Computation of SR. SR per hour is equal to budgeted fixed overhead by budgeted hours. Budgeted fixed overhead divided by budgeted hours. Divided by budgeted hours. How much is the budgeted fixed overhead? 1,50,000. Budgeted hours is 25 days into 6,000 hours per day. Budgeted hours is 25 days into 6,000 hours per day. 25 days into 6,000 hours per day. Man hours per day. Denominator 25 into 6,000. 1 per hour. 1 per hour. SR per hour is 1 rupee. 1 rupee per hour. Any doubts on this? Can you proceed? SR per unit. BFOH by BO. Budgeted fixed overhead by budgeted output divided by budgeted output. Budgeted fixed overhead divided by budgeted output. 1,50,000 divided by, listen, they have said output for man hour in units. What is output for man hour? Is in 1 hour I should produce 1 unit. In 1 hour I should produce 1 unit. What did I end up producing? Only 0.9. We will see that later. That is reality. I wanted to produce 1 hour 1 unit. 1 hour 1 unit. So my denominator is 25 into 6,000. This is the number of hours into 1 unit per hour. 1 unit output for man hour in units. Budget is 1 man hour 1 unit output for man hour. Reality is 0.9, but my budget is 1. So 25 into 6,000 is called budgeted hours. On top of that, into 1. If it was 2, then into 2 we would have done output for a man hour. For a man hour, output for man hour in units. Output for man hour in units. So output for a man hour is 1 into 1. Get me the answer. 1 per unit. 1 per unit. Clear? Any doubts on this? Can you proceed? 1 rupee per hour, 1 rupee per unit. So both the SR is same in this question. Whether you call it as per hour or you call it as per unit, both are same. SR per hour and SR per unit is same in this question. Any doubts on this? Can we proceed? In the reverse order, tell me the AFOH number given directly in the question. 1,56,000, right? 1,56,000. I can fill it in any order. 1,56,000 SR into BH or SR into BO
or BFOH. One of them is directly available in the question. Which is directly available? BFOH, how much? 1,50,000. 1,50,000. Is there any variation in number of days in the question? Yes. Note 2, computation of PH. I'm doing only PH calculation. One of them, computation of PH. I can do PFOH also. One of them I'm going to do PH. How many budgeted days? 25 days is equal to how many hours we wanted to do in 25 days? 1,50,000 hours. 25 days equal to 1,50,000 hours. 1,50,000 hours. How many days we have ended up doing? 27 days equal to question mark. 25 equal to 1,50,000, 27 equal to question mark. What's the answer you said? 25 equal to 150, 27 equal to question mark, 27 equal to 162. 27 equal to 162. SR into PH, I'll do it here. SR into PH, I will do it here. SR into PH, I will do it here. SR is 1, whether it is PH or PO, it is 1 only. 1 into 1,62,000. 1 into 1,62,000. Any doubts on this? Okay. SR into AH or SR into SO. AH is almost available. What is AHS? 27 into 6,300. Can I calculate SO? Yes, I can calculate. ST equal to AO, like that. AT equal to SO undo. Let's not get into that. 27 into 6,300. 27 into 6,300 is the actual hours. 27 into 6,300. So this one, 1 into 27 into 6,300. What we have used here is this one, SR into AH. Here we have used SR into PH. Here we have used BFOH. I can use any one of the conversion factor. Not mandatory for me to do everything. 1 into 27 into 6,300. 27 into 6,300. Any doubts on this? 27 into 6,300. Any doubts on this? Okay. With this, if you multiply 0.9 actual, 27 into 6,300 multiply with 0.9 will give you actual output. Multiply with 0.9. Multiply with 0.9. We have got only 0.9 per man hour. We wanted 1 per man hour. Can't help it. We have got only 0.9 per man hour. We have got only 0.9 per man hour. So the same thing repeats in the other side. 1 into 27 into 6,300, but into 0.9. Into 0.9, that is AO. Into 0.9 is AO. 27 into 6,300 into 0.9. We wanted 1 per man hour. We have got lesser. Any doubts on this? Tell me the total of the first column. 153, 090. Second one, 1,71,100. This is 1,50,000, 1,56,000. Any doubts in this? Any doubts on the table? I have not tried SR into SH. If I want, I can do it. I don't want to get into it. SR into SO, I have not done. SR into PO, I have not done. PFOH, I have not done. SR into BH, I did not do. SR into BO, I did not do. One of the four, one of the three, one of the three, one of the two, one of the two. Any doubts on this? Any doubts on this? I'll give you around 4 minutes. This is the formulae, but don't look at the screen. Please look at the chart and then start doing it. Start doing it. 4 minutes for you. Okay, I'll get into the variance computation part. The first one is FOH cost variance, which is SR into SH minus AFOH 153,090 minus 1,56,000. What's the answer? 2019 adverse. This is the first variance, 2019 adverse. Then we had FOH expenditure variance, which is SR into BH minus AFOH 1,50,000 minus 156, 6,000 adverse. FOH volume variance, SR into SH minus SR into BH 153,090 minus 1,50,000, 3,090 favorable, 3,090 favorable. Then this is broken down, volume is broken down into FOH efficiency variance, which is SR into SH minus SR into AH 1,53,090 minus 170 100 minus 170 100. How much? 17,010 adverse. FOH capacity variance, SR into AH minus SR into PH 170 100 minus 162, which is 8,100 favorable. FOH calendar variance, SR into PH minus SR into BH 1,62,000 minus 1,50,000, 12,000 favorable. Any doubts on this? Any doubts on any of the variances? Beyond a point, it is self-explanatory. Table is the most important part. We have not done everything in the table. We have not done everything in this table. Any doubts on this? Let's move to the next question. Let's come to 24. Following figures are extracted from the books of a company. Particulars: standard actual, output in units, machine hours, overhead fixed, overhead variable, number of days. Compute and analyze the overhead variances. Now, this came in the recent exam also. First thing you'll have to understand here is there's nothing much of the question. There's an output given, there's a standard output given, there's an actual output given, there's a standard machine hours given, actual machine hours given, standard fixed overhead is given, actual fixed overhead is given, standard variable overhead is given, actual variable overhead is given, standard days is given, actual days is given. Now, there is nothing like a standard fixed overhead. What is fixed overhead is only budget. So technically, this is not standard, this is budget. When I do the variances, I'll ask you what is standard output. Don't look at this column and then give the answer, because standard output has to be computed with the help of actual hours. In the fixed overheads, we write standard output. So this is not standard. First of all, this is budget. This is budget. The information given here is budget. It is budgeted output, budgeted machine hours, budgeted fixed overhead, budgeted variable overhead, budgeted days. Is this a mistake? No, it is not a mistake. This is how they will draft the question. This is not a mistake. This is how they will draft the question. This came in the recent exam also. The word standard here would mean budget. The word standard here would mean budget. And practically there is nothing like standard fixed overhead. There can be standard variable overhead. What is standard variable overhead? The variable overhead for the actual output. But there's nothing like standard fixed overhead. Fixed overhead does not change with output, does not change with output. So this is not standard, this is budget. They've asked us to do fixed overhead variances as well as variable overhead. First we will do fixed overhead variances, which you are going to do. Fixed overhead variances you are going to do. I'll explain it. Variable overhead, I'll take you through. You can do it, but I'll take you through because variable overhead we have not done much. Now here, the basis is machine hours. Doesn't really matter. We will just say SH, AH, all that we will say. SH means standard machine hours. AH means actual machine hours. Again, I'm repeating that second column which you see there, that is not standard, that is budget. So listen for a minute. So you will first draw the diagram, put the table. In the table, you will need SR. SR per hour is equal to budgeted fixed overhead by budgeted machine hours or budgeted hours. You want to use the word machine added or just call it as budgeted hours. Budgeted fixed overhead by budgeted hours readily available in the question. What is the budgeted fixed overhead? 4 lakh. What is budgeted hours? 8,000. Clear? You can do it in some time. Then SR per unit. SR per unit. What is the budgeted fixed overhead? 4 lakh. What is the budgeted units? 4,000. Clear? Any doubts on this? In the first column, I need SH, RAO. Do you have SH in the question? Do we have SH in the question? It is not SH, that is BH, budgeted machine hours. Again, I am repeating because student copy pasted that and wrote in exam. No, that is not standard, that is budget. Do we have actual output in the question? Yes, column 1 is done. Column 1 is done. Do you have AH in the question? Participate, guys. Yes, column 2 is done. Column 2 is done. AH or SO. AH or SO. So AH is there in the question. SO is not there. SO is not there. Again, I'm repeating, SO is not there. SO has to be computed. SH has to be computed. If you want, you can compute it. Otherwise, ignore it. Otherwise, ignore it. Column 3, you will have to do the calculation. SR into BH or SR into BO or BFH. All the three are there. BH is also there. BO is also there. And BFOH is also there. Last column, AFOH there in the question. Yes. So almost the table is there. Almost. So what you will do, you will first draw the chart, put the table. In the table, we will be using SR into AO, SR into AH, PFOH, BFOH, and AFOH. This is the combination I'll prefer. Any combination, that's your wish. Clear? First thing, SR per unit and SR per hour. Any doubts on this? Around 10 minutes for you to do fixed overhead variances. If you are comfortable, try variable overhead. If you have done not, I will take you through the variable overhead because there is a gap in variable overhead part. Fixed overhead, just now we have done 2 questions. So start doing it. 10 minutes for you. Okay. I now proceed with the solution. Exactly same thing we are going to do. First thing we'll do is SR calculation and then we'll do the table and then the variances. SR per hour is equal to budgeted fixed overheads by budgeted technically machine hours or budgeted hours, doesn't really matter. How much is the budgeted fixed overheads here? 4 lakh. Budgeted hours 8,000. 50 per hour. Then budgeted fixed overhead by budgeted output 4 lakh divided by 4,000. 4,100 per unit. How many days were budgeted? 20 days equal to 4 lakh. So 20 days equal to 8,000 hours. 20 days equal to 8,000 hours. How many days actual? 21 days equal to question mark. 8,400. Or you can say 20 days is equal to 4 lakh rupees. 21 days is equal to question mark. Whichever way you want to do, that's all up to you. First column, SR into AO, SR into AO 100 into what is the actual output? 3,800, 3 lakh 80,000. Second column 50 into 7,800, 3 lakh 90,000. Third column 50 into 8,400, 4 lakh 20,000. Fourth column 4 lakh and last column is 3 lakh 90,000. Any doubts on this? Now these are our variances. You can do it as a chart or you do it this way. First is 3 lakh 80 minus 3 lakh 90, 10,000 adverse. Second one is 4 lakh minus 3 lakh 90, 10,000 favorable. Third one is 3 lakh 80 minus 4 lakh 20,000 adverse. 3 lakh 80 minus 3 lakh 90, 10,000 adverse. 3 lakh 90, 4 lakh 20, 30,000 adverse, and 4 lakh 20 minus 4 lakh 20,000 favorable. Very simple, straightforward calculation. Any doubts on any of this? Okay, VOH some of you would have done, but anyway, I want to do it the entire way. Next, working note 3, computation table for VOH variances. Computation table for VOH variances. Nothing very difficult at all, just that we did it some time back, that's why we are doing it together. And some of you could have completed it, that's okay. Computation table for VOH variances. For variable overhead variances, draw the chart. SR, AR, SH, AH, SR into SH, SR into AH, AR into AH, SR into SH, SR into AH, AR into AH. The top part is called what? Expenditure. Bottom part, efficiency. Expenditure and efficiency. SR into SH, SR into AH, and AR into AH. Any doubts on this? Now let's draw the table. SR into SH has another name. SR into SH or SR into AO. There are conversion factors which we have to be aware. SR into SH or SR into AO, SR into AH or SR into SO, AR into AH or AVOH, AR into AH or AVOH. Any doubts on this? First thing we'll do, SR per unit. Note 1, computation of SR, SR per unit and SR per hour. Computation of SR, computation of SR, computation of standard rate, SR per unit. SR per unit is equal to budgeted variable overhead by budgeted output. SR per unit, SR per hour. Starting is this. SR per unit and SR per hour. Budgeted variable overhead by budgeted output. How much is the budgeted variable overhead? 1,20,000. Budgeted output 30 per unit. SR per unit is 30. SR per hour. SR per hour. BVOH by BH. Budgeted variable overhead by budgeted hours. Budgeted variable overhead by budgeted hours. One lakh 20,000 divided by 8,000, which is 15 per hour. We will use SR into AO directly available. SR into AO. We'll use SR into AO. Tell me how much is the SR? 30 into AO. Then we will use SR into AH. SR into AH. SR into AH. How much is SR? 15. AH. We will use then AVOH. Any doubts on this? 1,14,000, 1,17,000, 1,20,000. Any doubts on this? Fairly straightforward, simple calculation. Any doubts on this? Can you proceed? Note 2 or working note 4, computation of variances. Computation of VOH variances. Computation of VOH variances. VOH variances. VOH cost variance is equal to smallest rectangle minus the biggest one. What is the smallest one? SR into SH minus AR into AH. Whether we use SR into SH or not doesn't really matter. Whether we are using that in the calculation or not doesn't really matter. The formula is SR into SH only. How much is SR into SH? AR into AH? 6,000 adverse. 6,000 adverse. Next is VOH expenditure variance. VOH expenditure variance. Expenditure variance. Look at the chart and tell me the formula. SR into AH minus AR into AH, 1 lakh 17,000 minus how much? 3,000 adverse. And last one is VOH efficiency variance. By now you would have understood that variance calculation is just formality, nothing much is there, no learning is there. It is just technically, according to me, waste of time. SR into SH minus SR into AH, 1,14,000 minus 3,000 adverse. Any doubts on this? A kind of straightforward question. Only thing is they give the word standard. It is not standard. It is not standard. It is only budget. It is only budget. Any doubts on this? Any doubts on this part? Clear? Can we proceed? Okay, 25 we are going to do it. It's a homework question. I'll explain a part of it and then you start doing this. A company has a normal capacity of 120 machines working 8 hours per day for 25 days in a month. Fixed overheads are budgeted at 144. Time required to manufacture one unit is 4 hours. Company worked for 24 days of 840 machine hours per day and produced 5305. Actual fixed overhead is 142. Various variances have been asked in the question. You are going to do it. Only thing I am going to explain here and then you start doing it. Okay. First thing, we have to calculate SR per unit and SR per hour. SR per unit is budgeted fixed overheads by budgeted units and SR per hour is equal to budgeted fixed overheads by budgeted hours. Can you tell me what is budgeted hours here? That alone is the tricky part. What is budgeted hours here? How much? 25 into 25 days into 8 hours into 120 machine into 120 machine, that is budgeted hours. What will be budgeted output? Standard time to manufacture one unit is 4 hours. So 1 unit equal to 4 hours, budgeted output equal to budgeted hours, get the budgeted output. 1 unit is equal to 4 hours. Clear? Actual hours is 24 into 840. 24 into 840. Balance, everything is formality. Everything is formality. I can leave it as homework also. But one more question I want you to have grip on: fixed overheads. So you will start doing this now. You will start doing around 10 minutes. 10 minutes you should be in a position to draw the chart first, computation table, and then start doing the calculation. 10 minutes for you. I'll quickly discuss this now. SR per hour, BFOH by budgeted hours. What is the BFOH number? 1 lakh 44,000. Budgeted hours is 25 days into 8 hours into how many machine? 120. How much is the per hour answer? 6 per hour. 6 per hour. 24,000 hours are there. Then 1 unit equal to 4 hours. Budgeted output equal to budgeted hours. Question mark equal to 24,000 hours, which is 6,000 units equal to 24,000 hours. 6,000 units equal to 24,000 hours. 1,44,000 divided by 6,000, 24 per unit. How many were the budgeted days? How many budgeted days? 25 days equal to 1,44,000 hours. Sorry, not 1,44,000. 24,000 hours. 24,000 hours. How many actual days? 24 days equal to question mark. 25 days equal to 24,000 hours. 24 days is equal to question mark, or directly you can do PFOH. That's your wish. How much is this? 23,040 hours. 23,040 hours. Any doubts on this? I go up and write the numbers. First one is SR into AO, which is 24 into 5305. Second one is SR into AH, 6 into the actual hours is 840 mH into 24 days. 24 days, 840 into 24 days. This one 6 into 23,040, 1,44,000, and the last column is 1,42,000. What is the first column? 24 into 5305. How much? 1,27,320. Then 6 into 840 into 24. How much? 1,20,960. 6 into 23,040, which is 138,240, 144, and 142. Then we start calculating the variances. FOH cost variances 127,320 minus 1,42,000. How much? 14,680 adverse. 1,44,000 minus 1,42,000, 2,000 favorable. 127 minus 144, which is 12,680 adverse. 127 minus 12960. How much? 6,000 favorable. Then 12960 minus 138,240. 12960 minus 138,240. How much? 17,280 adverse. 138,240 minus 144. 138,240 minus 144. How much? 5,000? 760 adverse. Any doubts on this? Any doubts? Straightforward computation. Every item you have to do the estimation. Every item. So first we completed the table and then started doing it. Mostly only two things we'll calculate: SR per unit, SR per hour, and PFOH. This is the only thing we'll calculate in this. Others will automatically come. Any doubts on this? Clear? Let's take a break of 10 minutes. Okay, let's move to the next concept. Like we have FOH variances, we have something called as FOH ratios. These are variances are defined in terms of rupees. If somebody asks what is efficiency variance, your answer is in rupees. What is volume variance? Answer is in rupees. Like we do it in rupees, we can also calculate as a percentage. Those are called ratios. Like variance is in rupees, ratios are in percentage. Now what is this? Let's understand. We had this side SR and AFOH, and it was linked with SH, AH, PH, BH, outer column is AFOH. Ignore this side, ignore this side also, ignore both the sides, okay? Just focus on SH, AH, PH, BH, nothing else. No SR multiplication, no SR multiplication. Just focus on SH, AH, PH and BH. This part was called as efficiency, capacity, calendar, and put together was called as volume. Now efficiency ratio is standard time by actual time. This formula we did in labor also. Capacity ratio, actual time by possible time. Calendar ratio, possible time by budgeted time. And volume ratio, standard hours by budgeted hours. Only the ratio, ignore the SR multiplication, ignore the SR multiplication. So draw the chart and cancel SR, AFOH, AFOH. Draw the chart. FOH ratios, FOH ratios, SR, AFOH, and then SH, AH, PH, BH and AFOH. Cancel that SR, AFOH and AFOH. Fixed overhead ratios, standard rate, actual fixed overhead. This side standard hours, actual hours, possible hours, budgeted hours, and outer column AFOH. Cancel this outer column part. All this I don't need. I don't need y-axis. I don't need the outer part. Only x-axis I need 4 items. Only 4 items in x-axis I need. I don't need y-axis number. I don't need AFOH. Can I write it? It will not help in ratio calculation. Can you discuss? So below the table, right? Standard hours, actual hours, possible hours, budgeted hours. Standard hours, actual hours, possible hours, budgeted hours. You can convert this into the other one also. SH can be called as AO. This can be called as SO. This can be called as PO. This can be called as BO. Standard hours are actual output. Actual hours are standard output. Possible hours are possible output. Budgeted hours are budgeted output. Budgeted hours are budgeted output. Clear? Any doubts on this? Next, efficiency ratio is equal to efficiency ratio is equal to look at the chart and tell me the formula. What are the two items linked there? SH, AH, and this is the formula we used in labor chapter. AH and PH link this capacity, PH and BH link this calendar, and all linked together is called volume. SH by AH OR, other formula is AO by SO. Either you do output or you do time depending on the data. SH by AH or AO by SO. Actual output by standard output. Standard time by actual hours or actual output by standard output. Point number B. Capacity ratio. Capacity ratio. Look at the chart and tell me the formula. AH by PH or SO by PO. SO by PO into 100 to express in percentage. That's okay. AH by PH or SO by PO. Any doubts on this? Again, it is the same chart only we are using. Third one, calendar ratio. Calendar ratio, tell me the formula. PH by BH or PO by BO or there's another formula. PH is calculated. PH is calculated with the help of actual days. PH is calculated with the help of actual days. So you can also call this as actual days by budgeted days. All the three will give the same answer only. Actual days by budgeted days. PH, if you see in every question we have done till now, we have calculated with the help of actual days. We will say 20 days is equal to so much, 24 days is equal to so much. That's how we were doing. So you can also call it as actual days by budgeted days. All put together is called volume. Another name is there, volume or activity ratio. Volume or activity ratio. Volume or activity ratio. Or activity ratio. Look at the chart and tell me the formula. SH by BH or AO by BO. If you are using output, you have to use full output. You cannot say I'll use SH from here and BO from no. Either use full output or full time. Any doubts on this? Any doubts on this? It is exactly same as the fixed overhead variances. Can I do into SR? Data will not be there. If you do into SR, nothing is going to change because what will happen? SR into SH, SR into AH. SR will get cancelled. So that is why the formula has come like this. You want to add SR in the calculation, doesn't really matter. The questions which we have done, every question I can calculate the ratio also. What is F? Ignore the cost part, ignore the expenditure part. What is volume ratio? SR into SH divided by SR into BH. Divided by, not minus. Divided by SR into BH. What is efficiency ratio? SR into SH divided by SR into AH. What is capacity ratio? SR into AH divided by SR into PH. What is calendar ratio? SR into PH divided by SR into BH. So if you want, you can do it this way also. But SR multiplying is of no use. So this is the FOH ratio part. Standard hours, actual hours, possible hours, budgeted hours. This is the fifth column which we normally write. AFOH has no utility. Okay, that has no utility. The fifth column we normally write this. AR into AH is called actual fixed overhead. Only 4 columns you have to be aware. SH, AH, PH and BH. Efficiency ratio SH by AH. Calendar ratio PH by BH. Activity ratio all put together. Activity ratio all put together. SH by BH. Capacity ratio, and there are some variants also. I'll explain the variance in some time. Normal capacity ratio formula is your AH divided by PH. Now ICA may ask 3 different types of capacity ratio. Apart from the normal capacity ratio, it can ask standard capacity usage ratio, actual capacity usage ratio, actual usage of budgeted capacity ratio. They may ask 3 different things. Standard capacity usage ratio, actual capacity usage ratio, actual usage of budgeted capacity ratio. These are 3 extra add-ons which can come in the question. Now let's understand what are these 3. What is standard capacity usage ratio is? I planned saying that I will work only for 8,000 hours. This was the budgeted hours. But if company uses capacity fully, if it uses capacity fully, maximum you can do 12,000 hours. I'm budgeting only 8,000. Maximum is 12,000 possible. But I'm saying, no, I don't want to do more and all. In this room, we can accommodate 30 students. But we said we are budgeting only 25 students. Actual, we got 20 students. So I can take 30 students in the room. But I'm saying, no, let's not do that much. Let's just do 25 is the budget. So my budget is 8,000. Whereas the maximum is 12,000. So as per my plan, I want to use only 8 on 12. 66% is the capacity I want to utilize. 66% is the capacity I want to utilize as per the plan. As per the plan. What is the plan? Standard capacity usage ratio. There is a capacity ratio which is different. Standard capacity usage ratio means budgeted hours divided by maximum possible hours. Then what's the actual capacity usage ratio? Instead of 8,000, I have used only 6,000. So actual is 6 on 12. 6 on 12 as per the overall capacity. Then actual usage of budgeted. Actual usage of budgeted. What is actual usage of budgeted? It's actual by budget. Actual by budget. This three formulae will not come from the chart. So write them. Standard capacity usage ratio. Now write variant of capacity ratio. Variant of capacity ratio. Variant of capacity ratio. Variant of capacity ratio. Variant of capacity ratio split into three. Standard capacity usage ratio. Standard capacity usage ratio. Budgeted hours divided by maximum possible hours. Budgeted students divided by maximum possible students. Budgeted hours divided by maximum possible hours. Actual capacity usage ratio. Actual hours divided by maximum possible hours. Actual hours divided by maximum possible hours. This has nothing to do with the capacity ratio which you see there. That and this will not match. These are different calculation. Actual hours by maximum possible hours, and then actual usage of budgeted capacity. This is the only three formulae which I may expect you to remember in this chapter. Only three formulae. Till now I have not told you to remember even one. This three also logic is there, but still you may have to remember without a chart. Actual usage of budgeted capacity, actual hours by budgeted hours. Only three formulae which I can try doing a chart here also, but I didn't want to get into a chart here. Actual hours by budgeted hours. Any doubts on this? Any doubts on this? Can I multiply with rate? Go ahead, no problem. But it will be same multiplication. SR into BH by SR into maximum possible R. SR into AH divided by SR into maximum possible R. SR into AH divided by SR into BH. So multiplication doesn't really serve any purpose. You still want to do it, go ahead and do. Doesn't make any difference of SR in the calculation. Any doubts on this? Any doubts on this? Clear? I give you a minute or two. Just go through all the formulae once. A minute or two. Okay, let's do questions on FOH ratio. A company manufactures two products, X and Y. X requires 8 hours to produce, while Y requires 12 hours. In April of 22 effective working days of 22 effective working days of 8 hours a day, 1200 units of X, 800 units of Y were produced. Company employs 100 workers to produce X and Y. Budgeted hours 186. Company works for 20 days in a year. Calculate capacity, activity, efficiency, and add one more thing, calendar. Calendar is also required. Calendar ratio and establish their interrelationship. calendar ratio and establish their interrelationship. Calendar is also to be calculated. Go through the question. Go through the question. Okay, we have asked to calculate ratios. We'll first draw the diagram. In the diagram, I don't want the SR part and all. And then we do a computation table and start calculating. They have not asked those extra three variant, which is actual usage of budgeted capacity, standard capacity, that you will see it in the next question. Draw the diagram in the side first. Draw the diagram. Don't hide anything in the y-axis. This side SH, AH, PH and BH. SH, AH, PH and BH, nothing else. No FOH, no SR, nothing we are writing. SH, AH, PH and BH, only 4 items. And we calculate efficiency, capacity, calendar, all put together is called volume. Efficiency, capacity, calendar, all put together is called volume. Clear? Any doubts on this? Efficiency, capacity, calendar, all put together is called volume. Computation table. Computation table. Only 4 columns. Standard hours, actual hours, possible hours and budgeted hours. Standard, actual, possible and budgeted. Can I multiply with SR? Even if you do, doesn't make any difference, and anyway I cannot do. There's no data on SR and all, no budgeted fixer over it, all that is not given. Even if given, doesn't make any difference. Now standard hours is calculated with the help of what? Participate guys. Standard hours is calculated with the help of actual output. A company produces 2 products X and Y. So I'll first see what is the production of X, multiply with the number of hours per unit. Production of Y, multiply with the number of hours per unit. Put together is standard time. I'm producing 2 products X and Y. X requires how much? 8 hours to produce. Y requires 12 hours. X requires 8 hours to produce. Y requires 12 hours. X requires 8 hours to produce. Y requires 12 hours. How many units of X we have manufactured? 1200 into 8 is standard time. 1200 into 8. How many units of Y we have produced? 800 into 12 is standard time. All put together. All put together. We are doing X as well as Y. X, how many units we have produced? Participate. 1200 units. How many hours per unit? I want participation guys. 8 hours per unit. How many units of Y manufactured? 800. How many hours per unit? 12. So now write standard hours 1200 into 8 plus 800 into 12. 19200. 1200 into 8 plus 800 into 12. 1200 units into 8 hours per unit. 800 units into 12 hours per unit. Any doubts on this? Can you proceed? Tell me how much is actual hours. A small calculation you have to do. How much is actual hours? You have to participate and tell me how much is actual hours. Not able to hear anything. 22 days into 8 hours a day. 22 days into 8 hours a day into 100 workers. Into 100 workers. So 22 days into 8 hours into 100 workers. Tell me all put together how much. I'll come to possible in a minute. Possible in a minute. Any doubts on this? Tell me budgeted. How much is the budgeted hours? 1,86,000, but that looks very high. That is for a year. 1,86,000 is for a year. We are doing calculation for the month of April. We are doing calculation for the month of April. 1,86,000 is for a year. We are doing calculation for the month of April. So this is 1,86,000 divided by 12. Is there any information on actual days and budgeted days? If not there, I'll copy paste the same thing. Is there any data on actual and budgeted days? Actual days, budgeted days is how much? Right, 20 days equal to 15,500. 20 days equal to 15,500 hours. 22 days equal to question mark. No, actual is 22, budgeted is 20 only. And the company works for 20 days. This is a mistake, okay? In a month, 20 days in a month, sorry. There's an error here. 20 days in a month. Company works for 20 days in a month. The plan is to work for 20 days in a month. In actual April, we did 22. In April, we ended up doing more days. In April, we ended up doing more days. Tell me how much is the possible hours? 17,050. 17,050. Any doubts on this? Any doubts on 17,050? Can we proceed? Any doubts on this? Note 2 or working note 2, computation of ratios. First is computation table, then ratios. Ratios. The ratios will come from this chart. Efficiency, capacity, calendar, put together is called volume. Other name is activity. Other name is activity. Question has asked for capacity, activity. Activity is volume. Activity is volume. Efficiency and calendar. Calendar got missed there in the typing. Calendar is also asked. First, let's do volume or other name, which is what question has asked. Activity ratio. Volume or activity ratio is equal to volume or activity ratio is equal to volume or activity ratio is equal to smallest rectangle minus the biggest one. What is the first one? Standard hours divided by budgeted hours into 100 into 100. %123.87%. 123.87%. Volume or activity ratio standard by budgeted 123.87%. Any doubts on this? Clear? Can we proceed? Next is efficiency ratio. Look at the chart and tell me the formula. Standard hours by actual hours. Standard hours by actual hours into 100. How much is the standard hours? 19,200. Divide by 17,600 into 100. 19,200 by 17,600. 109.09%. 109.09%. Efficiency ratio 109.09%. What's the next one? Capacity ratio. Capacity ratio, actual hours by possible hours. 17,600 by 17050. How much? 103.23. 103.23%. Formula, everything is just a formality. If you've understood the chart, it is just a formality after that. 103.23%. What's the next one? Calendar ratio. Calendar ratio. Possible hours by budgeted hours into 100. How much? 110%. 110%. Any doubts on this? 110%. Now for calendar alone, if I wanted, I could have used this formula also. Calendar alone, actual days by budgeted days, 22 by 20. 22 divided by 20. Output based is not possible. We have two output. I could have done actual days by budgeted days. That formula I could have used if I wanted, which is 22 days by 20 days, 110%. Now what this means is, our volume is 123% of what we wanted. Reason is efficiency. Workers are more than 100%. More than 100 is good. 109% efficient. Capacity overutilization has happened. 103%, and calendar is also favorable. 110%. Question has asked us to do the computation and establish the relationship. What is relationship? Is volume variance. Volume variance is efficiency variance plus capacity variance plus calendar variance. If you look at variance, ratio is multiplication of the three. Ratio is multiplication of the three. Variance is addition of the three. Variation is addition of the three. That is, if I do multiplication of these three, SH by AH by PH, AH will get cancelled. AH by PH into PH by BH, PH will get cancelled, and ultimate formula is SH by EH. In the end, the formula will become standard hours by possible hours. If you take this actual hours, just give me. This actual hours and this actual hours will get cancelled in the formula. This possible hours and this possible hours will get cancelled in the formula. Left over is what? SH by BH, which is the volume ratio. Next, interrelationship. Volume ratio is, or activity. The word used in the question is activity. Activity ratio is equal to efficiency ratio into capacity ratio into calendar ratio. Activity, efficiency into capacity into calendar. Activity ratio is equal to 109.09% into 103.23% into 110%. In the calculator, 109.09 into 103.23 percentage. Next button onwards, press the percentage button, into 110%. 109.09 into 103.23 percentage into 110 percentage. 123.87 percentage. Some up and down rounding of difference can happen, but otherwise this relationship will hold good. 123.87 percentage. Any doubts on this? 123.87 percentage. Any doubts on this? Can you proceed? 123.87 percentage. Any doubts on this? Can we proceed? Clear? Okay, let's move to the next question. Following data is available for ABC Limited. This question is part of budgetary control chapter. Okay, this FOH ratio is part of budgetary control chapter, but there I cannot explain it. That is why I'm doing it here. Following data is available for ABC Limited. Standard working hours 8 hours per day of 5 days per week. Maximum capacity, actual working, actual hours expected to be worked, standard hours expected to be earned, actual hours worked, standard hours earned. 4 weeks. In this period there was one special holiday due to national event. Efficiency, capacity, so efficiency, activity, calendar, standard capacity usage ratio, actual capacity usage ratio, actual usage of budgeted capacity ratio. Multiple requirements are there. I give you a minute. Go through the question. Go through the question. Okay, let's understand the question. It says following data is available for ABC Limited. Standard working hours. Standard working hours means one employee will work for 40 hours a week. Will work for 40 hours a week. This is the number of hours I expect an employee to work. 40 hours per week is the number of hours an employee is expected to work. I have 50 employees and I am going to have only I have capacity of 50 employees, but I'll have only 40 employees in the company. Actual hours expected to be worked. Actual hours expected to be worked. What is expected to be worked can't be actual hours. They're saying actual hours expected to be worked. I expect that people will work for 6,400 hours. How did the 6,400 come? 40 employees into 40 hours per week into 4 weeks. To put it very simply, this is budgeted hours. I am budgeting for 6,400 hours. I am budgeting for 6,400 hours, but they have given in a roundabout manner saying that actual hours expected to be worked. Expected to be worked. There's nothing like actual hours expected to be worked. Either it's actual hours worked. Expected to be worked. I do not have a concept like that. So I am saying I expect this will happen, which is nothing but budget. Expect this will happen, which is nothing but budget. Then standard hours expected to be earned per 4 weeks. This is totally wrong way of writing it, but I don't know. This is how ICI words it. Standard hours expected to be earned. Like they have said, actual hours expected to be worked. They've given standard hours expected to be worked. Now, what does this is? 50 employees. 50 employees into 40. To put it very simply, this is maximum possible hours. This is the maximum working hours. Why I need maximum working hours? For standard capacity usage ratio, actual capacity usage ratio, maximum hours. This standard hours expected to be earned, according to me, the wording is not right. The earlier wording is okay. Actual hours expected to be worked, budgeted hours. They could have said that maximum possible hours or something like that. They could have worded it, but okay. Actual hours worked is actual hours. Actual hours worked and standard hours earned is standard hours. They have given standard hours directly. They have given actual hours directly. They have given budgeted hours directly. They have given maximum possible hours directly. Now, how many days we wanted to work in this 4 months? In this 4 weeks? How many days we wanted to work in 4 weeks? 20 days. Actual days is 19. Actual days is 19 because there was one special holiday. There was one special holiday that will help us in calculating possible hours. Or I can say calendar ratios, actual days by budgeted days. I can also say actual days by budgeted days. The wording is little wrong according to me. That standard hours expected to be earned, I'm not very comfortable. Other things are okay. First one, actual hours expected to be worked is budgeted hours. Actual hours worked is actual hours. Standard hours earned is standard hours. All that is fine. Standard hours expected to be earned according to me is a wrong wording. That is technically maximum possible hours. Or they need not mention that actual hours expected to be worked. Standard hours expected to be earned. Don't give me both. I'll do the calculation. I'll do the calculation. So in note, I will show you the calculation, but in exam, you can directly write this number. But the first one is actual hours expected to be worked is called budgeted hours, and standard hours expected to be earned is called maximum possible hours. Let's do the computation table. Working note 1, computation table. Computation table. Standard hours, actual hours, possible hours, budgeted hours, and an extra column called as maximum possible hours or maximum hours. This is not there in the chart, okay? Maximum hours is not there in the chart, but it helped me in calculating that variant of capacity ratio. This is for variant of the capacity ratio. Maximum hours will help us for the variant of the capacity ratio. Capacity ratio had three variants. They have not asked for normal capacity ratio. They have asked for standard capacity usage ratio, actual capacity usage ratio, and actual usage of budget. They have not asked for normal capacity ratio, which is little different. Standard hours, actual hours, possible hours, budgeted hours, and maximum hours. In budgeted hours, let's first write budgeted hours. How many employees are there? Participate, guys. Maximum 50, but we are going to employ only 40. So 40 workers into how many hours per week? 40 hours into 4 weeks. This is what I am budgeting for. 40 workers, 40 hours, 4 weeks. This is my plan. The plan is 40 workers, 40 hours, 4 weeks. How much is this? Maximum is 50 workers. Maximum is 50 workers. And these are the two numbers given directly in the question, but they have worded it little wrong according to me. How much is this? Standard hours is given directly in the question. We normally calculate with actual output, but given in the question, how much is standard hours? 7,000 hours we have earned. Actual hours is given in the question. Any doubts on this? Any doubts on this? Possible hours, how many budgeted days? 20 days equal to 6,400. One holiday is there in this question. 19 days equal to question mark. Sorry? 6080 hours. Calendar, I can do actual days by budgeted days also. ICI does that only. They do actual days by budgeted days. Or I can go with the chart technique, which is possible by budgeted. Any doubts on this? Any doubts on the table? We will answer whatever they have asked one by one. We'll keep answering them. There are three variants of the capacity ratio here. Any doubts first on the table? Any doubts on the table? Can we proceed? Working note 2, computation of ratios. Computation of ratios. Let's start one by one. What is the first requirement of the question? Sorry? Efficiency ratio. Please visualize the chart and tell me the formula. SH by standard hours by actual hours. 7,000 by 6,000. 7,000 by 6,000. How much is this? $116.67. What's the next ratio asked? Activity ratio. Activity ratio. Activity ratio. Tell me the formula for activity ratio. Actual hours by budgeted hours. Sorry, standard hours. Sorry. Standard hours by budgeted hours. 7,000 by 6,400 into 100. 109.38%. Formula, everything will come from the chart except those three variant. 109.38. What's the next one? Calendar ratio. Possible hours by budgeted hours. I'll also give the ICA formula. First, let's complete this. Possible hours by budgeted hours. How much? 95%. 95%. Next, calendar ratio. Again, another formula. This is the formula ICA normally uses. Actual days by budgeted days. Actual days by budgeted days. Actual by budgeted. $19 by 20. 95%. 19 days by 20. 95%. Actual days by budgeted days. Clear? Can you proceed? Standard capacity usage ratio. Standard capacity usage ratio. What this means is how much capacity are we planning to use? Planning to use is budgeted divided by maximum hours. This much only I want to utilize. I don't want full utilization of capacity. Budgeted by maximum. Budgeted by maximum 6,400 by 8,000. I am happy with the 80% utilization. I am happy with the 80% utilization. I am not looking at the 100% capacity utilization. Standard capacity usage ratio. As per my plan, I want only 80% utilization. Actual capacity usage ratio. Actual capacity usage ratio. Actual hours by maximum hours. Actual hours by maximum hours. Actual hours divided by maximum hours. My plan was to have a 80% utilization. Actual by maximum. What is actual? 6,000 by 8,000. Actual usage of budgeted capacity. actual usage of budgeted capacity ratio. Actual usage, actual hours divided by budgeted hours. Actual usage of budgeted capacity. Actual usage of budgeted capacity. Actual hours by budgeted hours. 6,000 by 6,400. 93.75%. 80, 75 and 93.75. 80, 75 and 93.75. Standard capacity usage ratio 80%. Actual capacity usage ratio 75%. Actual usage of budgeted capacity ratio 93.75%. Any doubts on this? Any doubts on this? This 93.75 technically is 75 as a percentage of 80. 75 as a percentage of 80. Formula, that is actual capacity usage ratio. If you look at here, if you look at standard capacity usage ratio, had a formula called budgeted hours by maximum hours. Second formula was actual by maximum hours, and the third formula was actual by budgeted. That is this divided by this, maximum got cancelled. This divided by this, actual by budgeted. So you can alternatively also calculate this as 75 by 80. 75 by 80. Any doubts on this? Any doubts on the calculation? Clear? I give a minute or two. Go through the solution. Go through the solution. Okay. Question 28, which came in May 24 exam. You are going to do it now. Here, very similar, but some ratios have been given. Using the ratio, you may reverse work some of the number. The same 5 things: SH, AH, PH. I think PH requirement may not be there, but SH, AH, PH, BH, and last part is maximum hours. Some information is there in the question. Some information, like they have given actual usage of budgeted capacity ratio. AH by BH, this can give you either AH or BH. Efficiency ratio, SH by AH, this may either give you SH or AH. One of them will be there, other one you will have to get it. They have asked for actual hours, standard hours, activity ratio, and standard capacity usage ratio. 4 columns, and the last column is maximum hours. In this, PH and BH may remain same. I think it may remain same, but you still start doing it. Start doing it. I'll discuss it after 7-8 minutes. Okay, I'll quickly discuss the solution. We'll have to do the same table and almost the same ratios. SH, AH, PH, BH and MH. In the question, standard working hours 48 hours per week, number of weeks 4 weeks, maximum is 150 employees. So 150 into 48 into 4, 150 into 48 into 4, how much? 28, 800. We have 125 into 48 into 4, 24,000. Then actual usage of budgeted capacity, I will use this formula: actual hours by budgeted hours. The last one, actual hours by budgeted hours. Actual usage of budgeted capacity ratio, actual hours by budgeted hours. How much is the capacity ratio they have given? 86% is equal to actual hours divided by budgeted hours was 24,000. Actual hours is 24,000 into 86%. 24,000 into 86%. How much is that? 20,640. Possible and budgeted is same. There is no change here. Possible and budgeted is same. There is no difference in number of days. There is no difference in number of days. ICI may not even bring this concept of possible hours in this question. And standard hours with efficiency ratio, SH by AH. How much is the efficiency ratio given in the question? 110% is equal to SH by 2640. 2640. SH is 2640 into 110%. 22,704. Any doubts on this? 22,704. Any doubts on this? Clear? Can we proceed? Any doubts on this? And then in this, actual hours work done, standard hours for actual output is done. Activity ratio is 22,704 divided by 24,000. If you see in the answer, I have not added a PH column because I feel no use of that. How much is this 22,704 by 24,000? Sorry? 0.6? Okay, 94.6%. Standard capacity usage ratio is budgeted hours by maximum hours. Budgeted hours by maximum hours. 24,000 divided by 28,800. How much is that? 83.33%. Any doubts on this? Any doubts on this? Can we proceed? Clear? Okay. Go through 29, a little bit of lengthy question. You first read through it and then I start explaining and then we do it together. Go through the next question. Okay, let's look at this question. K Limited is a manufacturer of a single product A. 8,000 of A were produced in the month of March 2024. At the beginning of the year, 1,20,000 units of product A has been planned for production. Cost department has given the following estimate of overheads: fixed cost, variable cost, semi-variable cost and variable cost. There is a fixed cost, there is a semi-variable and variable. Semi-variable will include 60% charges of fixed nature, 40% of variable nature. Record of the production says that company could have operated for 20 days. Could have operated for 20 days. The plan is to do 20 days, but there was a special holiday during the month. Actual data for the March is fixed cost 1,19,000, semi-variable cost variable. Is now preparing a variance report. They've asked for variable overhead cost variance, fixed overhead volume variance, fixed overhead expenditure variance, fixed overhead calendar variance, and fixed overhead cost variance. So they've asked for variable overhead cost variance, volume, expenditure, calendar, and cost variance as far as the fixed overheads is concerned. Now, nothing, not a very tricky and other things, but the point is I do not like this item semi-variable cost. Semi-variable cost can't come in my calculation. Either it has to be fixed or it has to be variable. So first I will alter the given data. What is the alteration? This is the budget given. In this 180, add 60% to fixed, 40% to variable. Add 60% to fixed, 40% to variable. Same thing with the actual cost also. 60% to variable fixed, 40% to variable. 60% to fixed, 40% to variable. Working note 1, computation of budgeted cost and actual cost. Particulars budget actual. Budget in bracket, this is for a year, later on we will convert. Actual is for a month. March month they have given the data. Budget is for a year, actual is for a month. Budget is for a year, actual is for a month. Fixed cost, it is there in the question. You tell me the number. Fixed cost how much? 1 lakh, 12 lakh. Okay, 12 lakh plus something will come. Okay, 12 lakh plus something will come. What is that something? I'll explain in some time. Variable cost, sorry, actual how much? 1,19,000, again plus something will come. Again plus something will come. You can leave a line to show that calculation. Variable cost, how much is given in the question? 6 lakh plus something will come. 6 lakh plus something will come. Actual, again plus something will come. Tell me semi-variable cost. 1 lakh, 80,000 and first thing I have to do is I have to remove the semi-variable cost from the question. I don't like the semi-variable cost. It doesn't serve any purpose and it's unnecessary headache. So how we remove is add 60% to fixed, add 40% to variable, 60% to fixed. So in this place 12 lakh plus 1 lakh 80,000 into 60%. Add and tell me the figure. That is the budgeted fixed cost. 13 lakh 8,000. 13 lakh 8,000. We are adding 60%. We are adding 60%. 13 lakh 8,000. That is the fixed cost number we are going to work with. 13 lakh 8,000. Same way, add 40% here. 1 lakh 80,000 into 40%. 6 lakh 72,000. 1308 672. 1308 and 6 lakh 72,000. Clear? Same way for the actual also. I don't like this 19,200. 19,200 into 19,200 into 60% and 19,200 into 40%. 60% and 40%. 130, 520, 55, 680. We have removed this item called semi-variable cost from the question. Now onwards, it's the similar calculation. We have removed this item called semi-variable cost from the question, and thereafter it is going to be straightforward, simple calculation. Any doubts till this? Any doubts on this? Can we proceed? Clear? Working note 2. Any doubts in any of these numbers? 60% added to fixed, 40% added to variable, no semi-variable cost in the question. If they are not given 60-40, then they'll tell me some way. How can I do change in cost by change in it? Something I'll have to do and take something to variable, something to fixed. Working note 2, variable overhead variances. Variable overhead variances. SR into SH or SR into SH or what is the other name? SR into AO, SR into AHR, SR into SO, AR into AHR, AVOH, AR into AHR, AVOH. I will not explain chart part again and all because we have done questions now. By now we should be in a position to clearly do this. AVOH we just now computed. Tell me the AVOH number. Actual variable overhead we just now computed. 55. Okay, come down. Note 1. Computation of SR. Note 1. Computation of SR. Computation of SR. SR per computation of SR. SR per unit is equal to budgeted variable overhead by budgeted output. Budgeted is for a year, that's okay. Output is also for a year. Budgeted output is for a year. Budgeted variable overhead by budgeted output. Budgeted variable overhead we have calculated, not there in the question. We have done adjustment. We have done adjustment and calculated it. Budgeted variable overhead by budgeted output. How much is the budgeted variable overhead? Sorry? 6,72,000. Read question, it will have budgeted output. At the beginning of the year, 1,20,000 divided by 1,20,000. 5.6. 5.6 per unit. Any doubts on this? 5.6 per unit. Anywhere in the question, do you see any number of hours information? Anywhere in the question, any information on number of hours? So this question, SR per hour is not possible, SH is not possible, AH is not possible. All that is not possible in this question. That is why the conversion factor will be useful. SH is not possible, AH is not possible, SR per hour is also not possible because I do not have any data, zero information on the number of hours. Nowhere in the question they have talked about number of hours in this problem. So first column, let's close it now. 5.6 into, tell me the actual output. 5.6 into 8,000. 5.6 into 8,000. I will not be able to do SR into SH. Even if they give me SH directly in the question also not possible because SR cannot be calculated. Do you have standard output in the question? AH leave it. Do you have standard output? Not budgeted. I am asking standard output. Do you have standard output in the question? So listen, this is not possible and I also don't want. They have asked variable overhead cost variance, which is column 1 minus column 3. They have not asked expenditure and efficiency because I cannot calculate it. I cannot calculate it, not possible. There's no data on standard output. There's no data in the question on standard output. Actual ask possibility is not there. And if you look at the MCQ requirements, variable overhead expenditure is not asked. Variable overhead efficiency is not asked because both cannot be calculated. What can you calculate? Variable overhead cost variance, which is SR into SH minus AR into AH. Whatever, whether we use SR, SH or not, but the formula is that SR into SH minus AR into AH. Why they did not ask expenditure? Because it is not possible for us to calculate. Second column is impossible in this question unless I make some random assumption, which I don't want because question has not asked for anything. So tell me 5.6 into 8,000. 44,800. 55,680. Let's close the variance. VOH cost variance. Only VOH cost variance. VOH cost variance is equal to SR into SH minus AR into AH. 44,800 minus 55,680. 10,000. 10,880 adverse. 10,880 adverse. VOH cost variance is 10,880 adverse. Clear? Can you proceed? And this was the MCQ 1. 10,880 adverse, last choice. Any doubts on this? Can we proceed? Any doubts on this? Next, FOH variances. FOH variances. Again, few things will not be possible here, but almost everything will happen. Few things will not be possible. SR into SH or SR into SH or, tell me, or what? SR into AO, SR into AH or, guys, I want participation please. SR into SO, SR into PH or SR into PO or PFOH, SR into BH or SR into BO or BFOH, AFOH. SR into SH or SR into AO, SR into AH or SR into SO, SR into PH or PO or PFOH, SR into BH or BO or BFOH, and final column AFOH. These are the 5 columns we have to create. Below this, note 1, computation of SR. Computation of SR. SR per unit. Per hour is not possible. Per unit is equal to SR per unit is equal to SR per unit is equal to BFOH divided by BH, sorry, BO. BFOH by BO. BFOH by BO. How much is BFOH? 13 lakh 8,000. BO 1 lakh 20,000. 10.9 per unit. 10.9 per unit. Clear? Let's start filling it. 10.9 into what is the actual output? 8,000. 10.9 into 8,000. Second column not possible. We'll see. And I think that requirement will also not be there in the question. Not possible. Then SR into PH or SR into PO or PFOH, I'll do it in a minute. BFOH we already have. What is the BFOH? But that is for a year. Divide by 12. 13 lakh 8,000 divided by 12. 13 lakh 8,000 is for a year. 1 lakh 9,000. AFOH we calculated. 1 lakh 30,000. Any doubts on this? 13 lakh 8,000 by 12. 13 lakh 8,000 by 12. How many days we wanted to work? Could have operated 20, but there was a holiday. 20 days equal to 1 lakh 9,000. 19 days equal to question mark. PFOH directly. 20 days equal to 1 lakh 9,000. 19 days question mark. 1 lakh 3,550. 1 lakh 3,550. Any doubts on this? Clear? 103,550. 87,200 not possible. 103,550. 109, 130, 520. Any doubts on this? Clear? Can we proceed? Now, please answer one by one. Fixed overhead volume variance. Apply the formula and tell me the answer. Fixed overhead volume variance. They have not asked for all variances because all are not possible. Fixed overhead volume variance. Apply the formula and give me the answer. SR into SH minus SR into BH. Fixed overhead volume variance. SR into SH minus SR into BH. 21,800 adverse. SR into SH minus SR into BH. I will not now get into explanation of the formula and all. We have already done so much here. Fixed overhead expenditure variance. Apply the formula for expenditure variance. Apply the formula for expenditure variance. SR into BH minus AFOH. SR into BH minus AFOH. You get a doubt, then you'll have to draw the chart. I did not draw the chart here, but if you have a doubt, please draw the chart. SR into BH minus AFOH. How much? 21,520 adverse. calendar variance, SR into PH minus SR into BH. Possible hours and budgeted hours. SR into PH and SR into BH. Fixed overhead cost variance, SR into SH minus AFOH. SR into SH minus AFOH. 43. A very good question, very well drafted by ICI. Very good question. We had to do all the variances. Only thing is, here some variances are not possible itself. Like they have not asked for efficiency variance, not possible because you need SH and AH. Capacity variance they did not ask because not possible. So some variances are not possible and question did not even test them. Question has tested variable overhead cost. They did not ask expenditure and efficiency. Not possible for us to calculate. Fixed overhead volume is asked, expenditure is asked, calendar is asked, cost is asked, but they did not ask. They did not ask efficiency and capacity. Any doubts in this? So if you see in the solution, I mentioned not possible because there's no information in the question. There's no information in the question about the hours part of it. Any doubts on this? Any doubts on this question? Yep. With this, I'll end this session there. Question 30 is homework for you. Let's come to 31. Little different question. Let's come to this. XYZ company has established the following standards for factory overheads. Variable overhead per unit 10 rupees. Fixed overheads per month 1 lakh rupee. Capacity 20,000. Actual data, actual overheads incurred 3 lakh. Actual output 15,000 units. Calculate production volume variance and overhead expense variance. Production volume and overhead expense variance. I give you a minute, go through the question. A minute for you to go through this. Okay, let's understand this question. XYZ has established the following standards for factory overhead. Standard norm is SR per unit for variable overhead is 10 rupees and fixed overheads is 1 lakh with the capacity being 20,000 units. If the capacity is 20,000 units, my assumption will be that 20,000 is the budgeted output. They have said following standards for factory overhead. Variable overhead per unit is given. Fixed overheads per month 1 lakh. Is this budgeted fixed overhead or standard fixed overhead? What is this 1 lakh technically called? There's nothing like standard fixed overhead because fixed overheads do not change with the output. So whether you call it a standard fixed overhead or budgeted fixed overhead do not really matter. Both are technically same. So my budgeted fixed overhead is 1 lakh. Actual is 3 lakh and actual output is 15,000 units. Is it possible to split this 3 lakh into variable and fixed? Think and let me know. Is it possible to split this 3 lakh into variable and fixed? How? If yes, then you'll have to tell me how. The original plan is 10 rupees, but in reality, you could have incurred 11, 12 also, no? The original plan is 10 rupees. This chapter entire focus is this only, saying that you have a plan, reality will be different. Otherwise, I agree to your point, 10 rupees per unit, 15,000 into 10. Then balance fixed overheads will become 1 lakh 50. Whereas original plan is fixed overheads 1 lakh. Now that extra which we have incurred, see original 1 lakh and this is 10 rupee per unit. So 15,000 units means you should incur 15,000 into 10 plus 1 lakh. 15,000 into 10 plus 1 lakh is what I should incur. 2 lakh 50. Whereas I have incurred 3 lakh. Extra. Is it fixed overheads? I don't know. Is it variable overheads? I don't know. I have incurred extra. That extra I have incurred is because of what reason? I don't know. It could be fixed overhead, could be variable overhead. So here they have asked for production volume. Volume variance is a subpart. is a subpart of only fixed overhead variances. In fixed overheads, I have volume variance. In variable overhead, I do not have volume variance. So production volume variance mean fixed overhead volume variance. Production volume variance means fixed overhead volume variance. What is the formula? SR into SH or SR into AO minus SR into BH or BO or BFOH, which is possible. Second thing is overhead expense variance. That expense variance ideally variable separate, fixed separate. But for that you have to give me breakup of this 3 lakh. In this 3 lakh, how much is variable overhead? How much is fixed overhead? So ICI said, no, I will not give you breakup. You do it together. How are we going to do it together? Let's understand. In this question, no charts, no table. Directly we are going to solve it. Now, right. Production volume variance, production volume variance is equal to fixed overhead volume variance. Production volume variance is equal to fixed overhead volume variance. Fixed overhead volume variance. Production volume variance is equal to fixed overhead volume variance. Overhead expense variance. Overhead expense variance is equal to variable overhead expense variance plus fixed overhead expense variance. We'll have to do it together. I cannot do it separately. And even I cannot calculate VOH separately, FOH separately. I'll have to somehow club it together and do it. Variable overhead expense variance and fixed overhead expense variance. Now, right, production volume variance is equal to production volume variance is equal to production volume variance is equal to SR into SH. Rs is not there. The other name for SR into SH is SR into AO. The formula is going to come from the chart. We are not doing the chart. SR into SH, otherwise called as SR into AO minus SR into BH or SR into BO or BFOH. So the formula here is SR into AO minus BFOH. SR into AO minus BFOH. Somebody says, no, I'll write SR into SH, right? No problem. Both are same only. You want to write SR into SH, write it. You want to write SR into AO, write it. Here I'm not done a table, so I'm using SR into AO because that is what I'm going to calculate. SR into AO minus BFOH minus budgeted fixed overheads. Any doubts till this? Come down. SR per unit is equal to SR per unit is equal to budgeted fixed overhead by budgeted output, which is given in the question. Budgeted fixed overhead by budgeted output. How much is budgeted fixed overhead? 1 lakh. Budgeted output is there in the question. 20,000. 1 lakh by 20,000. The capacity is taken as budgeted output due to lack of information. They can give something else also. They could have said we are planning a 80% capacity utilization. Denominator is 16,000. 1 lakh divided by 20,000. How much? 5 per unit. 1 lakh divided by 20,000. 5 per unit. 5 per unit. Any doubts on this? Clear? Can you proceed? 5 into how much is the actual output? 5 into 15,000. 5 into 15,000. 5 into 15,000. How much is budgeted fixed overhead? 1 lakh. 25,000 adverse. Production volume variances 25,000 adverse. Volume variances 25,000 adverse. Clear? Any doubts on this? Then overhead expense variance is equal to, I'll first give a general name and then I'll give the technical formula. What I should incur for 15,000 units minus what I incurred for 15,000 units. This is what expense variance is all about. What I should have incurred minus what I incurred in reality. What I should incur for, what is 15,000? Actual output, and what I incurred for 15,000. Ideally, what I incurred, I don't know the breakup. If the breakup was there, do variables separately, fixed separately, and then add them together, you will get the same answer. But do it separate analysis. Variable separate, fixed separate. What I should incur for 15,000 minus what I incurred for 15,000. This is the technical formula. Then write again, overhead expense variance equal to standard overhead expenditure minus actual overhead expenditure. Standard overhead expenditure minus actual overhead expenditure. Standard expenditure minus actual expenditure. Standard expenditure minus actual expenditure. What is the actual output? So now listen, 15,000 into 10. I should incur 15,000 into 10. This is variable overhead. Plus 15,000 into 5 is wrong. I cannot be 15,000. What is 15,000 into 5? Fixed overheads 5 per unit. Into 5 logic will not work for fixed overheads. Fixed overheads into 5 logic will, variable overheads into 10. Fixed overheads into 5 logic will not work. Reason is fixed overheads do not change with volume. So then what should I incur? 1 lakh. 15,000 into 10 plus 1 lakh is what I should incur. 15,000 into 10 plus 1 lakh. What is 1 lakh? Standard fixed overhead or budgeted fixed overhead, whatever name you want to give. Whatever name you want to give. 15,000 into 10 plus 1 lakh. What I will recover from the customer is only 15,000 into 5, which is what this production volume variance. There is a separate variance we have calculated. 15,000 into 10 plus 1 lakh is what I should incur. 15,000 into 10 plus 1 lakh. I ended up incurring 3 lakh. If there was a breakup for 3 lakh available, 15,000 into 10 minus actual variable overhead is variable overhead expense variance, and fixed overhead expense variance is budgeted fixed overhead minus actual fixed overhead. You would have done this when we did the other area. Budgeted fixed overhead minus the actual in case the breakup was available. Not available, let's not worry about it. Minus 3 lakh, write this. 15,000 into 10 plus 1 lakh minus 3 lakh plus 1 lakh minus 3 lakh. Let me know the overhead expense variance. $50,000 adverse. Ideal scenario, do separate calculation. Data unavailable, we did combined computation. Any doubts on this? Clear? Any doubts on this? A similar question for you to do at home. Question 32. Same thing, production volume and overhead expense. Just that they've given a lot of breakup, but almost the same thing. Almost the same thing. Any doubts on this? Any doubts on this? With this, the discussion kind of is over as far as the variable overhead is concerned, fixed overheads is concerned. Now at this time, I'm going to give you around 8 minutes, 7 to 8 minutes. You will have to go through material variance, single material, multiple material, variable overhead, all charts, fixed overhead chart, variable overhead chart, everything you have to go through, because now we are going to do comprehensive problem where I'll be doing all of the variances from the beginning. I'll be doing material variance also, I'll be doing labor variance also. So at that stage, you struggle with the charts, I cannot help it. So I'm giving you time around 5 to 8 minutes. Go through all the charts from the beginning. Go through all the charts. 5 to 8 minutes for you. Okay.
let's now do comprehensive question where we'll have two types of problem. One is forward working question. What is forward working question is they'll give you data, you compute variances. And there are going to be reverse working question where the variance will be given and from there you will have to get to the data points asked in the question. Let's start with 33, which is a reverse working question because there are variances given and using the variances I will have to get to the information asked in the problem. Details corresponding to the manufacture of a product X is as follows. Material 20 units at 3 per unit, wages 10 hours at 16 per hour, production overhead 10 hours at 20. Actual material cost 25,740, labor cost 65,368. Variances have been analyzed and the following information is made available. Material price, usage, wages rate, wages efficiency, FOH expenditure, FOH volume. Requirement, actual output in units, actual price of material per unit, actual quantity of material consumed, actual wage rate, actual hours worked and standard hours, amount of overhead absorbed, amount of overhead incurred, production overhead capacity, efficiency and budgeted output. Lot of information has been asked in the question and they have given some variances and then there's a starting data which is a standard cost card. I'll again read it now. First thing, always focus on this. This is a very important information. What does this tell? This tell me input output ratio is 20 is to 1. Input output ratio is 20 is to 1. The standard for manufacturing a product X is as follows. So input output ratio is 20 is to 1 and it also tells me standard price is 3 per unit. Standard price is 3 per unit. This is a very important information. Input output ratio is 20 is to 1 and the standard price is 3 per unit. This standard equation is 10 hours equal to 1 unit. 10 hours is equal to 1 unit. 10 hours is equal to 1 unit and standard rate is 16 per hour. Standard rate is 16 per hour. 10 hours per unit and standard rate is 16 per hour. Overheads 20 per hour. Overheads 20 per hour. SR 20 per hour. 200 per unit. 200 per unit. In overheads I need SR per hour. SR per unit. I'll read again. Material 20 units at 3 per unit. 20 units at 3 per unit means the input output ratio is 20 is to 1. Input output ratio is 20 is to 1. Sometimes they'll say corresponding to manufacture 10 units of product X. They may even mention 10 units of product X. That's okay. 20 is to 10 is the input output ratio. 20 is to 10 will become input output ratio. Here 20 is to 1 and the standard price is 3 per unit. Standard price is 3 per unit. It can, the raw material is measured in units. It can be measured in kg. It can be measured in units. Labor 10 hours 1 unit. 10 hours 1 unit and SR is 16 per hour. 16 per hour. Production overhead. Production overhead. The 20 is the SR per hour. 20 is the SR per hour and 200 is SR per unit. 200 is SR per unit. Any doubts till this? Any doubts till this? Okay. Now, this production overhead, is it variable overhead, fixed overhead, or should I take assumption? What is this production overhead? Variable, fixed, or do I need to take assumption? Why variable? So fixed also I will give it like this. We do give it like this fixed. We do calculate no SR per. This is OAR, overhead absorption rate. 20 is the overhead absorption rate. 200 is also OAR. Variable fixed. You said variable, logic is not right. So I am not agreeing to the answer. Your answer could be right, but logic is not right. So I am not agreeing to it. Is it variable fixed? Why fixed? It is fixed overheads because there is a volume variance in the question. There is a volume variance in the
question, and also they've asked for capacity variance. Also they've asked for capacity variance. These are there only in fixed overheads. They are not there in variable overhead. In case volume variance is not there, they don't ask capacity variance in the question. Assumption. You will have to go with the assumption. With this information, I cannot conclude anything. With this information, I cannot conclude anything. I cannot say it is variable overhead. I cannot say it is fixed overhead. So first part they have given this. Second part they gave lot of variances. Now coming to material variance, is it single raw material, multiple raw material? Labor variance, single labor, multiple labor. With idle time, without idle time. Guys, participate with idle time, without idle time, without idle time. So material variances, will do a computation table. We'll try to fill it. In case we are able to fill it, okay. Not able to fill it, leave some space. Labor variances, we'll try to fill it. Able to fill it, okay. Not able to fill it, leave space. Production over it, somewhere in the end we'll be able to fill everything. Once everything is filled, working note 4 will be solution, where we'll answer all of this. Actual output, actual price, actual quantity, actual wage rate, actual hours worked, standard hours, overhead absorbed, overhead incurred, capacity variance, efficiency variance, budget output. Some of this would have already been calculated in these three working note. Working note 1, material variances. Working note 1, material variances. Computation table for material variance. Computation table for material variances. Computation table for material variances. Single material table. You want to draw the chart, please draw it. Okay, you better draw the chart, otherwise you will not remember it. Single material chart. SP, AP, SQ, AQ. SP, AP, SQ and AQ. SP into SQ, SP into AQ, AP into AQ, SP into SQ, SP into AQ, AP into AQ. Top part is called price, bottom part is called usage. SP into SQ, SP into AQ, AP into AQ. Top part is called price, bottom part is called usage. Together is called cost variance. Any doubts on this? Let's do the table now. SP into SQ, SP into AQ, AP into AQ. Standard price into standard quantity, standard price into actual quantity, actual price into actual quantity. SP into SQ, SP into AQ, AP into AQ. Clear? What is the standard price? 3 per unit. 3 per unit. What is the use of 60? No use as of now. 3 per unit. 3 into question. 3 into, we'll see. SQ and AQ will see. Clear? Is there a AP given in the question? Is there an actual price given in the question? Actual quantity of raw material consumed? Do you see actual quantity? Not there, it's okay. I don't have I have SP. I do not have AP. I do not have AQ. SQ is actual output into 20 by 1. Do you have actual output in the question? Do you have actual output in the question? No. What is other information available regarding material? Actual material cost is how much? Last column 25,740. Breakup I don't know. I don't know the breakup. 25,740. 25,740. Clear? Breakup we have to somehow get 25, 7, 40. Below this, we will start with one by one variance given in the question. What is the variance given in the question? Material. What is the formula for material price variance? SP into AQ minus, let's use that formula. Material price variance is equal to SP into AQ, AP into AQ, SP into AQ, AP into AQ. How much is the price variance given? Minus 1170, adverse minus 1170 is equal to SP3 into AQ minus 25, 740. Get me the answer to AQ. 3 into AQ minus 25, 740. 8190. This is actual quantity consumed. 8190. 25, 740 goes to the other side. Deduct 1170. Divide by 3, 8190. Any doubts on this? Any doubts on the price variance? This is one of the requirement of the question. We'll answer in the end one final table. We'll first try to complete all the tables. Any doubts on this? Any doubts on this? Go to the main table. 3 into 8190. 3 into 8190. And listen, this side question mark into 8190. Tell me the question mark. Question mark into 8190. 3.14. 3.1429. Ideally 3.14. Question mark into 8190. Question mark into 8190. Any doubts on this? If you want, you can show separately what is AP, but question mark into 8190. Any doubts on this? Is there any other variance given? Material usage variance is equal to usage variance is equal to what's the formula? SP into SQ minus AQ. How much is the usage variance? 150 favorable plus 150 is equal to 3 into SQ minus 24,570. 3 into SQ minus 24,570. What's the number you get? Three into 8240. It's a fairly simple, straightforward question. How much is the first column? 24. Any doubts till this? Clear? Table is over, but I'll get one more data, which is with SQ, I will calculate AO. Reason for calculating AO is somewhere it will help me in other variances, because for other variances AO will become a useful number there. So I will do the AO part also. What is SQ? SQ is equal to AO into input by output. Any doubts till this? Any doubts till this? Can we proceed? Next, computation of actual output. Computation of actual output. SQ equal to actual output into input by output. Input by output. Actual output into input by output. Input by output. Somewhere this will help us later. Also, this is one of the requirement of the question. Question has asked us to compute actual output. 8240 is equal to AO into, what is the input output ratio? 20 by 1. Get me the AO number. 412 units. This will help us later in some computation. 412 units. Any doubts on this? With this, my material variance discussion is over. This technically gives me actual output, first answer, actual price, second answer, actual quantity, third answer. The first three answers are done, but we'll write it later. We are not writing anything now. Any doubts on this? Can we proceed? Next, working note 2. Labor variances. Labor variances. Let's draw the chart again. Labor variances, single labor without idle time. There's no information about idle time and it is a single category of labor. So SR, AR, SH, AH, SR into SH, SR into AH, AR into AH, SR into SH, SR into AH, AR into AH. The top part is called rate, bottom part is called efficiency. Rate and efficiency. Rate variance and efficiency variance. Clear? Can you proceed? Open the table. SR into SH, SR into SH, SR into AH, AR into AH. SR into SH, SR into AH and AR into AH. Okay, what is the SR? 16 per hour. 16 per hour. Do you have the AR? No. AH? No. Multiplication of both? 65 368. Actual labor cost. 65 368. Multiplication of it 65 368. Any doubts till this? I do not have AR, I do not have AH, but I know the multiplication of both, which is 65,368. Any doubts till this first? 65 368. Okay. Next, in place of SH, what is the actual output we calculated? 412 into 10 hours. I'm not doing a separate calculation. 412 into 10 hours. 412 into 10 hours. I can do a separate calculation also, but I didn't feel a need to do it. 412 into 10. How much? 65? 9? 20? 20. Okay. 65, 920. Any doubts on this? 412 into 10. That is the use of that actual output we calculated. Now come down. We'll use some of the variance. What are the variance given in the question? Labor rate variance is equal to SR into AH minus AR into AH. Labor rate variance is equal to SR into AH minus AR into AH. Standard rate into actual hours, actual rate into actual hours. Rate variance is equal to SR into AH minus AR into AH. How much is the rate variance? 1352 is equal to 16 AH minus 65,368. 16 minus 65,368. 65,368. Let me know what is AH. 414170. Any doubts on this? Any doubts on 4170? 16 minus 65,368. 65,368. 4170. Any doubts on this? Tell me what is 16 into 4170? 66? 720. Other side, question mark into 4170. Question mark into 4170. 67? 15.6758. Question mark into 4170. Any doubts in this? Clear? I have another variance, I think, but that is of no use. I already completed the table, so I'm not getting into efficiency. I can use that and get the SH also, but we have already calculated SH. Any doubts on this? Clear? Can you proceed? Next, working note 3. Working note 3. Production overhead. Production overhead in bracket fixed overhead. Variances. Production overhead in bracket fixed overhead variances. Fixed overhead variances. Production overhead in bracket fixed overhead variances. Fixed overhead variances. Now let's put the chart again. SR, put the chart. Draw the chart, please. SR, SH, AH, PH, PH, and the outer part is called AFOH. SH, AH, PH, BH, and the outer part is called AFOH. This is expenditure, efficiency, capacity, calendar, put together is called volume. Efficiency, capacity, calendar, put together is called volume variance. Put together is called volume variance. Clear? Okay, let's write it here now. SR into SH or SR into AO, SR into SH or SR into AO, SR into AH or SR into SO, SR into BH or SR into BO or BFOH. Sorry, PH first, PH. That column is of no use in this question, that's why I directly wrote it. Okay. This PFOH will not be of any use in this question, you'll understand. SR into BH, BO or BFOH, and last column is AFOH. In this question, that PFOH column is technically not needed. You'll understand why as we do it. SR into SH or SR into AO, SR into AH or SR into SO, PH, PO or PFOH, BH, BO or BFOH, and AFOH. Clear? Okay. Question has already given us this. 20 is per hour, 200 is per unit. 20 is per hour, 200 is per unit. Let me use that data. 20 per hour, 200 per unit. Now, first column, I'll do SR into SH itself because I already know the SH. From labor, we will copy paste. From labor, we will copy paste. Same SH, I can copy paste. Can I do SR into AO? Go ahead and do. Both are same only. 20 into look at labor variances and tell me what is SH. 4120, or it is 200 into 412. You can also do 200 into 412. 20 into 4120. Now I know the AH, so let's do that now. 20 into, again copy paste from there. What is the AH number? 4170. Any doubts on this? Is there an information on actual days and budgeted days in the question? Both? No. Have they asked for calendar variance? So technically column 3 and column 4 is same. Column 3, in fact in my solution I may not have sometimes column 3. That's because earlier I used to do two separate charts, but now I didn't want to have two separate charts, so we have clubbed it. We'll see this later. Do you have any other information? Actual fixed overhead, budgeted fixed overhead, anything there? Not there, no. Budgeted fixed overhead is not there. We will calculate it, but is it directly given there? No. I have two variances. Can you tell me what is the formula for FOH expenditure variance? Formula, tell me the formula for FOH expenditure. SR into BH minus AFOH, both are not there with me. SR into BH also I don't know. AFOH also I don't know. SR into BH I don't know. AFOH also I don't know. I'll park it for the time being. I'll use it but later. What are the other variants given? What is the formula for overhead volume variance? SR into SH minus SR into BH. Let's use that formula. Overhead volume variance is equal to SR into BH for SR into SH minus SR into BH. SR into SH minus SR into BH. Overhead volume variance is equal to SR into SH minus SR into BH. How much is the volume variance? 1400. Favorable. 1400 is equal to 20 into 4120 minus 20 into BH. Get the answer to BH. 20 into 4120 minus 20 into BH. How much? No, 20 into only the BH number. 4050. BH is 4050. Otherwise, whatever she said, 81,000. Any doubts on this? 20 into BH. You can do 20 into BH. You can also do SR into BO also. For that, SR is different. If you do BO, the SR is different. Any doubts on this? So here we have got this SR into BH. We have got SR into BH. 20 into 4050. Same copy paste here. Third column and fourth column is same. That's why I said third column is of no use here. There's no difference between PH and BH. There will be a difference only when you have actual days and budgeted days. We used to say 20 days is equal to so many hours, 25 days is equal to what? So all that calculation will not come in this question. 20 into 4050 fourth column, 20 into 4050 third column. Any doubts on this? Can we proceed? Clear? Any doubts on this? AFOH, now I'll use the expenditure variance. Now I'll use the expenditure variance formula that will give me AFOH. Any doubts on this? Any doubts on the volume? If you use expenditure earlier, you would have got stuck. It's okay. You would have left it, did the volume, and then go back to expenditure. Overhead expenditure variance is equal to, tell me the formula, SR into BH minus AFOH. How much is expenditure variance? 900 is equal to 20 into 4050 minus AFOH. How much is AFOH? 80? 80,100. Any doubts on this? Let's complete the table now. Tell me how much is 20 into 4120? 20 into 4170? 4050? Any doubts on this? We are done with the entire three tables. Everything got over. All missing data, everything got over. Now I'll give you around 4 to 5 minutes. Working note 4 will be solution. We'll have three columns: particulars, calculation, amount. Actual output, no calculation. In calculation, you'll write working note 1, from which working note you got the data. Actual price, working note 1, there you have the number. Actual quantity, working note 1. Actual wage rate, working note 2. Actual hours worked, working note 2. Standard hours, working note 2. Overheads absorbed. What is overheads absorbed? Is SR into AO. Standard rate into actual output. Every unit we absorb overheads. Working note 3. Overhead incurred, working note 3. Overhead capacity variance, in the calculation write the formula, calculate and write the answer. Overhead efficiency variance, in the calculation write the formula and write the answer. Budgeted output, BFOH is equal to SR per unit is equal to BFOH by budgeted output. Get the budgeted output. Clear? I am done with the question as far as my calculation is concerned. I am giving you around 5 minutes. Around 5 minutes. Working note 4, particulars, calculation, amount. Start doing it. Start doing working note 4. So I wanted you to do a working note 4 where you summarize all the answers. So working note 4 is solution. There are 10 requirements asked in the question. We'll answer one by one. First requirement is actual output, working note 1. In working note 1, you got the answer 412 units. 412 units. Then the second requirement is actual price of material per unit. Again, working note 1, it was 3.1429. Then actual quantity of material consumed, again working note 1. Again working note 1. How much is the answer in working note 1? 8190 units. 8190 units. Fourth requirement is actual wage rate, working note 2. In the labor variances we had this answer, which is 15.6758. 15.6758. SH and AH both have been asked the question. First let's write SH. Standard hours, working note 2, 4120 hours. Actual hours, working note 2, 4170 hours. 4170 hours. Overhead absorbed. Overhead absorbed is SR into AO. For every unit we absorb the overheads, which is nothing but SR into SH. Which is nothing but SR into SH. How much? 82,400. Overhead incurred, AFOH. Overhead incurred is AFOH, which is 80,000. First column and the last column. First column and the last column. 82,400 and 80,100. 80,100. Next requirement is overhead capacity variance. SR into AH into PH. Technically it is BH. My solution may even say BH. Both are same. SR into AH minus SR into PH. AH is 83,400 minus 81,000, 2,400 favorable, and then overhead efficiency variance, which is the next requirement, SR into SH minus SR into AH, 82,400 minus 83,400, 1,000 adverse, 1,000 adverse. Any doubts on this? And last requirement was budgeted output, which is BFOH by SR. BFOH divided by SR. SR is equal to BFOH by BO. SR is equal to budgeted fixed overhead by budgeted output. You reverse it, you will get this formula. What is the budgeted fixed overhead? 81,000 divided by 200. SR per unit. Obviously, you have to divide by per unit. How much is the answer? 4050 units. Any doubts on? Okay, sorry, 405 units. Any doubts on 405? Clear? We had earlier got 4050 as budgeted hours. From there also you can get budgeted unit. 4050, 1 unit 10 hours. So 4050 divided by 10, 405 units. Any doubts on this? Clear? Can we proceed? Any doubts on this? It's a comprehensive question where they had given variances. It's a reverse working problem. Any doubts on this? Can you proceed? Let's come to 36. Gamma Limited has furnished the following standard cost data per unit of production. Material 10 kg at 10 per kg, labor 6 hours at 5.5 per hour, variable overhead 6 hours at 10 per hour, fixed overhead 4,50,000 per month based on normal volume of 30,000 labor hours. Material used, labor paid, variable overheads, fixed overheads, actual production, material cost, labor cost, fixed overhead cost, variable overhead cost. Only cost variance is asked in the question. No, we are going to do everything in the class, but only cost variance is asked. What is cost variance? First column minus the last column for everything. First column minus the last column for everything. If you look at the solution, I wouldn't have done any tables there. Directly I would have written the formula and kept on answering it, because first column minus the last column. This entire question you are going to do only. I'm not going to do even small part of it also, but one important explanation alone I'll do. Let me first keep explaining. What does this 10 kg mean? What does this 10 kg mean? Tell me. Input output ratio is 10 is to 1. Input output ratio is 10 is to 1. What does this 10 per kg mean? Standard price. Standard price. What does the 6 hours mean? 6 hours equal to 1 unit. 6 hours is equal to 1 unit. What does this 5.5 mean? Standard rate per hour. Standard rate per hour. When it comes to variable overhead, standard rate per hour is 10. Standard rate per hour is 10. Multiply the two. Standard rate per unit is 60. Standard rate per hour is 10. Last question they gave 7.5. I said you have to break it. Here they have given 6 hours at 10. So 6 hours is the time required. No use to me, because anyway I will do standard time earlier itself. When you do labor variances, standard time, copy paste only. We will only copy paste the number. So 10 per hour. 10 per hour is SR. 10 into 6. 10 into 6 is 60. Fixed overheads 4,50,000 divided by 30,000. 4,50,000 divided by 30,000. 4,50,000 divided by 30,000 is SR per hour. You want per unit? Multiply with 6 hours. Multiply with 6 hours. 4,50,000 divided by 30,000 is SR per hour. Multiply that with how many hours? 6 hours. You will get SR per unit. Material used, last column, 50,000 into some rate is 5,25,000. Labor paid, 31,000 into something is 1,55,000. Whatever SH and AH you write, copy paste in the next one, copy paste in the next one. Clear? Any doubts on this? No explanation from my side. I'm giving you exactly 15 minutes. Full 15 minutes I'll give you. You have to do all the variances, all the table. Material variances, price, usage, cost, Labor variances, everything, variable overhead, everything, fixed overhead, everything. Take around 15 minutes. Okay, I hope all are done. It is a fairly straightforward one. So I will start doing the table. First is material variances table. SP into SQ, SP into AQ, AP into AQ. Standard price is given in the question. How much is the standard price? 10. SQ is 10 kg, 4,800 into 10. 4,800 into 10. First column is 4 lakh 80. Technically, I don't need the second column, but I'm doing it here. 10 into AQ is 50,000. Last column is 5,25,000. If you want, you show the breakup. You don't want to show, don't show it also. Doesn't really matter. 10.5 into 50,000. 10.5 into 50,000. Only one variance was asked, MCV, material cost variance, which is 4 lakh 80 minus 5 lakh 25,000, 45,000 adverse. Only one variance, material cost variance, 45,000 adverse. Clear? Any doubts on this? Others, I'm not doing it. If you have completed, okay. Okay, maybe you will need the answer. Material price variance is 25,000 adverse and material usage variance is 20,000 adverse. This is to check the answer. Price and usage is not asked in the question, but if you have done, you can check the answer with this. Then labor variances. Labor variances. SR into SH, SR into AH, AR into AH. SR given in the question is 5.5. SH is 4,800 into 6. 4,800 into 6. 5.5 into AH is 31,000. Last column is 1 lakh 55,000. Breakup is 5 into, if you want to break it, otherwise you can write as it is also. 5.5 into 31,000 is 1 lakh 70,500. And first column is 1 lakh 58 400. Labor cost variance. Labor cost variance is 158 400 minus 155 3,400 favorable. Labor rate variance 170 500 minus 155 15,500 favorable. Labor efficiency variances 158 400 minus 170 500. How much is that? 12,100 adverse. This is on the labor variances part. Any doubts on this? Then comes VOH variances. SR into SH R, SR into AO, SR into AHR, SR into SO, AR into AHR, AVOH, SH I copy paste from the labor as it is, SR changes as 10 per hour, 10 per hour, this also 10 per hour, and last column directly 2 lakh 93,000, 2 lakh 93,000. First column is 2 lakh 88, 3 lakh 10,000, 2 lakh 93,000. As I said, major chunk I tell you to do because today's session will be like this only. Me doing problem will not serve any purpose. It's just revising what we did earlier. VOH cost variance. VOH cost variance is equal to 2 lakh 88,000 minus 2 lakh 93,000, 5,000 adverse. VOH efficiency variance 288 minus 310, 22,000 adverse. VOH expenditure variance 310 minus 293, 17,000 favorable. 17,000 favorable. This is on the VOH variances side. Then FOH variances. FOH variances. SR into SH or SR into AO, SR into AH or SR into SO, The next column technically doesn't serve any purpose. PH or PO or PFOH. In case you do not have actual and budgeted days, no point in writing this. SR into BH, BO, BFOH and AFOH. First thing is 4 lakh 50 divided by 30,000, 15 into 4,800 into 6 remains same. 15 into 31,000. This is 4 lakh 50. This also 4 lakh 50. Same. 15 into 30,000. 15 into 30,000. I can write it as 15 into 30,000 and 15 into 30,000. And actual fixed overhead is 4 lakh 70,000. First column is how much? 4 lakh 32. Second column 65. Third is 4 lakh 50, 4 lakh 50, 4 lakh 70. Any doubts on this? Below this we start calculating the variances. FOH cost variances 432 minus 470. How much is that? 38,000. Adverse. FOH volume variance 4 lakh 32 minus 4 lakh 50, 18,000 adverse. FOH expenditure variance 4 lakh 50, 4 lakh 70, 20,000 adverse. FOH efficiency 432, 465. How much? 33,000 adverse. FOH capacity 465, 450, 15,000 favorable. Clear? In exam, if such a question comes, we will directly just do this. That's all. I've not done everything there. I've just focused on those 4 requirements. Basically, cost variance is asked. Can I do with the table? Yes, you do it with the table, but I don't feel a need to do the table if only cost variance is asked. You still want to do a table, you go ahead and do it. Any doubts on this? Any doubts on this? Clear? Okay, we'll take a break now. We resume by 10:20. Okay, we proceed ahead now. I move to question 39. Again, it is going to be in the same pattern. I'll explain it. You're going to solve it. 3 more questions are there. We'll try to complete all the 3 today. So let's come to 39. SP Limited produces a product Tempex which is sold in a 10 kg packet, which is sold in a 10 kg packet. Standard cost card per packet of Tempex is as follows. This is what I had explained when I was explaining one of the question. Direct material is 10 kg at 45 per kg. Input output ratios 10:10. Input output ratios 10:10. In case output is measured in packets, if they say output in packets, then it is 10:1. If the output is in kgs, then it is 10:10. Because the standard cost card per packet, the output can be in packets also, the output can be in kgs also. 10:10. 45 is what? What does that 45 mean? Standard price. Direct labor 8 hours equal to 10 kg. 8 hours equal to 10 kg. 50 per hour is standard rate. Variable overhead 8 hours and 10 per hour. SR is 10 per hour. SR per packet. Packet is 80. Per kg you want divide by 10. This is per packet. Per packet. SR per packet. If you want per kg. If your output is in kgs, then divide by 10. Fixed overhead dimension 200. Now I will write in bracket 8 hours at 20. Don't write in question. Don't write in question. 8 hours at 25 per hour. This is just for your understanding. It is nothing but 8 hours per at the rate of 25 per hour. You can answer this question in packets. You can answer this in kgs. If you are answering it in kgs, then it is 10:10, 8:10. If it is in packet, 10:1, 8:1. Whichever way you do doesn't really matter. Budgeted output is 10,000 kg. They have given in kgs. I can say budgeted output 1,000 packets also or 10,000 kg. Actual output is 9,000 kg. Actual cost data is also given 8,900 at 46. 7,000 at 52. Variable overhead incurred, fixed overhead incurred. Material cost, price, usage, labor efficiency, rate and cost. Variable overhead, they have not asked everything. In class, we will do everything. Like the previous question only thing I'm telling you is 10 is to 10 is the input output ratio. Why 10 is to 10? Because standard cost card per packet, and one packet consists of 10 kg. One packet consists of 10 kg. What is the actual output? 9,000 kg. Can I change 9,000 kg as 900 packet? Yes, go ahead and do. If you do 900 packet, then it is 10 as it is. No need to do any adjustment. The actual output can be 9,000 kg. The actual output can also be 900 packets. If you say actual output is 900, 900 into 10 by 1, 900 into 8, 900 into 8, 900 into 8, and SR per unit will be 280 as it is. Per unit means per packet. Per unit is per packet. Any doubts on this? Any doubts on the concept here? So you will have to do material variances where SP into SQ, SP into AQ, AP into AQ, calculate all variances. Labor variances, SR into SH, SR into AH, AR into AH, calculate everything. Variable overhead, SR into SH, SR into AH, AR into H, SH copy paste, AH copy paste, SR and AR. SR you can take from the question and AR into H given in the question. Then it comes to fixed overhead, SR into SH, SR into AH, SR into PH, SR into BH, and finally PFOH. Finally AFOH, SH copy paste, SR like this, 8 hours at 25 per hour, 8 hours at 25 per hour. Any doubts in any of the explanation which I gave till now? Any doubts in any of the explanation? Clear? Around 15 minutes for you. Around 15 minutes for you. You will have to only do it. I am not going to do the question. Technically, I should leave this entire segment today. Whatever I am doing, I should have left it at home. But at home, people were not practicing. That's why we are doing it in the class. Start doing this. Question 39. Minutes for you. 15 minutes for you. Okay, I'll discuss all the variances. It is almost same as what we did in the earlier question. We start with SP into SQ. First is material variances. How much is the standard price? Let's participate. What is the standard price? 45 per kg. Actual output is 9,000. 9,000 into 10 by 10. 9,000 into 10 by 10. 45 into actual quantity used is 8,900. And AP into AQ is 46 into 8,900. First column is 4 lakh 5,000. Second column 4 lakh 500. Then last column is 4 lakh 9,400. Any doubts in this? 4 lakh 9,400. Material cost variances 4,400 adverse. 4,400 adverse. Price variances 8,900 adverse. Usage variances 4,500 favorable. 4,500 favorable. Any doubts on this? Any doubts on this? Coming to labor variances, SR is 50, SH is 9,000 into 8 hours for 10 kgs. 8 by 10, 9,000 into 8 by 10, or you can say 900 packets into 8 also. 900 packets into 8. SR into AH is 50 into 7,000 and AR into AH is 52 into 7,000. First column is 3 lakh 60, 3 lakh 50, and last column is 3 lakh 64,000. Labor cost variances 4,000 adverse. 4,000 adverse. Rate variances 14,000 adverse. And efficiency variances 10,000 favorable. SR into SH or SR into AO, SR into AHR, SR into SO, AR into AHR, AVOH. SR for variable overhead is 10 into 7,200. 10 into 10 per hour. 10 per hour into 7,200 hours. Or you can also do it as 80 into 900 packets. 80 into 900 packets. 80 is given in the question. Or If you do per kg 8 into 9,000 kgs, 8 into 9,000, multiple ways of getting it. It's the same answer. 10 into 7,200, 80 into 900 packets are 8. What is 8? Is 80 divided by 10. 80 divided by 10. SR into AHS 10 into 7,000 and AR into AHS. Is there a confusion in this? Some of you look a little confused. Is there any doubt in this? Yep. First one is 72,000, 70,000, 72,500. Cost variances 500 adverse. Efficiency variances 2,000 favorable. Expenditure variances. First one is 2,500. Sorry. 2,500 and this is sorry 72 minus 500 adverse. Sorry. This is efficiency is 2,000 favorable. Last one is 2,500 adverse. Sorry about it. Any doubts on this? Any doubts on this? Then comes this. Now 200 per unit or 200 per packet. Sorry, 200 per packet. The rate can be called as 200 per packet, 20 per kg, and 200 divided by 8. 200 divided by 8, 25 per hour. 200 divided by 8, 8 hours per packet. 8 hours per packet. So 25 into 7,000, 7,200 or 200 into 900 packets. 200 into 900 packets are 20 into 9,000 kg. Second one 25 into 7,000. BH is given in the question, which is 10,000 kg. So 20 into 10,000 kg. 20 into 10,000 kg. SR into BO. SR into BO, or you can also say it as 200 into 1,000 packets. 200 into 10,000 kg, 1,000 packets. 10,000 kg, 1,000 packets. Any doubts on this? Can I do BH? Yes, you can do. If you want, you can do that calculation also. This is copy pasted here. And AFOH given in the question is 1,92,000. AFOH is 1,92,000. First is 25 into 7,200, which is 1,80,000. Second one is 1,75,000. Third one is 2 lakh, 2 lakh, 1,92,000. FOH cost variance. FOH cost variance is 1,80,000 minus 192, which is 12,000 adverse. Volume is 20,000 adverse. Expenditure is 8,000 favorable. Efficiency is 5,000 favorable. Capacity is 25,000 adverse. Any doubts on this? These are usual exam question. They'll ask you everything. Any doubts on this? Can we proceed? I'm kind of done with the chapter, but I anyway want to complete the balance question. I anyway had no plans of starting the new chapter today. So let's close the balance set of question also. Let's come to question 38. Question 38. Okay, we move to the last question in this chapter, question 37. Till now I've been explaining every question and then you do it. This question I don't want to explain anything. You do whatever you want to do with the question. Start solving the question and then we discuss it. I don't want to explain anything in the problem. I give you around 15 minutes, 12 to 15 minutes. You start doing it. Somewhere you will get stuck. You try doing it, whatever is feasible at your end. And listen, in case you get stuck with one variance, you're not able to do, you move to the next variance. Not able to do, move to the next variance, and then you can come back. It is possible that you will do variable overhead and come back to labor, or you will do labor and come back to material. It may not be possible always to do all the variances. You start doing it. In case you get stuck, leave that variance, go to the next table. Around 15 minutes. Okay. In this question, I did not discuss the problem itself. Now I'll discuss the problem and then we take the answer. First para talks about a standard cost card, which is very good for us to know. 0.5:1 is the input output ratio. 60 per meter is the standard price. 1:1 is the direct labor, 1 hour 1 unit. 20 per hour. Variable overhead 1 hour 1 unit. 10 per hour 10 per unit, 10 per hour and 10 per unit, and they have given various information. Now as we do the material variances, which is not going to be that tricky, that part is more or less given in the question. Coming to material variances, standard prices 60 per meter, standard quantities 10,000 into 0.5, 10,000 into 0.5, then again it is 60, actual quantity is 5,700, actual price is 58 into 5,700. What is the first column total? Sorry, 3 lakh. Second one 3,42,000. Third one 3 lakh 30,600. So the first variance is 3,600 adverse. Price variance is favorable, and this is 42,000 adverse. This is on the material variance part. On the material variances, almost straight information is available. We just need to keep writing them. When it comes to labor variance, SR into SH and SR into AH and AR into AH. SR is available in the question, 20 per hour. SH is 10,000 units into 1 by 1. 1 hour 1 unit. 1 hour is 1 unit. So into 10,000. 20 into, we don't know this as of now. We don't know this AR into AH, and the overall number is 2,24,400. 2 lakh. Breakup is not available as of now. As of now, I don't see any breakup, which is where variable overhead variances will help, because variable overhead efficiency variance is given in the question. Variable overhead efficiency variance is given in the question. You will ideally get stuck at this stage. You will not be able to complete it. So then we do VOH variances. These variances, we don't know the answer as of now. Cost variance alone I can get it, which is 24,400. 24,400 adverse, 2 lakh and 2,24,400. Then comes variable overhead variances. I can write with conversion factor, without conversion factor, doesn't really matter. SR is 10 into same 1 lakh. SR into AH we don't know, 1,12,200. If I want, I can break it or I can leave it as it is. In this, I have one of the variance. What is the variance they have given? Variable overhead efficiency variance is equal to SR into SH minus SR into AH. Efficiency variance given in the question is minus 2,000 is equal to 1 lakh minus 10 into AH. 10 into AH, you will get the answer to AH. What is the AH here? 10,200 hours. So I do this now. 10 into 10,200. 10 into 10,200, and it gets copy pasted here. If you want, you write the breakup. Else you write as it is also, doesn't matter. I do this split, which is 11 into 10,200, and this is 1 lakh 2,000. Now I can copy paste this 10,200 here. I can copy paste this 10,200 here. Same 10,200. AR is balancing figure. 20. I had to calculate this because they wanted me to calculate the missing information. 2 question marks were given in the question. Calculate the missing data. So we have done the missing data part. 22 into 10,200. This is 20 into 10,200 is how much? 2 lakh 4,000. Labor rate variance we calculate. 2 lakh 4 minus 224 400. How much is the answer? 20,400 adverse, 4,000 adverse. Then this side VOH cost variance is equal to 1 lakh minus 1 lakh 12 200, 12 200 adverse, 12 200 adverse, and variable overhead expenditure variance is equal to 1 lakh 2000 minus 1 lakh 12 200, 10,000 200 adverse. Any doubts on this? These are the calculation. This chapter, again I keep repeating only one thing: if you do the computation table properly, the chapter gets over at that stage. Some are the other challenges will keep coming in because they can make little complicated question, but point is very simple: focus on the computation table. One time at home, please revise all the charts once. No need to remember any formula. Don't try remembering any formula. You'll unnecessarily waste time remembering the formula. I'll end the session early today because I don't want to start with a new chapter now. We'll end with this then.